Man, what a crazy night. Where the fuck did the thing that I was just looking at go? Either way. Bow, 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 bow. All right. All right, all right, all right. Yo! Bad news from Daniel Owens. Because it's tech hardware news, so it's always bad news. That's all there is bad news for tech hardware. 10-year anniversary live stream? He did? He's only live for an hour and a half? Man. That debate tomorrow morning is going to be amazing. I'm going to go ahead. Let me check my audio is working. Is everything normal? Let me check my audio is working. Okay, yeah, cool. A bit muffled, which is exactly what I expect because there's like a little wall right here. It's a built-in sound gate that's crappy. Let's see. The tragedy-inspired song that saved Duran Duran. Now, I'm Hugh Hauser.
From weekend getaways to extended road trips, California is full of places to explore. And for over 100 years, the Auto Club has been there to help. Our travel agents offer...
I almost feel bad.
90 days, 88 days. These are serious.
California's Gold is like almost unwatchable these days because it's like none of the spots that he's talking about or exist anymore in the capacity that they used to exist. Kind of depressing. Such is life. The man murdered by an entire town and no evidence. Okay. I gotta be honest, Local 58 is probably the most disappointing of the analog series. Because there's like nothing else happened. Where's the other episode of Local 58? Why does it take Chris Straub so long to release an episode? Is it done? Is the series done? Didn't really. Actually, let me look. Local 58 what was the last? Because I'm just curious now. Three months ago, there was the Local 58 TV ad spot. I remember watching that. It just seemed to be an AI thing. It didn't seem to have anything related. Okay, so it's been kind of dead. At least Gemini released a ton of informative videos before they died. Like Gemini Home Entertainment is my ultimate favorite analog series, I think. There isn't anything better than Gemini. It gets everything just right. For me. Oh. Well, I wanted to do a Reggie Bannister tribute, but I don't think that's happening. I do not think it's happening. Not in the way that I hoped. Was Ice Poseidon live yet? Thanks to Ice Poseidon being in Japan, he's live in the middle of the night now, which is always funny. Last night he's like had some new dude. Live chat, is that on? Okay, there we go. Frederick Knudsen, Wings of Redemption, Rabbit Hole. No thanks. Disturbing things from around the internet. On the eve of chaos. What's this? Netflix new animated Asian-focused sitcom. Okay, so it's already gonna be bad. They're focusing on race. Every dark movie theory that will ruin your childhood. It's not going to ruin my childhood. Some of these movies, they're saying the Smurfs are white supremacists. Doesn't make any fucking sense. They're fucking blue. What? How do you even get to that conclusion? Like, sure, they're like inclusive of their community. It's just them. The Smurfs are just the Smurfs. But they're blue. How could they be white supremacists? It's allegorical. It doesn't make any sense to me. You get anything new from this motherfucker? Oh, we did! 4chan killers. You motherfucker. The 4chan kill. Oh my goodness.
Over the years, 4chan has garnered a deeply negative reputation. Many believe the website offers Over the years, 4chan has garnered a deeply negative reputation. Many believe the website offers refuge to the most depraved, antisocial weirdos the internet has to offer. But some users take this dynamic to a whole new level. The website has a history of various criminals documenting their violent crimes on the forums. Some of these sickos have since been arrested, while others still walk the streets to this very day. Thankfully, our first subject is behind bars for good, although it tragically came at the cost of his girlfriend's life. On November 4th,
Okay, so 2000. Okay, so this is gonna be old. Well, not that old, quite frankly. I used to use 4chan back when it was like 2004. So this is 10 years after I stopped using 4chan.
14, one of the most unnerving threads.
I imagine 4chan's only more and more insane because back in the day when I was a kid, it used to just be like people try to like flash a gore pic or whatnot, but for the most part, it was a lot of just memes. That was where memes were created. It was like I made my own and uploaded like some. They were the the inspirational quote type memes back in the day were some of the like earlier ones. And you just take a picture of your friend and put a quote and make it like an inspirational. So I just do one of my friend Donnie and be like, Donnie pose number 4, like as if there was other poses to find out there on the internet. It made my friends laugh. I don't think that's a meme for everyone. That wouldn't spread memetically. Widow's Bay. I don't care. I do not care about Widow's Bay. Or this. Or that. Or this and that and this and that. What the hell is this? 120-minute vanish to the Arctic. Then the truth emerged. I'm going to assume that's not real. The assumption, the hope, is that it's not real. Okay, let me start. Brian Johnson's
Millionaire who's trying to find
immortality experiment failed or whatever. I don't really care about it. The point being, I'm going to go wash my hands, but something can play for a second.
Brian Johnson is a
No. I still need to start up my system. Make sure things are going.
multi-millionaire who's trying to find the cure to death by 2039. When it was first revealed that he was spending $2 million a year to become immortal, the internet immediately began predicting all the ways.
That's not very much money per year to be immortal. I got to be honest. Hello. $2 million a year to be immortal? So that will pop stars spend more than that? This dude's failing. All right, so there's a new Turkey Tom video that's the 4chan killers, or are we watching the Three Christs of Ypsilanti from last night? You got about 19 minutes into that one, and I just started from the beginning. It is really good, and it's a good video, but it's up to you. I don't really care either way. Apparently, they did make a Three Christs of Ypsilanti movie. Because I was going to say, this would make a perfect movie. But it's just like propaganda. It's like anti-asylum propaganda. Even Wendigoon pointed it out. I was like, nothing in the story really happened. 4chan killers? It's people who posted on 4chan and either before or after they killed someone. So it's a 58-minute video Turkey Tom just uploaded. That is 11 hours ago he uploaded it, and this is just like documented. Here's the intro you can hear.
4chan has garnered a deeply negative reputation. Many believe the website offers refuge to the most depraved, antisocial weirdos the internet has to offer. But some users take this dynamic to a whole new level. The website has a history of various criminals documenting their violent crimes on the forums. Some of these sickos have since been arrested, while others still walk the streets to this very day. Thankfully, our first subject is behind bars for good.
So it's 58 minutes of multiple different incidents. David Clack, Neil Allen McCallanis, the 4chan serial killer Mark Hesse, Israel Morales, the Vietnamese bee killer Robert Hawkins, and Dr. Gloves. I don't know who the hell that is. Yeah, I don't know how any of this. Hi, we're just figuring out if we're gonna watch, if we're gonna finish the Three Christs of Ypsilanti, or if we're watching this new 4chan killers video. 4chan's close to my heart because I grew up using it, and I'm sure it's like impossible to use nowadays, but the anonymity made it hilarious. The memes, man, the fucking memes. That's where the original memes started, pretty much. Like, there was other websites making memes, but like 4chan is where you go to find like a funny image, a new meme. You just scroll on the B board. You'd be called a B-tard, or a B-starred, or a bastard. All right, let's go ahead and start the 4chan one. Then I'm starting from the beginning. Here we go.
Has to offer, but some
and yeah, 4chan would, due to the anonymity, does have some of the craziest people. Meanwhile, the rest of us were like trying to upload World of Warcraft images with meme text put on it, like your hit points are broken, and people were
years,
uploading
4chan has
insane
garnered a
shit.
deeply negative reputation. Many believe the website offers refuge to the most depraved, antisocial weirdos the internet has to offer. But some users take this dynamic to a whole new level. The website has a history of various criminals documenting their violent crimes on the forums. Some of these sickos have since been arrested, while others still walk the streets to this very day. Thankfully, our first subject is behind bars for good, although it tragically came at the cost of his girlfriend's life. On November 4th of 2014, one of the most unnerving threads in 4chan history was published. Attached was an image of what appeared to be a naked woman lying on a bed, dead. Markings on
Okay,
her
so he
body
killed, then
indicated foul
uploaded.
play. The poster left a caption. Turns out it's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks in the what appeared to be a naked woman lying on a bed, dead. Markings on her body indicated foul play. The poster left a caption. Turns out it's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks in the movies. 2 minutes later, he got his first reply. Duh, because those people are acting. Less than a second later, the original poster returned with another angle of the supposed corpse, captioned, "She fought so damn hard." Many of the first replies seemed to believe the post was a prank, as this type of stunt is pretty common on the platform. One asserted that they had seen the image
Yeah, that literally would be like, okay, so you took a picture from a screenshot from a movie and you're trying to fake us, like.
before, while another said it looked fake. Needless to say, the board was unimpressed. But the original poster came back 8 minutes after he began the thread with his third post. It contained yet another image of what he claimed to be a dead woman, along with a longer caption. Check the news for Port Orchard, Washington in a few hours. Her son will be home from school soon. He'll find her, then call the cops. I just wanted to share the pics before they find me. I bought a BB gun that looks realistic enough. When they come, I'll pull it, and it will be death by cop. I understand the doubts. Just check the news. I have to lose my phone now. Users were still skeptical, asking him to timestamp it. They wanted him to write "What's up, B" on a piece of paper and take a photo of it to prove that the images were original. But the poster never returned, instead leaving them to debate amongst themselves whether it was real or not.
There's a good chance that they would have used that photo to turn him in as soon as possible. That's probably why they wanted that photo. People on B are the people who hunted down the guy like the Berkeley guy who smacked, who ended up being a professor who was an Antifa guy who smacked somebody with his bike lock. They found out his identity before anyone else did with a face cover on because they were using face matching software and stuff like that. It's intense on B. You don't want to get fucked by B. Or 4chan in general.
They got a lead. 4 hours of paper and take a photo of it to prove that the images were original, but the poster never returned, instead leaving them to debate amongst themselves whether it was real or not. But then they got a lead. 4 hours later, one user linked a news article from an outlet in Washington state. It stated that a woman in her 30s was found dead by a family member and that photos of the corpse had been posted to an anonymous image board before being tweeted at local news stations. The article then directly quoted the thread, referencing the original poster's claim that her son would find the body.
Anytime we have images of this graphic nature that are posted on social media and perpetrate to be this crime scene, we are going to take those seriously.
But the police did not reveal their suspect for the time being. Now that it was confirmed, the thread became much more active, as users shared a website to listen in on police radio chatter, wanting every detail of the investigation. One user guessed the killer would take the coward's way out, while another anon said, "I bet he's at a bar, having a beer, laughing at us." But some users would realize the gravity of the situation when an article was posted confirming that the police had their suspect in custody. David Kalak, a 33-year-old man with a domestic violence record. His victim was Amber Lynn Copeland, his girlfriend and mother of 5 children from a previous relationship. While a few users in the thread recognized what had just happened, many of them missed this post and were still under the belief that David was on the run. As a result, they continued listening to the police radio from another jurisdiction. In a suburb of Portland, Oregon, someone had made a report saying that they spotted David Kalak, leading cops to surround a home and search it. News of the 4chan killer being on the loose spread across the boards, as the police broadcast stream peaked at almost 6,000 anons listening. People were holding in their piss, skipping work to watch until they realized he had been arrested the entire
There's a post on 4chan that says, "I really have to pee, but like he's not going anywhere."
time, and this was simply
This is 2014, so people didn't have smartphones nonstop. Like, I know that they existed, but believe it or not, back in 2014, not everyone had a kick-ass smartphone. They were still kind of like pricey and expensive. I didn't really get one until 2015, to be honest.
a false sighting. One anon wrote, "Listening to the wrong radio. This gets better. I love you guys." With it being officially confirmed that the perpetrator was in custody, the next question naturally is, why did he do it? What makes this case so strange is that David claims he doesn't even remember the event that put him behind bars for the rest of his life. By all accounts, including his own, David Kalak was an alcoholic. At one point while intoxicated, he drunkenly picked a fight with someone and was beaten so badly he had to be airlifted to a hospital in Seattle. During another, he crashed his car while drunk. His only saving grace was his girlfriend, Amber, who not only bailed him out of jail, but also tried to take the blame for what happened, telling police that she had been behind the wheel instead of him. During another arrest, he kicked out the windows of a squad car and smashed his head through a window. It's not surprising that David had other bad habits as well. He was formerly a meth user for 6 years and was prone to violence. Amber's friends claimed he had punched her in the face at one point, knocking her unconscious. The neighbors claimed that arguments between the two were a nightly occurrence. According to court records, David and Amber had an argument on the night of November 3rd. Her son later stated that it was over Amber wanting David to move out. At the same time, the documents state that she had recently undergone an abortion, which may have been a factor. Amber's son woke up at 6 a.m. the next day to see that David was gone and that his mother's bedroom door was closed. Nothing unusual given she got up for work after he left. But while at school, he got an uneasy feeling and wanted to go home. He texted his mother to no response, so from there he called his biological father, who took him to Amber's apartment. There, his mother's door was still shut, and a foul stench was emanating from under the door. Inside, he found his mother's body, just like David said he would from his post on 4chan. There were a few other disturbing details about the crime scene as well. David had taken Amber's driver's license and written the word "dead" on it, also writing "she killed me first" on a photo hanging on the wall. The blinds were let down, with the words "bad news" written on them. Given the clear sign of a struggle, police knew it was a homicide and began their investigation. David killed Amber sometime in the early minutes of November 4th, 2014, taking the photos at 1:07 and 1:09 a.m. From there, he stole Amber's car and texted one of his friends saying he had done something bad that would end up on the news soon. He turned off his phone, believing he wouldn't be traceable by doing so, and then made a few pit stops. First, to a convenience store to buy vodka and orange juice. Then he went to Walmart for a BB gun, the same one he planned to use for his end-of-life standoff with law enforcement. He sat in the parking lot for about 30 minutes, during which he made his post to 4chan. In a somewhat funny but also dark coincidence, he then made his way to Portland, Oregon, where he spent several hours at a bar, just like one anon said he would. But his relaxation was short-lived, as police spotted his stolen car. He began a hike.
What the fuck? What a random thing to get right. It's almost like he posted it from the bar, like, yeah, I am at the bar.
Speed chase, driving erratically into oncoming traffic to the point that the cops gave up, fearing that by pursuing him, other civilians would be injured. Once the chase ended, David abandoned Amber's car and set up a small camp in the woods. On a box spring, he wrote, "Dave's last stand," while on a piece of paper, he wrote, "I killed Amber Copland. I strangled her with my hands, then a shoelace. I had no reason other than I was drunk and she pissed me off. Running from the cops was so fun." David told court psychologists that he had taken around 20 to 25 pills of trazodone, a relatively strong sleeping medication. While he intended to take his own life, he instead woke up on a cold mattress in the middle of the woods. Shortly thereafter, he turned himself in. In court, David's lawyers admitted that he committed the homicide. He said that while his memory of events was sparse, he did have flashes here and there, confirming he had done the crime. His defense tried to argue that he had a diminished capacity, essentially saying that because he had such a severe drinking problem, it would be impossible for him to plan the killing ahead of time. The jury didn't buy it, as he was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 82 years in prison.
I mean, if he took that many sleeping pills, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if he did forget a little bit of something. He just took that much sleeping pills and woke up on a mattress? What the fuck? Like, oh yeah, I killed my fucking girlfriend yesterday, didn't I? What the fuck, man?
In the months following his arrest, the case was widely reported on as the 4chan killer. This is because just a few months prior, the site had gotten in hot water after it hosted photos from the fappening, an iCloud hack where hundreds of celebrities had their intimate photos posted for all to see. As a result, there was an increased interest in David and Amber's case, purely due to the online nature of it and its association with the most controversial image board of its time. This aspect ultimately piqued the interest of a small YouTube channel called Killer's Crawlspace. They managed to make contact with David in prison and even conducted an interview with him over the phone in 2022.
Right before my crime, which was, first-degree murder, I stayed drunk for, it must have been 8 months straight. Still not even sure to this day how I managed to hold down a job. But all that led up to me girlfriend.
One thing that's easy to notice is that David has a very different recollection of events than everyone else. He claims that the two didn't frequently argue or get physical, which directly contradicts what Amber's friend said, which included him punching her in the nose and one attempted drowning. As for the day of the crime itself, he says he remembers waking up and drinking immediately before going to his job. What Amber's friend said, which included him punching her in the nose and one attempted drowning. As for the day of the crime itself, he says he remembers waking up.
She was probably waiting to ask him to leave since they being knocked unconscious part, then I'm assuming. Because that doesn't sound like something you just, like, it happens to you and then you just let it go. Probably thinking, like, what? You're probably, like, on your feet.
Drinking immediately before going to his job, which was carpentry and painting. He stopped to get some drinks on the way home, but claims to have no recollection of arriving at the house or the argument that night.
I remember like a flash of having my hands around her neck, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember the act of actually strangling anybody.
He goes on to say he does have a vague memory of his chase with police and being in the woods before he ultimately turned himself in. David says that while he agrees he deserved to go to prison for what he did, 82 years is excessive.
It sure looked like it was me that did this crime, and I can understand doing time for that. 100%.
I agree. 82 years or whatever is excessive. An excessive waste of our fucking money. Just kill him and get him out of the way. Fucking waste of time.
I can understand doing, a large portion of years for that, but 82 for something that I can't even remember doing seems excessive.
While multiple sources confirm his alcohol problem, it's questionable if he truly has no memory of the crime he committed. In any case, it's for the best he's in prison, as whether he can recall it or not, Amber's life was cut brutally short. And whatever state David was in not only compelled him to kill her, but also to post photos of her corpse online for all to see, undoubtedly scarring her friends, family, and children for years to come. Despite David's questionable past, no one in his life assumed he was willing to actually kill someone. Unfortunately, the same applies to Neil Allen McInnes, despite having far worse warning signs. By looking at Neil's community college profile page, you wouldn't think he was destined for a life of jail time. He writes that he was going to school for computer graphics and web design, and that he made the website himself. He says he likes going on walks, he has a cat, and he spends his free time building websites. One day, I hope to work in New York City or another big city. I want to make websites for a living and make graphics in my spare time. In pursuit of his education and working a part-time job at Old Navy, there was little reason to suspect Neil had something darker beneath the surface. But his family was aware of serious psychological issues he had stretching back several years. The trouble seemingly began in high school, when for reasons unknown to the general public, Neil became depressed and attempted to take his own life. Around the same time, he began planning a massacre at his high school, only being unable because he wasn't old enough to purchase firearms on his own. He ended up writing down his plans, which were discovered by his parents and given to his therapist. Throughout his teenage years, Neil made 2 more attempts on his own life and was eventually placed in a rehab center until his mental health improved. Thankfully, after continued therapy, he was able to leave the facility, and he got better to the point that his psychologist took him off the medication he had been taking. It seems like he had a pretty bright future ahead of him until he decided to throw it all away. On April 12th of 2013, a thread was made to the B board of 4chan. Hey B, it's me. My name is Neil McInnes, and I go to New River Community College in Christiansburg, Virginia, 10 minutes away from Virginia Tech. I'm going to give you all the details because the news never gets it right. Stevens 320 shotgun, buckshots and slugs. Want to listen? After this, he attaches a Broadcastify link. This is the same website that users in the previous entry would use to listen in on police activity. This link led to the New River Valley Public Safety broadcast, the local law enforcement in Virginia where Neil is from. He continues, I'm a bit nervous because I've never really handled a shotgun, but a few times with the Christiansburg police. Anyways, this is not a high score game, but actually a lesson. That's why I'm at school. Bizarrely, he then links his community college profile page before saying he doesn't think taking his own life will be necessary in the shooting. From here, people who saw the thread began listening to the police radio and quickly realized that this was no hoax. Is this legit? The public safety link is actually on about someone at a college in jeans and a hoodie with a shotgun. Am I hearing what I think I'm hearing? They captured him. They were talking about a guy with a shotgun who shot someone. I think it's a recording though, because I checked all their local news sites and there's no reports yet. I'm in Sydney. It's 5 a.m. Thought I was gonna go to bed, but nope. I hope OP gets brutally and horrifyingly murdered and he doesn't kill a single person. Ultimately, only half of this wish would come true. Neil's post on B was made at 1:52 p.m., 3 minutes before the shooting began. Neil entered the mall where his community college was housed with a 12-gauge shotgun, raised it, and began shooting at people. It took 4 shots before he realized the safety was on, enough time for his immediate targets to escape. One girl, Taylor Sharp, was 4 feet away from him when he pulled the trigger, but thanks to the delay, she was able to put some distance between them. Ultimately, she was still wounded in the chest and received a permanent hand injury, but she survived the ordeal. The other woman shot was Christina B. in the back. After playing dead, she was able to get up and run. By this point, almost everyone else nearby had scattered, so Neil began stalking the halls looking for any sign of life. He fired into one room, although he didn't manage to hit anyone. Upon finding a locked door, he tried pretending to be a victim himself to get inside, saying, "Help, he's gonna get me, let me in." Unfortunately for him, former Marine James Gorman, the mall security director, had found him. He was unarmed and simply started yelling at Neil to get down, and surprisingly, he complied. Gorman tackled him, and the police got there shortly after. Despite the injuries caused, we can be thankful there were no deaths during Neil's shooting. From here, the authorities began picking apart what led to it happening in the first place. During a police interview directly following the attack, he stated that he had an out-of-body experience.
I bet his yelling put the fear of God in him. I bet that guy's had some sort of vocal, like he just was so, he must have terrified that dude. And yeah, maybe it started an out-of-body experience. What am I doing?
In the first place. During a police interview directly following the attack, he stated that he had an out-of-body experience while it happened, describing himself as being blacked out. "I was just like doing it," he said. In the aftermath, it was determined that he had lied to his doctors when he said he didn't have homicidal thoughts, intentionally avoiding medication so that his negative feelings would fester. His mental issues appeared more severe than anyone realized, as while he was in jail awaiting trial, he had delusions of shooting imaginary people and, quote, wanting to lie under his victims' bodies and feel their blood on him until he felt like a god during the shootings. One strange detail I'd like to add is that before the shooting, he withdrew $300 and left it at his job at Old Navy, with a note that said, "For anyone who needs it." While his history of poor mental health and previous homicidal ideation were taken into account, most prominent was a series of videos he recorded before the attack. They were never posted online, instead recorded to his laptop 48 hours before his 4chan post. In them, he reportedly complained about mundane life nuisances, rude Walmart employees, his long-distance relationship with an ex-girlfriend, and various rejections from other women. But the most prominent topic was shootings themselves. He compared himself to notorious gunmen like Virginia Tech, Columbine, and the Aurora shooter, before saying that it's too easy to purchase guns and that schools need better security. "I'm not saying we need cops in schools, but we need to have something where people can't hurt people," he said. "It's just real easy to get guns." In the videos, he said he spent his previous weekend getting the gun he would use for his crime, but says that if he hadn't been able to get it, he would have just taken his own life. Finally, he considered how the attack would actually play out, fantasizing about pulling the fire alarm to draw people outside so he could open fire on a crowd. These videos were played in court in front of the victims, their families, and his own parents. While his family cried, he reportedly showed no emotion, although he did tell the victims to stay strong and said he would accept any treatment given to him. He was ultimately sentenced to 68 years in prison, but is eligible for parole in 38. He was also ordered to pay almost $150,000 in total to the victims. If he does make parole, then he'll be released on probation at 56 years of age. Although I have to say, considering his crime, the sentence seems exceedingly lenient. A YouTuber who went to the same college, Zyback TV, uploaded a video when it happened, stating that one of his friends had skipped class that day to play the DLC for an at the time popular Star Wars game. He remarks that had his friend been more responsible, he could have met his end that day. To this day, it's unknown why Neil made his post to 4chan, although Occam
if my friend had been more responsible, he would have died. Is he complaining that he stayed at home? I can hear that again.
Exceedingly lenient. A YouTuber who went to the same college, Zyback TV, uploaded a video when it happened, stating that one of his friends had skipped class that day to play the DLC for an at the time popular Star Wars game. He remarks that had his friend been more responsible, he could have met his end that day. To this day, it's unknown why Neil made his post to 4chan, although Occam's razor would dictate he wanted attention for his crime. Seeking notoriety seems to be a trend among those who document their crimes on the website, and our next subject is no exception. On August 21st
hell?
of 2015, an anonymous user posted an image. It contained a graduation photo of a young woman next to a photo of a woman lying down on a bed. She
Oh,
was
this
covered
is the 4chan serial killer.
in blood and appeared to be deceased. There was also a timestamp piece of paper underneath it with a poster writing /B August 21st, 05. The caption read, "I have killed several women for pleasure. If you can guess the name of any of these women, I will upload their photo. No more than 10 names per post. Any more than that will be ignored. Some are Polaroids and others were taken with a disposable camera. I also have pictures of them before death when I was able to do so. If you guess all of the names, I will show you where I dumped a body in 1999. The first one is free, as her name is unlikely to be guessed." As I mentioned previously, 4chan is known for trolling and shit posts, so the first few replies were very skeptical. However, some did try playing along with the game, posting their best guesses.
The first reply, fake and also gay, which was a very common reply, fake and gay.
One guessed Shannon, Kelly, Madison, Courtney, Trisha, to which the original poster replied, "Wow, off to a great start. Incredible. I fixed my timestamp, my mistake." Attached was a photo of the same piece of paper, now with the timestamp fixed to reflect the right date, and a photo of a woman's body. She appeared mostly unclothed, once again lying on a bed, completely brutalized. While some users still tried calling this poster's bluff, the photos themselves were pretty convincing, so certain anons began asking real questions as to what was going on. How could you get these photos developed with a disposable camera? It's required to alert the police to anything weird going on in any photo that is developed. The original poster initially ignored his question, instead replying to his own post with a new photo, captioned, "This is from before I played with her." It shows a cardboard box with a woman stuffed inside of it face down, her feet sticking out at awkward angles, obviously deceased. He then replied to the previous post as to how the photos were made, simply saying, "I developed them." People tried making sense of what was going on, with one anon speculating that they were crime scene photos and the OP was just messing around with old evidence. Others kept submitting more names, but apparently nobody was able to guess correctly. This wouldn't stop the OP from returning once more. His newest caption was, "Isn't she pretty?" accompanied by a few images. At the bottom of the screen, the same photograph of a woman stuffed into a box is visible, and on the top layer is a picture of a woman on a bed. This time, she's alive, smiling at the camera. Underneath it is an extremely creepy image of what looks like a decaying corpse with puffy and exaggerated features. All in all, I'd hate to rank these photos in terms of how disturbing they are, but this one is definitely as unsettling as all the rest. It began dawning on users that even if the OP was pulling some kind of practical joke, the photos looked like real dead people. The rest of the initial thread was people guessing more names, although the OP disappeared back into the dark recesses for the time being. Whoever he was, he had officially piqued the interest of 4chan's user base, so much so that a few hours later, a new thread was made on X, the paranormal board. Ready to catch a killer, X? This was posted on B a few hours ago. He attached a screenshot of the thread and all of the photos the OP had submitted, and people began
The paranormal board is like our green threads. So if you ever heard of green thread, that's what they're referring to. It's like crime or paranormal threads.
trying to figure out anything they could. Their best guess at the time was still the crime scene photo theory, although they did note the lack of evidence markers, which would usually be present. If the evidence photos theory is true, it's likely they are as-is photos, the initial images taken of a crime scene before any markers are placed. Of course, the question still remains who was posting them. A police officer? Someone with access to evidence who decided to pull a prank? Others gave out the possibility that this was a real serial killer, noting that such cases often involved an attention-seeking element, like when the Zodiac Killer sent ciphers to newspapers. One detail they did notice was writing on the sheets of one photo, reading CA Textile, but the company they tried matching it to sold nationwide and had a different print on their linens anyway. With that lead going nowhere, they noticed that at least on the surface level, the woman in the graduation photo did appear to be the same woman lying down on a bed with blood all over her, fully clothed. Upon first glance, they had the same hair, same facial features, and they thought it looked like she was wearing the same necklace. One user de-warped the graduation photo and posted it to make it easier to reverse image search, allowing another anon to make the first big discovery. So, X, I got news for you. I identified the graduation photo victim. This means two things. One, this guy is actually the killer, since the police found this girl's body next to a road in Las Vegas. Two, we have a new lead. Here we go. Victim named Sean
Give me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. I'd like to keep listening to this. I don't want to miss one, so let me put this on in the background. I'm just going to let my dogs
Wally
out. I'll be back
is
in a
a
few
serial
minutes.
killer. That's the theory.
This is every dark movie theory that will ruin your childhood, and apparently Wally is a serial killer is the first starting point. What?
Wally is a serial killer. That's the theory. And once you hear the evidence, it's hard to unhear it. Pixar tells everyone that Wally developed a personality glitch over 700 years alone on Earth, and that glitch turned him into something way more calculating than a cute trash compactor. He's got a truck full of shelves, and those shelves are packed with what the movie itself calls spare Wally parts. When his eye gets knocked off, he just rotates the shelf and grabs a replacement like he's done it 100 times. When his treads wear out, he strips a better pair off a rusted unit lying nearby and straps them right on. He never tries to fix the other robots. He never even acknowledges them as anything other than inventory. By the time Eve rebuilds him after Otto crushes him, she's pulling from a stash that includes circuit boards, solar panels, and enough spare hardware to basically resurrect him from scratch. So the question becomes, where did all that come from? And the theory says it came from centuries of quietly picking apart every other robot on the planet until he was the last one standing. Self-preservation dialed all the way up, dressed in googly eyes and a childlike voice. The children on the Polar Express are dead. Hero Boy doesn't pack a bag, doesn't tell his parents, he's just lying perfectly still in bed, and suddenly a train shows up outside his window in the middle of the night. Every kid on board is wearing pajamas, no adults anywhere, no one questioning where they're all headed. The conductor already knows private details about each child before they even board. The train stops at exactly the right addresses, like it's working off a very specific list. Time itself freezes at 5 minutes before midnight for the entire trip, not moving forward until they arrive. There's a hobo riding the train who, according to deleted material, is confirmed to be a ghost, someone who actually died on that very train. The train survives falls, crashes, and drops that should kill every passenger on board without a scratch on anyone. And at the North Pole, Santa doesn't just hand out toys, he personally evaluates each child's character flaws and hands them exactly the lesson they needed: patience, leadership, friendship, belief, like he's judging souls rather than kids on a field trip. Even the golden tickets get punched with a single word each, almost like a final verdict. It's one of those theories where once you notice the pattern, the whole cheerful Christmas movie starts feeling a whole lot more like a story about crossing over rather than a story about a train ride. By the way, if you guys like movie content like this, I would really appreciate it if you could subscribe. Thanks. Anyways, Captain Hook killed Ariel's mother. This one connects two totally separate Disney movies. In The Little Mermaid, Ariel's beginning, Queen Athena dies when a pirate ship crashes into a lagoon full of merpeople, and the attackers are never named. But over in Peter Pan, Captain Hook straight up says his men already searched Mermaid Lagoon, meaning his crew has history invading mermaid territory. When the mermaids hear his name later in that film, they instantly panic and dive underwater, which suggests they've had a bad run-in with him before. There's also a red-headed mermaid hanging around Neverland in the original Peter Pan who looks a whole lot like Athena, never given a name. Put it together and you get a queen who may have once visited that same lagoon community, a pirate captain known for terrorizing it, and a tragedy that lines up with exactly the kind of violence Hook's crew is shown committing elsewhere. The Smurfs are a white supremacist cult. Stick with me here, because the visual evidence alone is wild. You've got an entire village of nearly identical figures wearing matching white pointed caps, and standing above them is one leader dressed in red, treated as the ultimate authority, whose word is law. Brainy Smurf straight up says Papa Smurf is always right. The whole society is closed off, hidden in a forest, protecting a population that's basically one uniform bloodline. Then there's Gargamel, their sworn enemy, drawn with the exact features used in old anti-Semitic caricatures, hunched, hook-nosed, obsessed with turning Smurfs into gold. And his cat's name is Azrael, which in Hebrew and Islamic tradition is literally the angel of death. None of this proves intent, but once you notice the pattern, it's tough to shake. Spirited Away is a metaphor for child prostitution. Miyazaki himself gave interviews connecting the bathhouse to Japan's red light districts, comparing modern society to the adult entertainment industry. In the Roman album, he was asked why the bathhouse doesn't have one big communal bath like a normal public bathhouse would, and he said it's because of the shady stuff happening there. An assistant director even wrote that Miyazaki described the whole plot as a girl working at a soapland, which is a real adult business in Japan,
and immediately connected her fake name Seni to a professional alias. Chihiro is 10 years old. Her identity gets stripped the moment she signs Yubaba's contract. She's assigned a room, a uniform, and a boss who tells the staff they can do whatever they want with her if she messes up. Her first big assignment is literally called her debut in the script. Then, No Face shows up, offering unlimited gold just to get her attention, and Yubaba orders her to go win him over and drain every coin out of him. Make of that what you will. Scar ate Mufasa. This theory blew up on TikTok back in 2021, and it's stuck around ever since. Think about it. Scar orchestrates the entire stampede, personally digs his claws into Mufasa's arms, drops him into the gorge, and then he's the only adult lion who actually knows where the body is. Simba finds him lying there, alone, no one else around. Scar shows up right after, manipulates Simba into running, sends the hyenas after him too, and just like that, every witness clears out of the area, leaving Mufasa's body completely unguarded. There's no funeral, no burial. The movie never explains what happens to it. Now, pair that with how Scar's introduced earlier, dangling a mouse over his mouth, playing with it before eating it, then catching Zazu in his jaws and getting ready to swallow him too. Years later, deep into his reign, he's shown in his cave gnawing on a bone and casually holding a skull while singing about coconuts, right after Zazu brings up Mufasa's name and Scar explodes with rage. Lions really do scavenge, and there are documented cases of them eating other lions. So the pieces are all there if you want to connect them. Kristoff is wearing Sven's mother's skin. This one's dark in a quiet way. When Kristoff and Sven are first introduced, they're both kids, a young Sammy boy and a baby reindeer calf, completely alone, no parents in sight, following the ice harvesters until the harvesters just leave them behind. The trolls scoop them up together like they're a match set. Baby reindeer stick close to their mothers for protection and food, but Sven's mom is never shown, never mentioned, nothing. Meanwhile, Kristoff's outfit is covered in shaggy pale fur that matches Sven's exact coloring. And Disney's own team has said his design was inspired by real Sami reindeer herders, who traditionally use reindeer hide for clothing because it's warm, durable, and it's what they had access to. So you've got a fur-trimmed coat on a boy who grew up with an orphaned reindeer calf. In a culture where reindeer pelts are standard material, doesn't take much to connect the dots there. The elves murdered the original Santa. In the first Santa Claus movie, an unnamed Santa falls off Scott Calvin's roof, disappears without a trace, and leaves behind a card with instructions telling whoever finds it to put on the suit. Scott does, and just like that, he's the new Santa. No vote, no explanation, no one asking any questions. Bernard doesn't seem shocked at all. He doesn't ask where the old Santa went, doesn't organize a search, doesn't grieve. He just accepts the transfer like it's routine paperwork. And here's the kicker. Elves are shown hanging around Scottstown before any of this happens, watching him at Denny's on the same night Santa dies. That's surveillance that started before Scott ever touched the suit. Tim Allen has actually said an earlier script draft had Scott shoot Santa, thinking he was a burglar. And Disney changed it to the rooftop fall because they didn't want their hero literally murdering Santa on page 1. Even with the rewrite, the core idea stuck. An old leader gets removed at exactly the right house, and a workforce that supposedly loved him for centuries doesn't blink. Aladdin takes place after the apocalypse. Disney itself calls Agrabah a mythical city, no date, no real-world location. But the genie says he's been trapped in that lamp for 10,000 years, and the second he's freed, he starts doing impressions of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Groucho Marx, Ed Sullivan, Rodney Dangerfield, Jack Nicholson. These are all real 20th century celebrities. He turns Abu into a 1957 Cadillac with tail fins. He becomes a flight attendant pointing out emergency exits. He builds an entire game show set. None of that fits a world that's supposedly ancient and untouched by modern civilization. So the theory says the genie picked up all this cultural knowledge before he got sealed away, and if you do the math, that places Aladdin's world somewhere around 12,000 years in the future, long after our own civilization collapsed and got buried under sand, leaving behind nothing but scattered technology that the survivors now just call magic. Monsters, Inc. is set in a world where humans don't exist. This one flips the whole franchise upside down. The idea is that Monstropolis isn't some alternate dimension sitting next to our world. It's Earth, just thousands of years in the future, long after humanity wiped itself out or disappeared entirely. The monsters are what's left, mutated descendants of whatever survived, and they've built a civilization that looks eerily like ours because it basically grew out of the ruins of ours. The closet doors aren't portals to a parallel universe, they're time machines. sending monsters backward into the past to harvest scream energy from children who lived centuries before them. That explains the company's obsession with contamination. It's not that human kids are toxic, it's that bringing anything back from the past could mess with the timeline these monsters depend on to keep their entire power grid running.
As soon as I walked in, I'm like, this is Monster Inc. or something else. The other thing that ran in my mind, I can't remember. All right. Sorry about the wait. It was 10 minutes, basically. Good Lord. All right, let's get back to this.
This means two things. One, this guy is actually the killer, since the police found the girl's body next to a road in Las Vegas. Two, we have a new lead. Here we go. Victim named Shauna Maynard, found in Las Vegas in 1999. The graduation photo was, in fact, an exact match.
So we're still on the 4chan serial killer. So this guy is the guy who's, multiple serial killer, multiple kills.
Shauna Maynard went missing 17 years before the 4chan post in April of 1998. She was 17 years old, having run away from her California home after an argument with her parents. She was living with several other women at an apartment complex in Las Vegas, while working at a restaurant to get by. Her parents had no idea where she was, as she and her friends completely cut them off from information. What we do know is that around 2 a.m. on April 21st, one of her friends received a call saying that there was a problem at her apartment, believed by police to be an argument between Shauna and someone else. Around 3 a.m., an officer reported hearing a gunshot in the dark. Shauna's body was found the next day about 15 miles from...
Not much, just relaxing and watching videos, or rather listening to them, and gaming.
from her apartment. She had been shot multiple times, including in the face. She didn't have any belongings with her, and her apartment had been cleared out of her possessions. Her parents' best guess was that someone tried to come onto her, and she declined, leading to the argument and her death. Although there's no direct evidence to support this theory. The week of her death, the Las Vegas police were asking the public for any information about her slaying, and as of the thread being posted to 4chan, her case was still unsolved. While the Anons attempted to match other photos in the post to other missing women, ultimately, Shauna was the only confirmed match. If the photos were truly of her body, they would have had to be taken between the hours of 3 a.m. when the gunshots were reported and the time when the police found her body on the side of the road that morning. However, the woman in the image didn't appear to have any gunshot wounds, and this also wouldn't account for the other pictures, which appeared to be of different people. A third, fourth, and fifth thread was created, speculating that the killer or the original poster, if they were even related, was either from Northern California or Las Vegas.
D.B. Cooper's my dad, actually. He had me in air.
Based on the fact that she ran away from her home of California to Las Vegas. All of their internet detective work would mount in an infographic that was being spread across 4chan at the time, putting together the small amount of information they had. It reads, "We know that the photo of the high school grad is Shauna Maynard, but we don't know for sure that the girl on the bed is 100% her. There are reports that Shauna Maynard was shot on scene in Vegas and that an officer heard the gunfire. Why would the killer torture her or fake photos of her only to kill her on a Vegas strip where he could potentially be heard or seen?" While thread after thread was posted, ultimately very little information was gleaned from the collective work of X's user base. There were still so many unknowns. Who were the women in the other photographs? If none of the women were Shauna, then why include a photo of her specifically? Then, almost 24 hours on the dot after the first post, he returned to B. The caption this time was simply, "Dying. Dying." The attached photo had a new timestamp, this one correct, as well as another developed photo. This one was of a man lying on a bed with blood covering his face. It looks like he's holding something up to the camera, but his eyes are obscured by a ripped up piece of paper placed over it. 8 minutes later, another post. This one shows the same man at a closer angle, once again with blood on his lips. Behind it is another photo, and although it's partially covered, it appears to be a woman lying down. Her shirt is pulled up to expose her bra, and once again it appears that she's been battered, although the rest of the image is cut off. Based on her shirt and the necklace, it seems like it's the same woman from the first post, which users at the time were speculating to be Shauna Maynard. Weirdly, the poster mistakenly wrote 2005 on this piece of paper as well, just like he did in the first post. 3 minutes later, he made a new reply. "I'll be back in a month to finish our game. If it is not this exact timestamp with an updated date, it is not me." Attached here is the most unique out of all the images uploaded. A man in a red ski mask with sunglasses on, holding a shotgun pointed at the camera. From the photo, we can see he's white and he may have brown hair.
I had a feeling it's some conspiracy stuff. Anyways,
based
gonna get
on
back
part
to
of his
those.
eyebrow being visible, but that's about it. He left shortly thereafter and the thread was archived before a new discussion thread was made to X. Despite the original poster's bravado, from here, people grew more skeptical of who he was. They pointed out differences between the graduation photo of Shauna and the dead lady it was posted with, like their necklaces actually being different upon closer inspection. They also pointed out that the supposed killer was basically edging people with information now without giving away anything real for them to look into. At the time, this case inspired a video by YouTube channel Gloomy House, as well as a few Reddit threads that got a good amount of attention. Back in the threads on B and X, users themselves said they had submitted tips to the FBI. So with this much traction...
Well, you don't have to get up that early. I mean, you could skip it, or it'll inevitably be, you could watch it somewhere else. Like, I think Candace's own channel stream. I don't know if it'll be a members only thing. I have no idea. I mean, there's a bunch of channels that are streaming it. Fuentes, whatever, Candace, Andrew's Crucible. There's another one. So there's at least 5 sources you could watch it from.
Contact to investigators, it was only a matter of time before they weighed in. On September 28th of 2015, a local Las Vegas news station reported that the entire thing was a hoax. However, the information they gave was very vague. In regards to the OP being Shauna Maynard's killer, they simply said, Las Vegas police officials tell Action News the claim is not valid, but they wouldn't elaborate. From there, it stated that the LVPD had hired 2 retired detectives to look into Shauna's case again. And whoever the poster was, they undoubtedly caused a lot of emotional turmoil for her family.
Metro officials say the post is not valid, but they wouldn't elaborate. According to retired Metro Lieutenant Randy Sutton, the hoax probably won't hurt a cold case, but it would waste a lot of time and resources.
True as this may be, there are still so many questions left on it.
This whole 4chan serial killer thing, I thought this had been a guy who had done like 2 murders, you know what I mean, and therefore was able to be dubbed a serial killer. I didn't know it was this extensive. Because I heard about this, but I just, like, obviously I didn't use 4chan in the 2010s. I'm too old for that shit.
The photos of dead people weren't Shauna, then who were they? Are they real corpses at all? Why did the poster specifically choose a printed picture of her to pair with the photos when there are plenty of others who have gone missing in Las Vegas who he could have chosen? Where are the photos from in the first place? One explanation is that someone stole images from an evidence locker somewhere, or maybe a police officer took his work home and one of his kids decided to play a sick joke on his favorite image board. Maybe this was a real killer on the loose, and the cops were waiting to confirm more information, not wanting to tip off the public and spoil the investigation. But if that had been the case, you'd think we would have found out by now. To this day, it's unknown who made these posts, and given it's been a decade since this all went down, it's likely we'll never have a solid explanation unless the poster himself comes forward to explain himself. But not every disturbing poster hides behind a mask. Some not only brag about their crimes, but also don't even try to hide who they are. In 2017, Marcel Hest was what most people would expect the typical 4chan user to be. He was an antisocial 19-year-old who spent late nights on his computer, playing games and talking about his interests online. He came from a low-income family, with his parents receiving welfare benefits, and Marcel himself seemed to lack motivation for anything. He never had a job or pursued higher education, instead spending his time inside. To some, his appearance mirrored the typical shooter archetype, wearing military clothing and boots around town. This is because the one aspiration he did have was to join the German army, to which he applied in the fall of...
I need that Neo 3 DLC on the 19th. I wish it would come out sooner. Sitting here on Neo 3.
2016. Unfortunately for him, the application was rejected, so he resolved to take his own life. But both of his attempts failed, and as a result, he turned his anger at himself outwards. So he went to the neighbor's house where he found their grade school son. Marcel lured him to his house by asking for help with a ladder. He brought him inside his home and then stabbed him 58 times. As gruesome as this is on its own, much more disturbing were early reports that he had filmed the entire attack. During that fateful day, Marcel had been messaging one of his friends on WhatsApp. He began by asking him what method of taking himself out would be more effective, a toaster in the bathtub or carbon monoxide, attached as an image of a knife, the same he would ultimately use for his crime. As we know, he didn't successfully follow through with either of his attempts, so he went on to kill his neighbor. In the chats, he reportedly sent photos of his lifeless body, and we can see him sending his friend an audio message, which has since been preserved on YouTube. "I can't be bothered anymore," he says. "I don't want to work. That's pretty much the only reason. I ought to be writing job applications soon, But nah, I just can't manage that whole grind. I mean, I could just take myself out right now, but I actually just killed the neighbor. Honestly, it doesn't feel that big of a deal. To be honest, my hand is bleeding now, and that's the only thing bothering me. Just wash the blood off. One of my shoes is still bloody, but that's about it. I figure I'll turn myself in somewhere in a few days and then enjoy life in prison. Maybe I'll lure another neighbor over and do the same thing. Then I'll have 2 murders on my conscience. He goes on to say that his insides, meaning his organs, felt very strange, and he thought about pulling out his own entrails. He followed this up by sending his friend another photo of the knife he used, and showing the blood on his boots. Was totally easy, he says. Can turn 1 murder into 2. Getting rid of my SIM card now. See you, space cowboy. His friend says he doesn't know what to do, and instead of calling the police, he's going to ask B for help. Great idea. On the same day Jaden was killed, Marcel's friend posted to the random board of 4chan. A friend of mine wanted to plan his death, but then he killed the neighbor. WTF, B? Alongside it, he shared the chat logs, which quickly spread across the boards. Jaden's family returned home to find him missing, leading his stepfather to go searching for him and eventually find his body in the basement of Marcel's house, immediately starting a nationwide manhunt. The video he had recorded of the murder had also reportedly been posted to a darknet forum, where it was then further distributed online. Although this specific detail disappeared from German reporting with time, so I'm guessing the only posts were made to 4chan. Marcel hid in the woods before going to his friend Christopher's house. They had gone to school together, and Chris hadn't heard anything about the crime thus far, given it had just happened. As a result, he agreed to let Marcel stay there for a few days. That night, as an autopsy was performed on his victim's body, and police desperately searched the area for the killer, Marcel and Christopher were inside playing video games. They went to bed, but by the next morning, his friend obviously became aware of the news pretty quick, given how far it was spreading online. He confronted Marcel, who in response stabbed him 68 times, killing him. Instead of fleeing, Marcel stayed in the apartment with his friend's body. Outside the walls, the police were searching anywhere they could. Part of the issue with their investigation was so many false reports being filed. At one point, someone posing as Marcel posted an image on 4chan claiming to be at a train station. The police figured out which one and searched it, finding nothing. They similarly searched a hospital and a school, all to no avail. All the while, posts like this were making the rounds. I'm up now, barely slept a wink due to nerves. It's about to start. I'll try to upload the video at 8 o'clock, and at 8:30, I'll be in a public square trying to take as many people as possible along to Valhalla. I hope I manage to entertain you guys as well. While photos of the following posts are hard to come by, many sources state that Marcel was repeatedly posting to 4chan in the time after he killed Christopher. In the afternoon of Tuesday, March 7th, 2017, 24 hours after killing Jaden, and only half a day after Chris's death, he supposedly posted photos of Chris's corpse to B. He also claimed to have killed a third person, this time a woman, and then traveled 80 kilometers by train to escape the immediate area. To prove that it was him, he sent time-stamped photos of Christopher's body, although there were no photos of the female victim, as there never was one. Police believe Marcel lied to divert their attention from the immediate area. This is where we get his supposed manifesto, also posted to the boards. Hey B-tards and Polacks, I've been reading along nearly all of the threads of my deeds on B while sorting the fridge in my flat I'm currently at. Finally done setting up PayPal and Amazon, ordered tons of food and some first aid stuff. Not for my hosts, naturally. The police and media, not that there is any difference, have been calling me power hungry and very unstable. However, I feel rational. Since before my killings and even after, I cleaned up a good part of this place, never bothered to at home. I'm focusing my thoughts on what my situation is and how to improve, not on mindlessly murdering pedestrians. I know this isn't Grand Theft Auto. I also know it takes time for people to die when shanked. Silencing them and looting them while also making sure nobody notices, like in Hitman, is near impossible. If I wanted to exert power fantasies, I wouldn't in the spur of the moment waste a kid. I'd get good in CSGO or something. Did people find my Steam yet? Sorry psychologist, but while my statements shouldn't be taken at face value, I don't think I fit your gets bullied and lashes out at nearest target MO. I always stood up to my bullies and became one myself. I got what I wanted. I'll not need to contribute to society via becoming an upstanding citizen. Economies work mostly by forced altruism, and I have zero interest in taking part of sustaining something so useless. I'm a hedonist. At the same time, I'd consider myself an existential nihilist. The universe doesn't care if some kid dies, or planet Earth. Even at a body count of 5, murder doesn't feel special to me. And with that, let the continued activities of the devious Marsaru entertain my friends on the dark web. P.S. I do feel proud of becoming a meme though. Marcel eventually got tired of sitting in Christopher's apartment with his body all day. So after 48 hours, he set fire to it before walking down the street to a Greek restaurant. He immediately told the owner who he was, the police were called, and he was arrested. During questioning, investigators described him as ice cold and emotionless. He readily confessed to both murders, but after questioning remained silent during the entire length of his trial. His lawyer's best argument was that he was not mature enough to be tried as an adult, which in Germany the courts determined as 21 years of age, but ultimately nobody bought it. He was sentenced to life in prison. The biggest question in this next case is actually if it has anything to do with 4chan at all. In late 2008, this image macro began circulating on 4chan, Reddit, and other forums. The top left shows a thread started with an image of a young girl, and the caption, "If anyone can guess their post number, I will tell you where she's buried." Each reply on 4chan has a corresponding number, and we can see poster after poster submitting their guesses before someone apparently got it right. WinRAR, the OP says, before leaving a set of coordinates. Following the red arrow takes us to the coordinates being put into Google Maps, which shows the coordinates are about 50 miles east of El Dorado. Finally, an article is attached, showing that the girl from the thread had been found dead about 50 miles east of El Dorado, Kansas. The girl in the post is Emily Sander. She was an 18-year-old student at Butler Community College in El Dorado who seemed to have a pretty typical life. Her website writes, she had just started college and was looking forward to getting her degree so she could move back home to Texas where all her friends and family were. On the night of November 3rd, 2007, she went to a Chinese restaurant with her friends in El Dorado where they met a 24-year-old named Israel Morales. He worked at a restaurant nearby and was staying in a motel. From there, she and Israel made their way to a bar, and they were reportedly seen going back to Israel's motel room. Hours later, the motel manager stopped by the room to find a torn screen and broken window. Inside, he found blood on the carpet, bed, and walls, as well as the bedspread missing. Meanwhile, Israel Morales was driving Emily 50 miles east of El Dorado. He dumped her body on the side of the road before taking off to evade capture. She wasn't found until days later, by which point Israel was the police's main suspect. But by then, he had fled for the southern border with his 16-year-old pregnant girlfriend. Apparently, the guy got around. While this case is horrific on its own, the media took a particular interest in it because of Emily's side gig. I mentioned her website earlier. It was actually created to host her own adult content. Apparently, she had it set up in such a way that people from her area wouldn't be able to access it, and she kept its knowledge relegated to a few close friends. But at the time, this kind of thing was considered much more scandalous. You gotta remember, this is before OnlyFans, so it was considered much more notable. As a result, when the media found out, they began reporting it as body found in search for teen adult film star. Nikki Watson, who described herself as a close friend of Sanders at Butler Community College in Kansas, first revealed Sanders' double life Wednesday, telling the Associated Press that Sander enjoyed making movies for extra money. Nobody in El Dorado knew besides her close friends, Watson said, adding that Sander had recently signed a contract with a company and had just told her parents about it over the Thanksgiving holiday. Sanders' boyfriend, according to Watson, did not approve. This angle drew the ire of some who felt like the media was blowing her side hustle out of proportion to sensationalize the story. At the very least, it's definitely true that these outlets were playing up this angle in their headlines to draw more attention to it. Even though the police said that there was no indication her secret life had anything to do with the murder, especially considering she had only been doing it for a few months, as she had only recently turned 18. While news articles drove traffic to her personal website, all of the not safe for work content was replaced with a message. To the media, it truly saddens us to see, in this day and age, that we still live in a society that ridicules a woman for doing something that is completely legal. We want to set the record straight. Emily...
She was a whore! There, I set the record straight. Moving on.
She was a solo model whose site went live September 25th, 2007. She was exactly that, a solo girl model. As soon as these false facts were released, you, the media, from the story you ran, have sent more traffic to Emily's adult site in 2 hours than the site has received in 2 months, since the site has gone live. We ask all media outlets, please show some class and respect, for once, on a very sad and misfortunate situation, and get back to the main focus now of capturing Israel Morales. They offer a reward of $3,773 for any information leading to his capture. Given the odd amount, my guess is that this was a small company she was working with, or her own personal friends and family putting out the message. The final line on the site reads, "You can run, but you cannot hide. Running to Mexico will not keep you safe from justice." Ultimately, they were right, as Mexican police arrested him and extradited him back to the United States for the ongoing investigation. Meanwhile, the angle from the media shifted from Emily being Zoe Zane, the adult star, to Israel potentially posting to 4chan before her death was discovered. uncovered. Emily ended up receiving her own Wikipedia page, which sparked a debate among contributors as to if the image macro was reflective of reality or some troll using the story's notoriety to get some kicks. One contributor points out how the coordinates seem to line up with where her body was found, guessing that Israel posted it himself. Another replies, "It's more likely that someone had connections with the police in my opinion, especially since they found the body on the 29th. And we can't really use a screen cap as a reliable source." I don't know what to think of the whole thing. Maybe if some news report came out about it, then it would pass the guidelines. Later on, another contributor asked if it was worth including in Emily's article, but they were shot down by someone pointing out that without a working archive of the thread, ultimately it was just speculation. The last reply in the discussion seems to have gone ignored, as today 4chan is absent from the page. And in fairness, as one writer for Vice pointed out, shenanigans were probably afoot, meaning someone from B probably just wanted to take credit for the murder. As for this murder case, Israel's best explanation for what happened was that he and Emily had gone back to the motel, continued drinking, and had sex. However, he left when a mystery man acquaintance of Emily's came to the hotel room and tried to rob him, and when he got back, she was dead. He then admitted that he got his belongings and put her body in the trunk of his car, drove 50 miles to dump her body, and then fled the country. When prosecutors pressed him on this, he said he was scared, figuring he would be blamed for the murder. The transcript from his cross-examination shows just how dumb this guy really is. So the guy came and attacked you, tried to get your money, and you just leave him there with Emily and all your stuff? "I just left," he said. "Did you tell anyone when you were coming back or if you were coming back?" "No," he said. No one bought his story, and he was sentenced to life in prison. As horrific as his crimes were, we can be thankful he's unable to hurt anyone else. Unfortunately, our next subject has yet to be fully punished. On Friday, February 28th of 2025, a thread was posted to B with the caption, "Hello." Attached was a photo of a woman who appeared to be deceased. She had a piece of paper placed on top of her body, timestamped to the day of the post, along with /B written on it, indicating that the image was original. There's a lot more detail I'm refraining from sharing here, but if the image is to be believed, she did not go peacefully. People immediately began replying, some with jokes, while others questioned its authenticity. The original poster replied saying, "That real," followed by, "I want Philby Killer." Based on his broken English and a logo present in the photo, users speculated he was in Southeast Asia. "Show us more. What terrible fourth world country are you in where we will never hear about her?" He responded minutes later, saying he was in Vietnam, and that his life was now measured in hours. From here on out, the thread evolved into perhaps the most 4chan thing ever. Arguments about if fascism is actually prevalent in the West, accompanied by animated adult content depicting women with male genitals. Glad to see everyone on B had their priorities straight that night. But 3 days later, on March 1st, they put all that aside when a discovery was made. "It's real," one anon wrote, attaching a screenshot of the original thread, along with a few images of a young Asian man being placed under arrest. They began searching for local articles, finding one that explained a bit more about the situation. A 47-year-old woman had gone out to collect scrap metal, something pretty common for many Vietnamese citizens. However, by morning, she had still not returned. Her husband went looking, only finding her bike, so he reported it to the police. Upon checking CCTV footage, they found that she had wandered into the house of a young man. He's described by the article as a local shut-in and video game addict, which, once again, would fit the archetype of a B frequenter in all fairness. She apparently went into his house at some point that night and didn't leave alive. Her body was discovered in what looks like the basement. They arrested him at the beach a few miles from the crime scene, but as of yet, he has still not faced trial. Authorities don't seem to be aware of the post yet, but there's no doubt that their suspect is the same one who posted to 4chan. Ironically, this case has received far less coverage than some of 4chan's hoaxes, with the most prominent being on the Internet Mystery subreddit. It goes to show that for every fake story these guys tell, once in a while, there's a real crime documented on the boards. Who knows how many of these cases exist, where the threads just never got any attention or have been lost to time. Robert Hawkins lived a troubled life from the earliest years he could remember. He was the product of two parents who just couldn't get along. They divorced in 1991 when Robert was just 3, but that was far from the end of the turmoil. His mother reportedly used cocaine and marijuana in front of her children, while allegations were made that his stepmother physically disciplined her kids and was verbally abusive. While some of his elementary school teachers recalled him being quiet, behavioral issues were present from an early age. While in primary school, he was hospitalized for depression and had a habit of hitting and biting his teachers. The most likely explanation for this was his tumultuous home life, and unfortunately, it persisted into his teenage years. When he was 14 years old, he threatened to kill his stepmother, causing his placement in a juvenile psychiatric facility. He spent high school bouncing between group homes and foster care, partially because he continued getting in trouble, but also because of his persistent drug use. Despite everything I've just said, employees at one facility he stayed at recalled him as a nice guy, who seemed to be in the best mood whenever his dad was around. But sadly, even these places didn't provide much respite for the guy, as allegations came out after his crime that he was taken advantage of there. He ultimately never finished high school, but by 19, he was out of a facility living with a family friend, Deborah Maruka Kovac. Robert had gone to Deborah's after his biological parents kicked him out, and in an interview she conducted after the crime, Deborah had nothing but nice things to say about him. She said she felt an obligation to take care of him given so many people had given up, and that while living there, he was always polite and respectful. She did say that he was socially awkward and showed signs of a traumatic upbringing.
He didn't know how to talk to people. He didn't maintain eye contact. He fidgeted all the time, chewed his fingernails, sat in the fetal position, was very mistrusting looking. You know, I remember one time when I yelled at my boys for something and he ducked like I was going to slap him.
Despite this, after months of living with the Maruka Kovacs, he seemed to be doing well. And while living there, he randomly bumped into his mother at the grocery store. He moved back in with her for Thanksgiving 2007, which Deborah described as a sort of fairy tale ending. Unfortunately, that didn't last long, as he was soon homeless again, but too embarrassed to ask anyone for help. On December 5th, 2007, Deborah received a phone call from Robert saying he had been fired from his job, before thanking her for everything she had done for him. He said he had left a note explaining everything. While the 3 pages do give insight into his state of mind at the time, they still leave many questions in the air. To his family, he writes, "I'm sorry for what I've put you through. I never meant to hurt all of you so bad, and I don't blame any one of you for disowning me. I just can't be a burden to you and my friends any longer. You are all better off without me. I can't take this meaningless existence anymore. I've been a constant disappointment, and that trend would have only continued." To his friends, he says, "I've been a piece of my entire life, and this is my only option. I know everyone will remember me as some sort of monster, but please understand that I just don't want to be a burden on the ones that I care for my entire life. I just want to take a few pieces of with me." He ends the note by giving out his social security number. Given how dismal the entire thing was, Deborah likely contacted Robert's mother, who then went to the police. She noticed that her husband's rifle was missing and believed Robert was going to take his own life. It's at this point, between when he left his current residence and before the shooting started, that Robert allegedly made his post to 4chan. "Later today, I'm going to bring my rifle to Von Maur department store at the Westroads Mall, Omaha, Nebraska, to try and beat Cho's high score." Cho being in reference to the Virginia Tech shooter who killed 32 people in 2007, about 6 months prior to Robert's crime. If the post's existence is to be believed, then the
I heard that little comment when I was away, the post where that guy's like, "Tell us, what terrible fourth world hellscape do you live in?" The replies on 4chan are always fucking hilarious. Fourth world, not third world.
are all encouraging him to go through with it, although it's possible they didn't think he was being serious, given the photo he attached was of Frank the cat from the classic Icon has cheeseburger meme. The post was apparently made at 12:38, which would have given him time to get to his final destination, the Westroads Mall. He entered the Von Maur department store at 1:36 p.m. unarmed. After walking around a bit to scope out the area, he left and returned with his stepfather's AK-47. He rode the elevator to the top floor and stepped out into the girls 7 to 16 section and immediately started shooting. He shot 2 women standing by some clothing racks, both of which died. And given they were both adults in that section, it's even more tragic to consider they were probably shopping for their kids. Once the shots rang out, everyone in the store realized what was happening and started running. Robert shot one man trying to escape through a side door and another as he was running down an escalator. He leaned over a railing to kill a janitor on the first floor before returning to Von Maur, where one woman was killed running into the employee locker room. He found 4 employees huddled behind the customer service desk and shot them all before turning around and shooting another man. By the end of his rampage, 8 were dead. Beverly Flynn, Janet Jorgensen, Gary Joy, John McDonald, Gary Scharf, Angela Schuster, Diane Trent, and Maggie Webb. Robert turned the gun on himself as the police closed in. His mother later apologized to the families of the victims on national television, saying, "I'm not perfect, I know that. But you tell me, what could I have done differently? I did my best." Tragically, this wouldn't even be the end of the deaths associated with this case. Shortly after the shooting took place, another Anon posted to 4chan, "Listen up, this is my last message. Tomorrow, a massacre will go down. I will not stop until I am incapacitated incapacitated, or killed by a police officer. Law enforcement took the threat seriously and began investigating, only to find it had been made on the other side of the globe by a 20-year-old Australian. After an international manhunt involving over 100 people, they tracked down Jared Willis of Melbourne and took him in for questioning. Given he didn't own any guns and was so far away, the explanation given was that he was making an edgy joke with no real intent to harm anyone. It was proposed at the time that cops in the US would seek over $100,000 from him, although how they were going to get that is somewhat unclear. He apparently was never charged for this incident, but was due in court due to some kind of defamation he committed via email, although details on this are very difficult to come by. He died before he was able to stand trial, just 6 months after the 4chan hoax post fiasco, although no cause of death was given. Now, as disturbing as the cases I've covered so far have been, the case of Dr. Glove...
I think this is the last 10 minutes. This is the last one. I saved it for last. Okay. Dr.
months
Gloves.
after the
What is
4chan
this?
hoax post fiasco, although no cause of death was given. Now, as disturbing as the cases I've covered so far have been, the case of Dr. Gloves is one of the most troubling things I've ever talked about on my channel. Major content warning on this one because this is easily the most harrowing entry. If you've got a weak stomach, maybe put down the Krabby Patty for now. In the early 2000s, shock content was arguably more prevalent than it is now, and it was relegated to a few key sites. While 4chan was one source, another was Death Addict, a forum specifically dedicated to the sharing and discussion of real death-related media. They even had merch, so everyone in public can know you spend your free time watching videos of people dying. It was through Addict and 4chan that the colloquially named Dr. Gloves first appeared. Between 2014 and 2018, an anonymous person or persons began uploading disturbing images to these sites. They depicted a man wearing a mask in locations like a hospital and morgue, holding and playing with things like a deceased infant organs and brains. In one set of images, he appeared to be choking the remains of an infant. In another, he's holding an actual living minor, pulling their hair and posing with razor blades. In what is grouped by investigators as Series 6, Dr. Gloves poses with several minors who are disabled and on ventilators to support their breathing. In the images, he is pressing his fingers over their mouth and noses, mocking them while taking pictures. This specific set is notably not taken in the morgue or some dingy room, but instead what looks like the main building of a hospital. The post originally appeared online under the alias Master, and the photos are what the user described as original content. The context for this obviously being that he was sharing it on shock websites, and most of the stuff they shared was secondhand, whether it be from killers themselves, CCTV footage, or police body cams. But in this case, Master, whoever he or they are, was uploading completely unique images that no one had seen. The photos themselves, while extremely unsettling on their own, naturally raise a lot of questions. Apart from the obvious of who is this person, how did they have access to these organs? Or the deceased infant? Did they kill people? Were the minors photographed in the hospital in danger, being hurt by this man? As soon as the photos appeared online, they got the attention of the true crime community. In fact, as early as 2018, members of the Death Addict forum where they were posted had reported the post to the FBI. User Airborne Mama wrote at the time, "Dr. Gloves is a controversial post I had made in the past, where as you can see, this man has some form of authority and has access to dead people, and he does not treat their little corpses very respectfully. The last time I posted these pictures, they created a lot of talk of who he is. Why is he treating those people alive or dead like that? And where was he, and is he still around minors?" It turns out all I could find was that he worked at the California Children's Hospital, was a mortician, and I forwarded all the information I could find on my own to the Children's Care Division at the FBI. They have reported back that they could find he did nothing illegal. Although immoral, the pictures were not a crime. Let's not delete this post, as that would be censoring. Almost none of this information turned out to be accurate long term, from the location of the photos being taken to the legal status of his posts. But it is interesting that even members of this community were disturbed by the user's post to the point of getting law enforcement involved. On May 15th of 2022, a post was made to the True Crime subreddit, where they went through everything that had been collated by internet sleuths so far. They guessed that the man in the images was between 5'8" and 5'11", somewhat heavy set, between 30 and 45 years old. They later highlight that he's wearing dress shoes, leading them to believe that this man, or one of the men taking the images, is an actual physician. As they note, he was wearing surgical gloves gloves instead of normal exam gloves, furthering their theory. They get some pretty obvious things right as well, which is that based on typical Western electrical outlets, the photos were likely taken in the United States or Canada. They also point out that the style of some of the light switches, as well as the door catch, seem to indicate some of the photos were taken in a residential home. This would mean whoever this individual is not only has access to minors in a home environment, but also somehow has access to them through a medical facility. All of the information being gathered in this case has been posted by the folks at Invisible Choir, who deserve all of the credit in helping to crack this. In 2023, they created a website in tandem with an episode of their podcast, sharing their findings as well as seeking any new information. They note that the mask he's wearing is made of latex, and the eye and nose holes were likely torn after purchase. In one of the images, Dr. Gloves is holding a kitchen pan with human remains on it. This photo is a digitally altered version with the disturbing content removed, which was determined by researchers at Invisible Choir to be an oven pan made for use in residential homes. They note that the dark markings on the pan are likely burnt remnants from flesh or some other organic tissue. They also note that the wall behind this image of Dr. Gloves appears to be made of fiber-reinforced plastic, used in places like meat processing plants or hospitals due to its resistance to mold and bacteria. Therefore, they say it's likely this image was taken in one of those locations. That brings us to the second series of images, the one where Dr. Gloves appears to be choking remains, as well as using a scalpel on them. The location of this image appears to be a dingy, dirty morgue. There's a computer in the background of two of the photos, determined to be the HP Stream Professional 2014, dating the set of images to that year at the earliest. In the third series of posts, which shows Dr. Gloves posing with an alleged victim, the knives featured were determined to be Chinese-manufactured hobby knives, sold at various hardware stores for less than $10. In these images, you can still see the Death Addict logo as well from where they were originally posted. In Series 6, the hospital pictures come into play, where the linens have the logo of Dignity Health on them, a large nonprofit medical company, indicating that these photos were likely taken in a real hospital. They were even able to determine its most likely location, one of the hospitals in San Bernardino, California. As of the creation of the website in 2023, they identified various falsehoods associated with the case. For example, they dispelled the online narrative that although the images are immoral, they don't show anything illegal, indicating that they had spoken with hospital staff and law enforcement, and the case has even been given federal resources. I feel like this was somewhat obvious given the images show a creepy guy in a latex mask taking pictures with organs and sticking his fingers in the noses of children on ventilators, but I guess the clarification can't really hurt. Secondly, they state, based on our extensive investigation, we were able to confirm that photographs 6-1 and 6-12 were taken on at least one Dignity Health Hospital campus. We do not believe the individual in the photographs is or was a member of hospital staff in any capacity, unless through a special third-party contract. So how they gained access is still one of the many principal mysteries of this case. I want to refrain from speculating too much here, but this obviously opens up a lot for the imagination and possibilities as far as who was pulling this off for so long. The third rumor they dispel is the idea that there's one person behind the photos, saying that it's very likely there are two based on the fact several of the pictures would be impossible to take without another person present. They also identified that two of the images are from an educational infant autopsy video. They say this was likely added to further disturb anyone viewing the sets. However, that doesn't excuse the rest of the pictures, which do appear to depict actual crimes being committed. At the time, the website cited three different things that they needed help with to identify this man. Firstly, the location and authenticity of the photo where Dr. Gloves is holding remains on an oven pan. They ask how this individual got access to the remains enough to take pictures of them without being noticed and stopped by hospital staff. Secondly, they ask for the location of the morgue. If the photos were taken by the same person in the same area, they speculate that the worst possible outcome could be at play. Quote, "We have yet to definitively link the morgue photographs with those taken at the Dignity Health Hospital campus in San Bernardino. The location of the morgue is key to determine whether or not these photos are connected to exploitation or if they were merely added to the collection from somewhere else for shock value. And thirdly, the biggest question of all, who is the person or persons wearing the mask?" On July 31st of 2025, an update was made to the site with a large notice saying solved. Further down, they write, "The identity of Dr. Gloves has been definitively confirmed." They say that over a dozen search warrants had been executed in the case, and that while photographic evidence has been reviewed by both medical professionals and law enforcement, questions remain about whether prosecutable charges can be pursued due to concerns regarding applicable statutes of limitation and the legal classification of the images in question. Michael Ojibwe, the original reporting party in this case, is currently exploring legal avenues to obtain access to the nearly 100-page investigative file, either in full or redacted form. As of January 30th, 2025, the police department department has declined to release the file, citing the presence of active leads. Sources with direct knowledge of the situation suggest that potential legal implications, such as civil liability concerns surrounding the release of sensitive information, may be influencing the department's continued designation of the case status, despite an apparent lack of prosecutorial intent at this time. Due to the sensitive nature of the material and ongoing legal considerations, additional public comment will be limited. By the end of the year, much of the website had been taken offline, stating that the San Bernardino Police Department asked for it to be taken down due to an active and ongoing investigation. Then it entered its most limited form yet, with a simple disclaimer stating it's been taken offline due to ongoing developments. Unfortunately, that's the latest news on the case of Dr. Gloves. I would love to have more, but for the time being, all we know is that the police claim to know their identity, but they are currently not prosecuting him or them. There are so many further possibilities in this case. Perhaps there are co-conspirators and the photos are tied to some large exploitation ring connected to someone with access to a hospital. Or maybe this is a friend of a hospital employee who stole their information to get inside late at night and pursue their sick urges. Despite over 10 years of this case being online and it receiving more attention than ever, and the perpetrator apparently being identified by law enforcement, for the internet at large, there are still more questions than answers. The anonymous nature of 4chan is what drew users there in the first place. Hypothetically, you can share whatever you want to the boards, especially things you may not want those in your personal life to be aware of. For some, this is just general feelings of discontent. They seek solace in the misanthropy of certain communities. For others, it's a place to share their strange but harmless interests. Then, there's the actual criminals I discussed today. Despite their explanations, for many of them, it's hard to understand why they posted at all. For David Kallick, he claims to not even remember posting. Neil Allen McInnes seemingly just wanted attention as much as possible for his attempted psychotic killing spree. If Marcel Hess's posts are to be believed, he was spreading his nihilistic worldview and bragging about the brutal crime he committed. As for Dr. Gloves, in retrospect, it almost seems like he wanted people to try and figure out who he was. Most harrowing is that although police say they have their man, he's still out there with no charges pressed. There's no doubt in my mind he's very aware of the online coverage he's had. Anyhow, thanks for watching this video all the way to the end. Stay safe. I'll see you next time. Of May 22nd, On the morning of May 22nd, 2019, Sean Alexandra Chateau made a thread on an obscure website announcing that she was about to take her own life. Instead of attempting to dissuade her, the responses to her thread were, "Good luck with everything, my fellow JoJo fan. May your travel be peaceful and successful. Wish you success. I hope you have smooth travels. Good luck. I hope your journey is peaceful. Good luck. I'm doing hanging now." These messages were not sent ironically. Unlike websites like 4chan, where users are quick to assume everything you're saying is untrue or just for attention and will tell you to do it as a joke, this forum fully knew what Sean meant. As a matter of fact, the very method that she used came from the forum. The third reply to her thread asked her about the specific concoction she took to achieve her desired result, which she replied to, giving the exact amount of the substance she took, before adding, "Also, I feel bad because my mom is just down the hall from me." In response, another user said, "For some reason, I'm not 100% sure this will work because your mother is down the hall. If she hears noises coming from your room, she will come in and will call an ambulance if you're in a bad way. I'm not trying to stop you, I'm just saying." Half an hour later, Sean returned to the thread to announce she had finished taking these substances, saying, "Just took it. I'm terrified." The replies that followed read like a celebration, most of them saying she had found peace. Surprisingly, the only part about this the posters took any issue with is that her account was banned, which would prevent her from posting again in case she survived.
We've switched from 4chan, by the way, to the alleged death cult website that killed 50 people.
So they wouldn't be able to know how effective the method was. They even have a code phrase for attempting to take your own life: catching the bus. A couple of hours after her last post, Sean's mother took notice of her absence and decided to knock on the door. When she received no answer, she walked in, only to find her daughter lying on the floor. Once the police arrived, they were perplexed by the fact that they couldn't figure out why she had died. That is, until they went through her phone, instantly finding the forum and a series of posts from other users giving her step-by-step instructions on a 3 30-day regimen of over-the-counter medication that would lead to her passing. A couple of days later, a user named Curious1983 made a new post to the thread. I'm a family member of this girl, and yes, it was successful, but I can tell you how it feels. It feels horrible for everybody who is left behind. It feels absolutely unthinkable for her mother and her brothers and sister and her dad and her stepdad and her aunts and uncles and cousins. It is heartbreaking and it is devastating. It is the worst pain you could ever imagine. For all of those out there feeling like this is the only way, think about all the people you are leaving behind, the people who would do anything and everything to make it better for you. So instead of encouraging these people to feel like this is the only way out, how about let's encourage them to get help and to know that there are other ways. And the worst part of it is her mother had to find this post and that people were encouraging her daughter to take her life instead of helping her, completely undoing everything her family had been doing. While one user had the decency to say they were sorry for this person's loss, the next poster started asking for details on Sean's death, asking if it was peaceful. The second page of the thread, meanwhile, is full of people arguing with Sean's relative, saying her mother sounded like a narcissist for blaming the website and other things of that sort. Eventually, the owner of the website, Marquise, came to the thread to say this: I want to make one thing very clear. No one was encouraging her to take her life. This isn't a pro-death forum. It's a pro-choice one, meaning either way, we will support your decision. With Sean's family coming forward and speaking to the media, news about what had happened blew up. And of course, there came many
Sounds very Canadian.
calls for the website to be taken down, as well as for laws to be created to punish anyone who encourages people like Sean to take their own lives. Due to the massive controversy that took place, the site's owner once again came forward to respond to the claims that he was running a website that encouraged people to take their own lives. I don't blame the parents, friends, and siblings of the member for blaming this forum for their loss. It has been very hard for me to make this thread, as I felt like I was at fault somehow for what happened. I've been contemplating many things ever since this happened. Any loss of human life will always be sad and tragic, and I do really feel for the family in this situation. At the same time, I don't appreciate the misrepresentation of this forum by the family in the media, or the constant calls in the past few days for this forum to be shut down. The accusations of encouraging death are completely unfounded. The demonization of this forum by family members and friends of the deceased member on Facebook has been sickening for me to watch. To say that our community encourages people to take themselves out is simply not true. To say that this forum murdered this member is false. There's not a single post in the thread that the deceased member posted that encourages death in any capacity, and to suggest that they were would not be true in the slightest. It is against our rules to encourage anyone to die or any other type of act, and every single member that is signed up knows this fact. Anyone that does encourage a person is quickly removed from the community. We strive to make this community a censorship-free place where people can discuss this topic without having to worry about being involuntarily committed and held against their will. We have a good portion of members that have left this community because they wanted to get on a path to recovery from this, and we support those members as well. We allow the discussion of recovery on our forums because that's what pro-choice is all about. Being able to make those choices without anyone persuading you. We have thousands of members that count on this forum every day to provide them support. I would even go as far as to say that this forum has saved far more lives than any other discussion board on the internet. Without this forum, many of these vulnerable individuals will be without a home or outlet to vent their frustrations with life or about anything else. Based on how this post presents itself, you'd think that this is just a self-help group for people with these kinds of ideation. But what's blatantly left out is that while outright encouragement is banned, it's only banned nominally. You're still clearly allowed to commend someone who will move forward with their attempt. And on top of that, there are absolutely no guidelines against providing in detail instructions on how to do it most effectively, none of which I can show here for obvious reasons. On the other hand, it seems like the users usually refrain from telling people not to do it. With these things in place, whatever arguments about how the website doesn't encourage the act come up short. This isn't to say that radical censorship is the answer, but if the site provides tutorials on how to take yourself out, to act like it's not facilitating people to do so is just acting oblivious. No addict recovery center will also have instructions on how to procure narcotics and how to shoot up most effectively right next to their pamphlets. It feels like recently there's been a lot of discussion on the internet about the ethics of promoting things like gambling websites or OnlyFans, with some people arguing that they can easily destroy people's lives and thus should be.
That was Action Man. I think.
There's been a lot of discussion on the internet about the ethics of promoting things like gambling websites or OnlyFans, with some people arguing
I think that was Action Man, that fucking loser. Faggot man.
that they can easily destroy people's lives and thus should be cracked down on. But the thing about both of those is you can still come back in some way, regardless of how far you've fallen.
What just happened? Did it just... Shit's going crazy? The fuck? Okay, anyways.
How far you've fallen into those rabbit holes, because ultimately you're still alive. In the case of Marquise's forum and the philosophy it nurtures, there is no coming back. Additionally, given how their philosophy can easily be the product of a mental illness and is often inseparable from it, you can easily compare this to anorexia communities. If you're familiar with terms like thinspo, pro-ana, and pro-mia, then you know how big of a problem this is and how bad certain corners of the internet are as far as rationalizing and normalizing mental illnesses and then intertwining them with true information related to nutrition. It gets even more ethically questionable, if not downright evil, when you factor in that some of the people who are on this forum, some of which go through with it, are minors. At least one 17-year-old who took his own life, Matthew, was verified to have gotten his method from the website, while several other unconfirmed teenagers are claimed to have done the same. It really doesn't matter how rational you consider your philosophy on taking your own life to be, minors aren't equipped to make a decision like that. The site does have a minimum age of 18 to register, but their age verification is a simple CAPTCHA that has you say you're 18, so it doesn't really verify if you're actually of age, which is something even Discord servers can do at this point with little to no cost. As of 2025, the forum has existed for nearly 8 years, and during this time, there have been an alleged 45 identified cases of people who took their own lives after joining the website, not just from the United States, but also from a variety of other countries around the world. At least 3 of these were minors, although the ages of people who are now deceased go all the way up to 58. And once again, keep in mind, these are only the ones who have been identified, as over 500 members have posted their own goodbye threads and proceeded to never post again. Now, some of them could have survived, some of them could be faking it, but the likelihood is that a good part of this 500, if not the majority, actually did it, and it was just never traced back to the forum directly. In January of 2023, YouTuber Martin Kiri, known online as Tantacruel, posted a video about the forum. According to him, not only does it incentivize people to not seek help from mental health services and family members, but it also tries to reinforce that only people who want to do it themselves can truly understand their thinking, which is very cult-like as it cuts people off from the outside world and reinforces their bond to this group and their shared interest. Lastly, Martin claims that the forum serves as a kind of marketplace for self-harm methods. He says that posts on the forum directly led him to a man named Kenneth Law, who sold the materials needed for one of the forum's preferred methods. Kenneth allegedly sold these to over 100 people worldwide, with the age of customers ranging from 16 to 36. When he contacted Kenneth to try and make a purchase, he was never asked about his age. Worst of all, Martin concludes by saying that there are many people on the forum who do the exact same thing as Kenneth. Now, I'm going to reiterate, I'm not a journalist. These aren't claims I'm making personally. I'm simply documenting what's been claimed by all of these other people and outlets like the New York Times. However, it is a matter of fact that Kenneth Law is a real person. He's a 60-year-old man currently facing 14 counts of first-degree murder. The Canadian police claim that he sent as many as 160 poison packages to people in Canada and at least 1,200 to people around the world, totaling over 40 countries. Out of all of these packages, he's been linked to somewhere between 117 and 131 deaths. However, that number may be much higher. I think these are just the ones they're trying to prosecute him for, as given the international and indirect nature of the crimes, trying to charge him for every single package he sent would probably be a legal nightmare when it comes to certain obscure territories. It's ironic that he's being legally processed in Canada, of all places, which is the one country where euthanasia has recently become more publicly accepted, and even quote-unquote mature minors, you heard that right, can apply for MAID, short for medical assistance in dying, which is basically when you get doctors to kill you painlessly. As for the forum itself, based solely on what you can see for yourself by going on it, a significant portion of these claims are true. Any expression of intent to catch the bus is applauded unquestioningly by most users. To be clear, this doesn't mean censorship is the answer. It's not as if a perfectly healthy person will get on this website and then catch the bus the next day. However, I also don't think that this site's culture is necessarily helpful for people who do struggle with these issues, and it especially crosses the line for there to be no good age verification and for there to be users giving instructions on how to do it. Ultimately, I'm not here to tell you what to think, but to better understand the nature of the website, I think it's important to get into where this website came from, what other websites it's tied to, and who is actually behind it. All the way back in early 2013, a subreddit with the same name as the forum was created by a Reddit user called Deadman5551. It's important to mention here that this person is not the previously mentioned Marquise, who later came to own the website. These are two different people, and it seems that maybe because this was on Reddit and thus required more careful conduct, Deadman's moderation of it was much more careful than Marquise's. Interestingly enough, as of me writing this video, Deadman hasn't posted in 3 years, so it's entirely possible that he followed through on what his subreddit was about, and his name is no longer symbolic. Then again, there is a Minecraft skin database profile with that same name, and it was updated 9 months ago, so maybe he just left Reddit and is currently mining diamonds. Whatever the case is, the initial set of rules for the subreddit forbid sharing personal information, saying that anything identifiable would be interpreted as a cry of help and forwarded to the authorities. But most importantly, there was no tolerance for discussions of the actual physical act of taking one's life, whether it be procedures or methods or whatever. Doing so would result in an instant ban. As long as the internet's been around, there's always been a variety of online platforms for the discussion of this topic, although many of them either became people trying to prevent others from doing it, or they got banned and shut down for providing explicit methods. The sanctioned subreddit was unique in that it was made specifically to discuss the philosophy of the right to die, and it took about 2 years for it to even reach 1,000 members. But it's at this point that we start getting into the issue. Much like Marquise's website and other splinter forums, although the sanctioned subreddit had rules against encouraging and providing methods, there were always people blatantly breaking those rules and not being punished. This is not only observable through archives, but also directly claimed by a user of the current sanctioned website. This is sort of the primary issue overall, as all of Marquise's arguments that we went over earlier rely solely on what the rules are. But to actually get into how they're enforced is very difficult, especially for an outsider with no familiarity with it. They can easily have a rule up nominally to make themselves look good, and then internally decide to not enforce it whatsoever, and whenever someone points out that a post is breaking a rule and hasn't been banned, they can just give the excuse of incompetent moderation as opposed to intentionally allowing it. To no one's surprise, by early 2018, once Reddit had been subject to a massive ban wave due to the political climate around that era, the sanctioned subreddit, along with its splinter, were banned for, quote, encouraging violence. At its peak, the sub had over 15,000 members, all of whom were now looking for somewhere else to go. One of the options which presented itself was r/time to go, which has since been restricted and quarantined, despite being a lot more careful with its moderation than sanctioned was. Besides that, there's also r/right to die, which has existed since 2009 as a subreddit for the advocacy of the right to take your own life. Remember, this is the exact purpose of the original sanctioned subreddit, so you have to wonder why sanctioned got banned and this one didn't. It's almost as if there was actually a moderation problem where dozens of posts advocating for death and providing methods went unpunished. Finally, to satiate the morbid cravings of people who actually want to dwell on discussions of taking one's own life constantly, the standalone website with the same name as the sanctioned subreddit was created. Now that they no longer had to pretend to abide by Reddit's guidelines.
Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. You're retarded.
This community became what it always wanted to be in the first
Fucking
place,
dark
a
side
virtual
film pops
monument to taking one's life. Of course, they can talk about how they also provide resources for people to get better, but you can just take a look at their homepage to see the reality of the situation. The discussion category, where people share their reasons and their thoughts on the most efficient methods, has over 15 times the activity of the recovery category, and that should tell you something about the purpose of this website. Even the off-topic section has more activity. I don't think it's worthwhile to get into the specifics critics of the forum itself, not only because I've already gone over the most relevant parts, but also because most of the discussions involve extremely depressing testimonies from people who are mentally unwell, if not explicit information on methods of death. While I don't think these people should be demonized or necessarily stripped of a platform, there are plenty of people to whom this kind of ideation is a compulsive issue, and continuously discussing this kind of stuff can lead to what psychology refers to as rumination. If you suffer from things like depression, it can be best to avoid needlessly exposing yourself to things about it for the most part, as you can easily sort of trick yourself into a bad spiral under the impression you're learning or getting something out of it. If you've heard about people who develop PTSD as a consequence of looking at gore online, the process is very similar, where they think they're somehow improving as a person by desensitizing themselves to it, when in reality, they're just making themselves increasingly damaged. Having said all of that, when this community was relegated to subreddits, you'd at least have the excuse that subreddits are easy to make, to the point where Reddit is plagued with millions of random, useless subs that aren't even looked after. But it gets a little harder to explain when you decide to pay out of your pocket to run an independent website to keep the community alive. I mean, what kind of person would willingly run a website with this subject? Well, ultimately, it was precisely the decision to host Sanctioned on its own website that led journalists to who was really behind it all. You see, the original Sanctioned domain was hosted through a registrar called Epic, and in January 2021, Epic decided to stop hosting them because of the presence of minors on their website. While the site came back just a few days later, it wasn't the takedown itself that affected them most, but instead the information that they were hosted by Epic that led to the site taking a hit. Nearly 9 months later, Epic was hacked, and the resulting data leak led to the discovery of the real identities of the owners of the website. First, the slightly more public and de facto spokesperson and admin of the site, Marquise, was actually revealed to be an American man by the name of LaMarcus Small. Some journalists actually went to his house to talk to him about it. They state that they waited for 2 days outside his home before he finally took the trash out.
Hi, LaMarcus. How are you? I'm Angus from the BBC. I want to talk to you about this forum you set up. You know, hundreds of people have died after going on that. Children are even going on that. Have you got anything to say to the relatives of the dead? LaMarcus, surely you've got the guts to come out and talk to me.
Now, on one hand, I don't really like most journalists, especially mainstream journalists, so I kind of feel bad for him being harassed like this. At the same time, it's not shocking to me that he's being questioned given the kind of site he runs. In another instance of an attempted approach, the Daily Mail got to him while he was walking toward his car, but they still failed to get anything regarding the website out of him. Unlike the BBC and the Daily Mail, the New York Times actually did get some significant information from LaMarcus. They discovered he still lived with his mom and brother, and that his mother had been previously accused of attacking her husband in 2010 and her daughter in 2014. If these accusations against her are true, then still living with your violently abusive mother in your late 20s to early 30s goes a long way to explain why he felt so drawn to Sanctioned. Over 2 different phone interviews they managed to carry out with him, LaMarcus claimed that he had no idea how any of his information ended up being used to host the site. As you can tell, this probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, and he eventually wisened up and stopped responding to the New York Times altogether. But in the Epic data leak, they also found information belonging to another person, seemingly completely unrelated to LaMarcus, outside of both of them having a role in running Sanctioned. On the website, he was known as Sergeant Incel, or simply Sarge, but his real name was Diego Joaquin Gallante, an Uruguayan man who, like LaMarcus, was also in his late 20s and still lived with his whole family. The New York Times mentions also having pictures of him, but as far as I can tell, these weren't actually published. Gallante was a bit more forthcoming with the New York Times, as he admitted to posting to the site as Surge and actually defended it, as he believed it had been an overall positive influence on users' lives. Most likely because he never wanted this much attention in the first place, and due to the fact that assisting someone in taking their own life is illegal in Uruguay, Surge instantly backed away from his role in the forum. LaMarcus did the same, but not before posting a lengthy goodbye thread. This time, not the usual kind of goodbye thread that gets made on this website. In it, he said, "Hello members of the community. Today, I announced my resignation as operator. By tomorrow, this account will be permanently deleted, and I won't have any access to the site, administrative permission, or anything to do with the back end. Since Sarge hasn't been involved with the site in a long time, and I'm resigning too, I've spent the last week transferring everything over to the new operator. Someone capable and trustworthy who you will get to know very soon." The way the New York Times has twisted the purpose of this community and the good that it has done has been very damaging to everyone. Not only did they make a transparent attempt to take this site down, but they did so in the most unethical and dishonest way possible. people. This place is full of caring people that are hurting, looking for someone to talk to, or looking for support in life. We are not a cult, far from it. While it is true that many people come here during their darkest moments, myself included, my main intent has always been to make this place into somewhere people can talk about issues in their life, without judgment or without being shoved off to a crisis hotline that doesn't care about their well-being. I have received many thanks from many members on and off this site that tell me the forum has helped them make friends and feel at ease about whatever bad is going on in their life. I have also had the opportunity to speak to some of those grieving over the loss of family or loved ones, and I got a chance to hear from them too. As a person that has experienced loss myself twice in the last year alone, I know that it is not easy to get over losing a loved one. I have much sympathy for those that have gone through the same, and my condolences go out to them. I have made many friends here, many of whom I would like to still keep in touch with after I resign. You all have been wonderful. I'm going to miss you all. Signing off for good, Marquise. I'll let you be the judge of Lamarcus's sincerity here, but what's interesting to me is that the new operator he mentions here turns out to be a user named Rain in Sadness, who replied to this thread. Interestingly enough, this new operator has always made it clear they're transgender and actively compared anti-trans talking points to the kind of persecution the website was suffering at the time. Coincidentally, no journalist has ever published any personal information on this person, despite their efforts against the website being ongoing. However you cut it, it seems this stuff was only being put in the spotlight while it was convenient to pursue it. And as soon as it proved to be a little more complicated than just pushing for the government to have the power to take down any and all websites, the majority of journalists backed away. To this day, Diego and Lamarcus have their own section on the sanctioned Wikipedia, despite no longer being associated with the site. But Rain in Sadness is mentioned just once, with no information beyond their online alias. As far as I can tell, Diego has never made any effort to publicly speak out, while Lamarcus has made a series of posts on Kiwi farms, mostly to the thread about sanctioned. In it, he claims that, despite all of the hubbub from journalists, actual law enforcement authorities only reached out to him twice, which is a bit surprising considering the amount of attention his case was getting at its peak. He does make some good points about how involuntary commitment to mental hospitals is part of why communities like Sanctioned exist, as people with those feelings can't express themselves freely in fear they'll get put away against their will. Additionally, he confirms that, despite having left the website for years at this point, journalists will still insist on reaching out to him instead of its current operator. I will say that in April 2025, Lamarcus did return to Sanctioned, but his role was reduced to being just an advisor. Besides this, the only significant piece of information I managed to find is that Lamarcus used to be big into RuneScape, which honestly explains literally everything that happened here, given the effects that game has on people's minds.
I literally clicked, dude!
Streams, oh shit!
Beyond the actual people who run Sanctioned, it turns out that in the process of looking into them, people found out that they ran 3 other sites which became similarly notorious, even if they weren't as grim as Sanctioned. While I couldn't find a cohesive article or YouTube video making this connection, one report from the Center for Countering Digital Hate in 2023 actually did put 2 and 2 together. However, I will say that they can be quite biased in the way they present their information, as their CEO is a British left-wing activist. I'm not pointing this out to say that everything he says can and should be discounted because of that. I'm just saying everyone has a perspective. As per their graph on page 13, Lamarcus and Diego also owned incels.is, created for all men who can't get any or are otherwise frustrated at the opposite sex. Looksmaxing.org, the home of clavicular, bone smashing, and other Bogandoffish abominations, and Neats.net, for those who are not in employment, education, or training. While they weren't all created at the same time, basically all of these sites were, in one way or another, created in response to the huge ban wave that was going on in the late 2010s on Reddit, aiming to foster the communities that no longer had a place on their platform. I'll be going over these one by one, as each website has its own insular and interesting story. First off, we have incels.is, which was clearly the main focus of the CCDH's report. At the time this data was collected, there were only 4,000 active members, with 400, quote, power users, who were responsible for 3/4 of the posts on the forum. Now, I have no idea how exactly they reached this conclusion, but the report says nearly 90% of users are supportive of sexual assault. When I said that this report was biased, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. I assume that any joke regarding the subject automatically puts the user in the category of supportive, otherwise this stat makes no sense whatsoever, especially since a significant portion of the forum is geared towards instructing men on how to get women to consent to banging them. On the other hand, something that is quite concerning and and verifiably true is that in 2022, one of the forum's rules changed from do not sexualize minors in any way, shape, or form to do not sexualize prepubescent minors in any way, shape, or form. If you have basic ball knowledge when it comes to losers, creeps, and pedos, you instantly know this means it's free reign for it's actually a phoebophilia crowd. Later on, it seems this rule was changed back to its original form, although I'm not sure why either of these updates happened. Other rules that are more in the realm of funny rather than concerning include do not post blue-pilled content of any kind, and no gay or LGBT content unless you're criticizing it. This rule is somewhat redundant since the membership part of the rules already makes it clear that nobody who is a female, LGBTQ, non-incel, or under 18 should be allowed to register. But I guess they wanted to really hammer the point in. Despite their lack of tolerance for all of these groups, it seems they do allow furries and bronies, as well as people of any religious persuasion to join. So, if you're a Jewish convention regular, then this forum welcomes you. They make it easy on new members by explaining what an incel is in minute detail. Our community's unique definition of the term and word incel is not exactly the same as what you might find in the normie world or in the dictionary. For us,
how did it veer off into this? Like, we were talking about a suicide website, now it's like all their associated websites. I kind of don't care anymore. Should I move it to the Three Christs of Ypsilanti?
Every stray object treated because it doesn't belong in the future at all. The residents of Halloween Town are dead humans. Jack Skellington literally sings that since he's dead, he can just remove his own head. When he visits Christmas Town, he's amazed that no one there is dead, which only makes sense if death is the normal condition back home. The script itself labels background characters as Corpse Chorus, Corpse Family, and Hanged Men. Sally is stitched together out of separate body parts.
10th, 2025. On November 10th, 2025, television actress Allison Mack debuted a new podcast called Allison After Nexium. Although you would never guess Nexium's pronounced that way if you look at it. This podcast will chronicle her journey and life after her involvement with the purported self-help organization and modern-day cult known as Nexium. The podcast received a lot of blowback for giving Mack a platform, as in April of 2019, she made headlines when she was sentenced to 3 years in prison. This was after pleading guilty to blackmailing women who were subjected to sexual humiliation within a subgroup of Nexium, orchestrated by its leader, Keith Raniere. Mack's journey to Nexium was through Hollywood. Born in West Germany to American parents Jonathan and Mindy Mack, young Allison started out modeling in print and commercial ads before studying acting in Los Angeles. Mack's early credits include the television series Seventh Heaven, the Showtime original film My Horrible Year, and Disney's Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. However, it would be in 2001 that Mack would find her big break on the hit show Smallville, which chronicled the life of a young Clark Kent. Mack's arrest and sentencing came as a shock to many of her fans, as horrifying details about Mack's real-life persona strongly contrasted with the character she played on TV, primarily in Smallville, the character of Chloe Sullivan, the beloved, loyal best friend of Clark Kent. But according to court records, quote, Mack recruited several women as her slaves. She approached them and advertised the group as a secret women's empowerment sorority. In order to prevent these new recruits from leaving Nexium or publicly disclosing its existence, these women provided collateral. And by collateral, I mean damaging confessions about themselves and their loved ones, sexually explicit photos and videos, and even giving up control of their financial assets. Essentially, tying themselves to the group so much that they couldn't back out. From an outsider's perspective, hearing Mack's admission would easily identify Nexium as a cult, not a personal or professional development organization as it claimed to be. We'll get into all the horrible abuse and evil tactics done to its members later in the video, but the story of Nexium is a modern-day version of a boiling frog syndrome, a respectable facade with a dark underbelly. What seems innocent on the surface gradually turns evil, and how seemingly normal, accomplished people attract to that innocent promise of success can be caught in that slow simmer. As one of the more high-profile and modern examples of a cult, the media played an integral part in Nexium and Raniere's downfall, as former members spoke their truth to outlets like the New York Times, chronicling the horrors they witnessed and endured. And this article, as you could imagine, spread like wildfire, as details such as blackmail, sexual humiliation, torture, and even branding brought in every true crime junkie from every part of the world. At its center, NXIVM's cult leader, Keith Raniere, was propped up as the poster child for the cult of personality. He built his image through NXIVM, manufacturing his persona to create a godlike public image, and as a result, he was able to abuse more than 50 women for 2 decades. The rise and fall of NXIVM is a perfect example of how cults operate, a system where manipulation and exploitation thrive in structure to enable those in power to do the unthinkable. So hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the story of NXIVM and the self-help guru who branded his students. This is a story I've been familiar with for a while. As a matter of fact, we covered it back when I was on the Red Thread. But I wanted to give it a run here with some more details and more recent developments in the case and the group's survivors. It's also just important to keep stories like this in mind, how people can use goodwill to do something terrible. Before we get into the video, I just want to remind you that the Redacted collection is here and available for a limited time. You can get the WIU or FBI lookalike hat and jacket, the Manhunt shirt, and this cool journal set for a limited time at the link in the description. We are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The Latin root of NXIVM, or Nexum, refers to debt, bondage, and slavery in ancient Rome, which immediately should have been a red flag to a lot of people. That is a very odd reference to make for a self-improvement group. Keith Raniere insisted that his intention for the name was in reference to the future. For him, publicly, NXIVM represented, quote, the next millennium. But why was he so obsessed with what tomorrow held? Well, for that, we must look at his past. Keith Raniere was born in Brooklyn, New York on August 26, 1960. As a teenager, Raniere excelled in science and math and left high school early at the age of 16 to pursue higher education at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. But academics took a turn for the worse for Raniere in college, and he would graduate in 1982 with a 2.26 GPA. Having failed numerous classes. While he did well as a child, as an adult, Raniere heavily exaggerated and outright lied about his educational feats, claiming to have spoken, quote, in full sentences when he was 1 year old, taught himself high school math in 19 hours when he was 12, and by 13 had learned 3 years of college math and several languages. This sounds like the stuff in like Kim Jong-un's autobiography, where he claimed to have like beat golf by hole-in-oneing almost every hole on a course and also inventing cheeseburgers. Like, at some point you can just lie and people won't say anything about it, I guess. As a boy, Raniere claimed to have read Isaac Asimov's sci-fi novel Second Foundation, which is about a secret organization of mental scientists that use telepathic abilities to guide humanity. This would undoubtedly inspire Raniere to later try and do the same. After college, Raniere worked as a computer programmer and consultant, per Vanity Fair, before launching his own multi-level marketing company, Consumers Byline, in 1990. For those unfamiliar, and be grateful if you are, multi-level marketing, commonly known as an MLM, is a business where distributors earn money by selling bulk products directly to consumers, who in turn recruit other individuals to do the same. These individuals give a share of their proceeds from the sales to the distributor above them, and so on. Now, the difference between an MLM and a pyramid scheme boils down to the legitimacy of the business. While MLM members earn income from selling to consumers, a pyramid scheme focuses on recruiting new members and their money with little to no emphasis on retail sales. Effectively, you only win if you get more people in on the scheme. A few red flags to watch for in discerning if an MLM is indeed a pyramid scheme includes its emphasis on recruitment for the reasons just mentioned. Things like high upfront costs, claims to easy money, and noticeably, a pressure to join immediately. So, kind of like the military. As far as Consumers Byline's operations, the company offered discounts to its members on groceries and other products, such as dishwashers and even hotel stays. Raniere promised, quote, lucrative commissions to old customers for recruiting new ones. And Robert Bremner, a former distributor, said, quote, Raniere was like a mythological figure. The guy with 240 IQ was coming to town. By the end of 1993, Raniere said that he had, quote, sold $1 billion in goods and services, employed 80 people, and had 250,000 believers paying him $19 a month to hawk his goods. And yes, you heard that right. He referred to these people in what is publicly a business as believers. Once again, probably should have raised some concern. However, according to Bremner, Raniere appeared to, quote, carry no money, seemed to sleep all day, rolled into his office around 10 p.m., and sometimes held meetings at 1 a.m. Business sagged, debt ballooned, and customers complained. Believe it or not, this vague business that had people pay dues and then hurriedly try to get other people on board to get discounts did not end well. The con was up, and regulators in 20 states started investigating. After regulators investigated Consumers Byline for allegedly being a pyramid scheme, Raniere shut down the company and was fined $40,000, despite not admitting to any wrongdoing. Again, quote from People, according to Forbes, he only paid $9,000 of the fine, even though he claimed to be worth $50 million, which he could be lying, but either way, multimillionaire, fined $9,000. I'm sure he learned his lesson.
All right, see you later. Yeah, the debate's just in a few hours. I think let's see. From the Crucibles site, 7 hours. And I'll, of course, be taking a nap, and then I'll catch up. All right, I'll see you later then.
In 1994, 1 year after his settlement, Raniere and his then-girlfriend, Tony Natalie, would go on to create a new MLM organization. This one was called National Health Network, another MLM that specialized in selling vitamins, which, those companies are always trustworthy. This company, which he had set up in Clifton Park, New York, would be instrumental to NXIVM, as it was here that he met the woman who would become his business partner, Nancy Salzman. At the time of their meeting, Salzman was a nurse and therapist who studied hypnosis and something called neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP, which Raniere also studied, because of course he did. The psychological approach of NLP therapist examines and mimics people's language and speech patterns to alter behavior and achieve patients' personal goals, which, once again, a flag that is red should have shown up. Salzman was in awe of Raniere. She found him riveting and once wrote in a brochure, quote, "There's probably no discovery since writing as important for humankind as Mr. Raniere's technology." Okay, well, that's kind of, I can't think of anything that has ever been invented that I would consider with writing, like as important as writing stuff down. The tech that Salzman was referring to was Raniere's self-help techniques, which, sure, as important as writing, which became the foundation for NXIVM's curriculum. Salzman became Raniere's spiritual guide and his most eager follower. During this time, Salzman treated Natalie with therapy that would become the groundwork for what would become Raniere's next project. Natalie said that, quote, Salzman spent 4 days holed up with Raniere in his offices and emerged as his business partner. I'm sure nothing untoward happened in those 4 days. And those therapy sessions involved, according to CBC, quote, probing and rehashing Natalie's most painful secrets, she says, including the molestations she suffered as a child. In 1998, 8 years after founding Consumers Byline, Raniere, along with Salzman, founded Executive Success Programs, or ESP. ESP would eventually become NXIVM. ESP was the set of development workshops that sold executive coaching and self-help seminars. Its early clients included billionaire Richard Branson and BET co-founder Sheila Johnson. And while Raniere started a new chapter in his professional life, he would find himself closing one in his personal life. ESP was a core component within NXIVM, which was the parent organization that operated a hierarchy. That's it. Okay. That structure and ranking system for its members. I'm never beating the third grade reading level accusations. Basically, ESP was the deceptive face of NXIVM, used initially to engage people and draw them deeper into the cult. Tony Natalie, Raniere's girlfriend, left him in 1999, but she could not escape his terror. From Vanity Fair, quote, although Salzman would deny allegations of harassment, according to court documents, Natalie's home was broken into. Police were sent to her mother's house. Her family was threatened. Their vitamin company, National Health Network, collapsed, and Natalie, who found herself in debt, filed for bankruptcy. But, again from Vanity Fair, quote, what should have been a quick process dragged out for 9 years as Raniere filed motion after motion against Natalie. In a process, the judge would say, smacks of a jilted fellow's attempt at revenge. I love it in these cases when the judge says something that is just mean. It makes me feel good. It was during this near-decade nightmare that Natalie learned that NXIVM employed a controversial private investigator named Jaral Aviv to monitor her home and look into her private life and business activities. And while Natalie was forced to live in a constant state of panic, NXIVM flourished. NXIVM targeted people who were concerned with developing their professional and personal skills, such as self-improvement, critical thinking, communication, and business. The ESP classes were a mix of self-help techniques, neuro-linguistic programming, or the NLP mentioned earlier, and cognitive behavioral therapy tactics that were modified into a proprietary system by Raniere. In other words, someone could interact with ESP and just think it's a standard self-help thing, and not know about the inner workings of the cult until you were drawn in. Instead of going by Keith or Nancy, the two founders asked their followers, because they're calling them followers, to call them Vanguard and Prefect. Well, do I have a red flag? Do I have something I can hold up and pretend it's red? I would hold up the journal cover, but that's like too promo-y. I can't hold up anything that's green because it'll get lost in that. Here, I've got a skull, and that's kind of like a red flag, right? Like warning, danger, death ahead, skull and crossbones. So this is the red flag now. So the people in your self-help group want to be called Vanguard and Prefect. It's one of these. NXIVM claimed to have worked with more than 16,000 people across the globe using a, quote, trademarked method called rational inquiry to help practitioners achieve their goals. The intensive multi-day workshop cost up to $7,500, and other branded labels were called the Science of Joy and Meta Theory. Once again, you can just make stuff up and people will go along with it. The ESP attendees would recite Raniere's 12-step mission statement every day, like the Pledge of Allegiance, but to a guy. So, probably fine. One of the steps in that 12-step statement included that followers, quote, pledge to ethically control as much of the money, wealth, and resources of the world as possible. Also, it's a group of people that, appeals to celebrities and billionaires, and one of the things they commit to do is control as much money as possible. It's like a supervillain secret lair. But again, people were just going to this thing willingly, they weren't being forced against their will. They're like, oh, maybe I can learn how to be better at business. And then they're saying a 12-step program about controlling the world. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's how people become evil. I don't know. Raniere was heavily influenced by Ayn Rand, which is why he incorporated a lot of stuff about self-interest. His mentality was summarized best by this direct quote from the mission statement his followers would recite. The world is full of people who try to destroy each other, steal from each other, down each other, or rejoice at another's demise. For Raniere, it was essential for the survival of humankind that the world's wealth and resources be controlled by the successful, ethical people, which of course refers to NXIVM trainees. We're good people. I'm a good person, so I should have everything. And you should have things you give to me. I like that idea. One of the pillars of NXIVM was facing your fears, but the leaders of NXIVM harnessed these personal fears and used them as penance for their followers' sins, so to speak. To get a sense of what an actual session within NXIVM looked like, here's an excerpt of a session between Nancy Salzman and Jacqueline, 27-year-old psychology student, as described in the New York Times. According to Jacqueline, Jacqueline came to Salzman with a phobia.
Fucking annoying boss. Hate this boss.
We gotta go. They'll be on us any minute.
They're on us now!
What the hell?
Fear not, friends. Your chariot awaits.
Dio?
even using this to eavesdrop. Can never be too careful. But you were innocent. And I was wrong. By way of apology, I gift you this.
Do we get to drive it?
You will receive a proper burial, I promise you.
Thanks.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Is this not a bit much, sir? The safety of my every guest is paramount. I don't know what happened in Midgar, but to me it matters not. You are always welcome, my friend.
Okay. Does anyone know how to drive this thing?
Leave it to me, lass.
Barrett, get your gun.
He wanted me to live with the guilt.
I'm here for you.
Help take the load off.
I need it, man.
Yeah, I'm starting to think you might.
Come on.
Looks like this is goodbye, old buddy.
Oh, shit.
Now's your chance. Leave this riffraff to me. Time to get the blood pumping. Yeah!
Hang on.
What the hell? Oh shit, I get to gun down making your... Oh, this is gonna be fun. I think there's a skip. It says you can skip this section.
She had a fear of flying. Quote, one time she had to get off an airplane that had boarded because she became nervous, and when she wanted to get back on, the flight attendants wouldn't let her. Salzman would ask Jacqueline to think back to her childhood, as most NXIVM sessions do. Salzman asked Jacqueline a series of intimate questions related to her fear of flying, as well as questions about her parents' relationship. Based on Jacqueline's answers, Salzman, quote, ascertained that Jacqueline believed her mother was manipulated by her father, who forced the family to move often by air. Salzman suggested that Jacqueline's fear of flying, as well as her belief that her father forced her mother into a terrible life, and her inability to be an independent woman were connected. Salzman came to the conclusion that Jacqueline, like her mother, was in control and had chosen to be a victim. At the end of the session, Jacqueline had upgraded her belief system and insisted her fear of flying was gone. Her homework for the next 30 days was to do one thing that terrified her each day. And on a day when she indulged in a man's attention, Jacqueline had to do 2 terrifying things that day. Already you can see how this program uses trauma, guilt, and fear to control the behavior and thinking of its followers. But none of this would have been possible without the central tenet of every cult in human history: the man in charge. Members viewed Raniere as a great philosopher, an ethical man, and a scientist who was at the forefront of what humans were capable of. His classroom-based courses lasted as long as 12 hours a day. And outside of these courses, Raniere emphasized control of habits of mind and body, like food and exercise. Members of NXIVM believed that Raniere could heal them, not only of emotional traumas, but also set them free from fears, attachments, and destructive thinking patterns. Some even believed he could heal them sexually too, as Raniere's ideas resonated with women, especially wealthy ones. Also, Randall, on the team who reviews these scripts, wrote underneath that line, haha, I thought it was going to say especially the horny ones. And then I look at the file and he uploaded it at 3 a.m. So we see where he was at reading this. The thing about him preying on wealthy women makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, if you take a look at today's upper class, there's an obsession with self-improvement, a demographic happily served by every corner of the health and beauty industry. People want to be skinnier, younger looking, smarter, and more empowered. They want to break barriers and transform their negative self-talk into positive. And all of these were the tools Raniere used to control women. Wellness was amongst the most unsettling. He would frequently leverage members' insecurities about their weight. Within NXIVM itself, the ideal member was termed potent. As written in the New York Times, quote, not only rich, but emotionally disciplined, self-controlled, attractive, and slender. According to one ex-member, quote, this is the white-collar spiritual path. It seems Raniere's goal was to target people who had issues with their self-image and a lot of concern regarding their self-image and prey upon it. It's no wonder that NXIVM benefited from its rich, high-profile clients. In fact, the group was largely funded by Claire Bronfman, an heiress to the Seagram's liquor fortune, who spent more than $100 million of her inheritance to support NXIVM. As for Allison Mack, according to the New York Times, her glowing testimonials helped bring Hollywood celebrities into the organization. Even the Dalai Lama once spoke at a NXIVM event, thanks in part to Mack's presence. How do you even book that guy? You can just get him to show up for stuff? You can be one like pseudo-religious group and get another religious leader to show up? That's the Dalai Lama. It's not like your local pastor. That's like the Pope, I think. I'm really dumb to Dalai Lama. I assume that's the equivalent. New members of NXIVM learned how to break down one's own identity, or replace it with another altogether. In NXIVM speak, it was replacing data with data. When members erased their fears, they could begin doing what they actually wanted to do with their lives, or more accurately, what Raniere and high-ranking followers wanted them to do with their lives. Like a banker who pivoted towards acting, or a school administrator who changed course and started a farm. If you were doing this thing with your life, well, that's the problem. You should do this other thing instead. Placing yourself to these people in a position of control and dependence. Some of the core teachings within the various programs included deciding on one's ethics and making them a guiding life force. Members did not make decisions that were not aligned with those ethics. Over time, this guiding principle created strength and character through discipline. Other core teachings include create love. Do not reject your family, unless, of course, your family rejects NXIVM, in which some cases, other steps may be required. Do not be a slave to attachments and fear. Raniere's methods of persuasion went hand in hand with his ability to disorient, presenting both sides of an argument to make his point. He encouraged positive and negative endeavors simultaneously in his teachings. For example, in NXIVM's Society of Protectors, the group's men's club, Raniere introduced a concept called collateral, or collateralizing your world, which meant adding extra leverage to your conscience. For example, let's say someone committed to running every day for exercise before meeting the group for coffee. If that person didn't uphold his word about running that day, perhaps the whole group would forego the next morning's coffee. And while this social punishment concept was certainly strange for men, like if they don't do the thing they said they were going to do, then you don't do something you said you were going to do, for women, this collateral became downright sin.
What the hell? Okay. Fucking...
I've seen worse.
Shut up. Some days you are. Long past time my little girl knew the truth.
All right, so Dyne is defeated. This is a very long cutscene. And he continues. Okay. Guy's just browsing his computer, humming.
Do it.
If you don't mind my saying, you're in an awfully good mood.
Well, it's been productive.
Don't have too much fun. You called, sir? What is the status of the Ancient? We still have eyes on her. Is she looking for the Promised Land? We don't believe so. I see. Is she a higher priority than the materia? Not her so much as her birthright. It's a dream of mine, to see it with my own eyes. Understood. We'll step up surveillance. It's a dream of mine. How cute. Who are you, really? Oh, come on. You know me. And I know you, Mr. President. You and your fears. Still just a child, aren't you? A pig-headed, pathetic, daddy-hating child.
And under that bratish exterior, loneliness.
I don't deny it. Why would I? It's brought me all this.
Now that's the spirit I'm looking for. We really need more people like you to give the world a shot in the arm.
But what do you truly want?
That was a long chapter. Maybe? I don't know.
Let's start this manhunt.
Alright. We'll go back to playing this now.
In 2015, some of Nexium's female members began approaching other women to ask if they had felt stuck in their personal growth, often starting the conversation with, quote, "I want to talk to you about something that will change your life." At this point, a top secret female-only subgroup had been formed within Nexium, with claims of helping select women expedite their own journeys. And unlike the other courses, this would cost nothing. This is in spite of the fact that one of Ranieri's core tenets was that, quote, "true value exchange was always upheld." In other words, his courses were always paid for, and members could perform administrative tasks or nanny for richer members in order to pay off fees. So it was in Ranieri's teachings to always charge for the courses. But to even approach the pitch of what Nexium was, potential members had to give up something truly valuable. Keep in mind, most of these women were from the upper class, so something like jewelry could always get replaced. No, this collateral was instead something valuable from your personhood, something that could punish or damage you, something that was the purest way to show trust, that if given into the wrong hands could permanently ruin your life. The most common types of collateral were a nude picture or a video where you confessed a crime, sometimes even the deed to your house. But what Nexium leadership called collateral, you and I would probably call by its more proper term, blackmail. This secret group was given a name to match the extreme levels of dedication it required from those who belonged to it. It was called the Vow. Other women referred to this group as Dominus Obsequious Sororium, which is broken Latin for Lord over the Obedient Female Companions, or just DOS for short. According to Ranieri, this group was a sorority. DOS was created in 2015, and its dedicated members say that they started the group themselves when some members pledged ultimate commitment in helping another member who was going through a very rough time. The group then morphed into a, quote, military-style boot camp that was trying to address the place of women in the world to make them realize that they were not victims. And near the top of DOS, one of its high-ranking members was Allison Mack. She had come to Nexium, unhappy with where her acting career was at, and even asked Ranieri to make her a great actress again. Allison Mack said of DOS and its twisted recruitment process, quote, "The woman who invited and recruited you to DOS was your master, representation of your conscience, your higher self, your most ideal." Which, again, I understand how cults work. It's like a slow burn, frog boil and stuff like that. But at what point do you show up to get better at acting and now you're referring to someone as your master and giving them naked pictures of yourself and the deed to your house? At what point are you like, I don't think these are acting classes at all? What these masters symbolized for DOS recruits was someone they aspired to be, which aligned with the whole self-improvement angle Nexium was founded on, and the reason why people were attracted to the cult in the first place. One of them, Michelle, remembers when she was recruited by someone she admired from afar. Quote, "I knew if she was involved, there was probably other badass women involved, and I want to be a badass woman. I'm struggling to do that." As for the women who were initiated by these masters, well, they referred to themselves as slaves, because of course they did. I mean, why not? at this point. And also, like with every other cult in the world, this is going to become a weird sex thing because it always does. In DOS, masters helped slaves count calories to deter emotional eating. Oftentimes, these masters would administer acts of self-denial, like taking freezing cold showers or waking up at 4 in the morning just to stand still. There was also the practice of abstaining from orgasms, believed to be instrumental in healing negative sexual patterns. These slaves were ordered to care for masters, at first by performing menial tasks like bringing them coffee or running errands. According to Mack, the relationship was about devotion and like any spiritual practice or religion. No, it is not. That is not like any spiritual practice or religion at all. I've been around a lot of religious people. Ain't none of them done that. Mack was a powerful recruiter who was able to attract many women. And she also gained a reputation for trying to recruit celebrities like singer Kelly Clarkson and New York Times critic Amanda Hess. One notable yet failed attempt was when she tweeted at British actress Emma Watson. Here's her tweet from January 2016. At Emma Watson, I'm a fellow actress like yourself and involved in an amazing women's movement I think you dig. I'd love to chat if you're open. It's so funny to have this like master slave cult and you tweet at Emma Watson and say, I think you dig. Like such casual language. Her pitch to these women was based on Mack working with, quote, an organization that focuses on empowering women from the inside out. Mack said at the time of her recruitment, she believed that DOS was, quote, about women coming together to become our most powerful and embodied selves by pushing on our greatest fears, exposing our greatest vulnerabilities, and by knowing that we would stand with each other no matter what, by holding our word, by overcoming pain. Overcoming pain. That last part's important here, because what DOS actually did in the name of a ritual of sisterhood was to undermine the concept of self-empowerment and self-ownership, especially of their own bodies. It's also one of NXIVM's core principles, quote, pain creates conscience. Do not be afraid of pain. DOS members were invited to homes around Clifton Park near Albany. They were under the guise of receiving a small tattoo as an initiation. Once they arrived, they were told to strip naked and lie on a massage table one by one, while a female osteopath, who was also a NXIVM member, quote, used a cauterizing pin to brand their flesh near the pelvic bone. The osteopath then carved a symbol that some women thought represented a variety of marks, the 4 elements, or the 7 chakras, or a horizontal bar with the Greek letters alpha and mu. However, if you squinted and looked again, the symbol contained a K and an R, Ranieri's initials. Unfortunately, not all women were told that these initials were present in the symbol. As part of the ritual, DOS members kneeled and were asked to say, quote, Master, please brand me. It would be an honor I want to wear the rest of my life. Although Ranieri was not physically present in the room while the branding happened, it's important to note that he was the orchestrator of the ritual, responsible for even how the women were positioned, according to him, like a sacrifice, with the women's legs and hands held down. See, I told you, it always comes back to weird sex stuff with these people. Despite denying knowing anything about the branding, an email from the Times showed that, quote, Ranieri wrote a female follower that the design of the symbol used to brand women incorporated his initials as a tribute to him. Like most rites of passage, the experience was intensely frightening. I mean, you're getting branded. Some women wore surgical masks to keep them from breathing in the smell of burning flesh. They leaned on each other as a coping mechanism, telling each other that the brand will look like an ancient hieroglyph, and cried out together, quote, badass warrior bitches, let's get strong together. It's not. Okay. What are we doing? I mean,
pretty common feminism. Hurt yourself and then say that type of stuff.
You're getting branded by people you just met, and you're like, this is fine. This is cool even. But lest we forget, Ranieri's background was in MLMs, and his experience with these schemes was evident in NXIVM as a whole, and DOS especially. Each master was recruited to recruit slaves. For slaves to eventually become masters, they would have to recruit 6 other slaves of their own to form a pod. Each of those slaves was then encouraged to recruit their own 6, which emphasized the MLM-like structure within DOS. At its peak, 150 individuals had joined DOS, which, according to Mack, was like a little family. 2018, when Mack was asked in a New York Times Magazine interview about the cauterized brand, she took full responsibility for the idea. She wanted something more meaningful than a tattoo. But during her time in DOS, Mack was firmly placed in Ranieri's inner circle as his personal slave, according to the FBI. Her collateral to Ranieri, her master, was horrifying. Quote, a contract declaring that if she broke her commitment, her home would be transferred into his name and future children born by her would be his. So if I ever leave this group, you can have my home and any children I create. That's, value for value, I guess. Additional collateral included a letter to social services that claimed she abused her nephews. The specificity of this letter could lead one to believe that Ranieri had it written or coerced Mack into writing it, and should her loyalty waver, it would be dispatched to social services. And of course, her collection of nude photos that she sent to Ranieri. Upon receiving these photos, Ranieri sent Mack a text. All mine, ? With a smiling devil emoji. He doesn't even talk like a cult leader. He talks like a 15-year-old boy. All mine, he. So not only do you have naked pictures of me, and you can have my kids, and you can have my house, but if I ever leave, here's a letter telling the police that I abused my nephews. There's no acting advice he could have gave that would have justified that. Ranieri's views on gender and sex, particularly women, boil down to this. Women and men are wired differently, and therefore must be treated vastly differently from one another in terms of controlling them. According to Ranieri, quote, men are naturally promiscuous, and women are naturally monogamous. Men are repressed, but they have an understanding of right and wrong. Women can be disloyal and get away with whatever they want. You can see where this is building up to. Well, men should naturally be able to sleep with whoever they want, and women should only sleep with one man. And women are actually bad, but men are good, they're repressed, and they keep it in. And this is going to lead with him, with all of them, yeah. I always wonder with stories like this, if there's one person who, gets out here. Like, if someone got the brand, they were a part of it, they were down for everything, but then once the harem starts getting created, they're like, maybe I go. Maybe this is when I leave. This belief was very much reflected in Ranieri's personal behavior. Despite the larger NXIVM community being told that he was celibate, the inner circle knew he actually had multiple relationships, up to a dozen women within NXIVM who were told they could only have sex with him. He demanded that some of them starve themselves to attain his preferred physique. And according to testimony, he, quote, sometimes grunted like a pig when women wanted to eat. Once again, not only is he a coercive serial rapist, but he's being annoying while he's doing it. Now, obviously, when you hear these stories, you wonder how anyone could possibly stay in this group, in this relationship, in this cult. But time and time again, we've seen how the power of belief, the magnetic personality of a charismatic leader, and a slow, steady descent from normal and sane into the shocking and depraved creates a recipe for success for brainwashing people into staying. And also the fact that everyone involved has some really damning blackmail over their heads. So even if they start to get cold feet and think they should leave, they can't. This guy owns their homes or naked photographs of them, which is especially damning to someone in the entertainment industry, or in Mac's case, a letter from her saying she abuses her nephews. Were members in this culpable for actions they did? Sure. But the true evil lies with the figure orchestrating this whole thing. Now, at this point in the public eye, NXIVM had the hallmarks of a legit, successful self-help company thanks to the ESP workshops. Guys like Richard Branson, whose Private Island resort hosted the ESP workshops. Private Island for billionaires with sex cults. Doesn't ring a bell. And the Dalai Lama, who spoke at a NXIVM event, gave credibility to Ranieri and NXIVM. Even to the point where Lululemon, the athleisure company, wanted to potentially use NXIVM's curriculum. But Ranieri backed out of what would have been a lucrative deal because he recognized Lululemon would sniff out what he was trying to hide. Couldn't have anyone getting too close. And of course, even on the surface business, Keith Raniere was a fraud. Nobody had ever seen him write an ESP module. He claimed to be a classically trained pianist, but no one had ever seen him play the piano. He claimed to be a judo champion, but had any of his followers witnessed his supposed talents in person? I mean, as mentioned earlier, I highly doubt he taught himself math when he was a preteen. In regard to ESP, he was reluctant to upgrade the company's website or rebrand its image. For Raniere, the company's success was all word of mouth. They didn't need a website. So it made sense that when NXIVM members learned about the branding, many of them did leave, but much of the inner circle stayed. Because while the outside members may have heard about the branding and got freaked out, people on the inside who had the brand had so much blackmail with Raniere that they can't leave. Sarah Edmondson, a former member who was the head of NXIVM's Vancouver office, played a key part in exposing Raniere and NXIVM's dark secret society. Again, NXIVM had a huge front-facing public image with a lot of people involved who didn't know about the disturbing underbelly. And Sarah Edmondson was one of the people involved in that underbelly who ended up being a whistleblower. In May of 2017, she had begun to distance herself from DOS. When Anthony Ames, her husband and fellow NXIVM member, learned about her branding, he was furious, and the couple wanted out. Ames drove to NXIVM's Albany office, demanding to recoup the money he believed he was owed for initiation cost and other NXIVM expenses. As he confronted another member about his wife's brand, Ames kept his cell phone in his pocket and turned on its recorder. But this member he was speaking to wasn't just any other member, it was Lauren Salzman, daughter of NXIVM co-founder Nancy Salzman. On the phone recording, Ames angrily revealed that he knew about the collateral that had been collected on the female members of DOS. As Salzman tried to calm him down, it's clear that there was nothing she could have said at that moment to satiate his anger, and this would be the first domino to fall. By 2017, multiple former members had asked New York state authorities to investigate NXIVM and its subgroup DOS. Specifically, Sarah Edmondson filed a complaint with the New York State Department of Health against Danielle Roberts, a licensed osteopath and follower of Raniere, who you'll remember is the woman who performed the brandings. But the Department of Health refused to pursue the complaint because their actions had been consensual. You can't arrest someone for branding someone else if the other person knew they were being branded and consented to it. So Edmondson had only one option left. Along with several other whistleblowers, she went to the press to tell her story. And thus began the moniker NXIVM received from the media as a sex slave cult, and not a self-improvement company. And, the fact that Raniere turned out to have a cast of women who he forced to have sex with him didn't help his case. The first story on NXIVM's dark underbelly in a major publication was an article in the New York Times reporting on the branding of its members. In this article, Edmondson detailed her experience of being branded, how she was recruited to DOS by Nancy Salzman, how the women were required to text their masters every day, and how to respond to their master's text within 60 seconds or face punishment, such as paying penalties, fasting, or physical punishment. The article chronicled how members started questioning Raniere and his methods, and the eventual exodus of his followers. A recurring theme throughout the article was that members asked authorities to intervene, but officials declined to pursue action, which once again, sadly kind of standard in these stories. As the article's main subjects, Edmondson and the other former members provided a majority of the testimony in the story. As NXIVM started to unravel, panic spread within DOS. Slaves were ordered to delete encrypted messages between them and erase documents. As for Raniere, he did the smartest thing he could have done and fled the United States, moving into a villa near Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Raniere summoned his first-line masters, the initial 8 members of DOS, to Mexico at, quote, a gated community near Puerto Vallarta for a, quote, recommitment ceremony that former DOS member Lauren Salzman believed to include group sex. I mean, it's not funny because this guy's evil and bad things happen to people. I understand that. But it is funny to imagine he's so stupid because he has no gambit. Like, he lies about everything he does. He doesn't actually have any skills. So when the FBI starts investigating him and people are going to go to jail and it's a big deal, he goes to Mexico and he's like, all right, everyone, I have an idea, and it's just an orgy. Again, that's all he can come up with. Some of the women who accompanied Raniere to Mexico include Allison Mack and Nikki Klein, as well as Salzman herself. Raniere would lie low here for the next 5 months, stopping usage of his phone and switching email accounts until his eventual capture, which was prompted by an Instagram post shared by Klein that had mistakenly revealed their location, which is so perfect. He got by an Instagram post. How is he this stupid? I mean, look at this picture. It's not even a good post. And it's also so clearly incriminating the location. They're all stupid. In March of 2018, Mexican police descended on Raniere's villa with a warrant for his arrest and an extradition order. He was charged in the United States with racketeering conspiracy, wire fraud conspiracy, forced labor conspiracy, sex trafficking conspiracy, and attempted sex trafficking. Again, not like sex trafficking isn't funny to clarify, but it is funny to get charged with sex trafficking and attempted sex trafficking, because then it just sounds like sometimes you were bad at it. Lauren Salzman was in the bedroom with Raniere at the time of the police raid, and when they barged in, he ran to hide in the closet. From the closet, Raniere ordered Salzman to negotiate with the authorities through a closed door, telling her that they could not enter if she didn't allow them to. This is not true or how warrants work, and proved to be false when they kicked down the door, located Raniere, and dragged him away. It's also funny to think on top of everything else he was a sovereign citizen. Wouldn't surprise me. When Salzman was on the witness stand more than a year later during his trial, she recalled her confusion at Raniere's behavior. His hiding in the closet completely contradicted what he had taught in NXIVM about the roles of men and women. In many of NXIVM's courses, quote, men were presented as resolute protectors, while women were described as self-absorbed and narcissistic. Which, okay, for one, you're telling me that the leader of this sex cult organization, who told everyone he was celibate while owning several sex slaves who referred to themselves as slaves and others as masters, who he forced to remain loyal to him, you're telling me this guy didn't practice what he preached? Wow. This is news to me. And also, I thought the whole reel that brought these people in initially, at least a lot of the women, was like about female empowerment and independence. So they go from that to being like, yeah, well, I was told that I'm bad for being a woman and men are protectors. What? How did he negotiate from one to the other? How long did that take? Those are like the opposite beliefs. You're fine with that now? In July of 2018, the case against Raniere expanded. A superseding indictment charged Raniere, Claire Bronfman, Allison Mack, NXIVM's former bookkeeper Kathy Russell, Lauren Salzman, and Nancy Salzman with racketeering conspiracy that included a bevy of crimes, such as identity theft, extortion, forced labor, sex trafficking, money laundering, wire fraud, and obstruction of justice. And nearly a year later, a string of guilty pleas from Raniere's inner circle all but sealed his fate, because they might have been loyal to him for a while, but now that everyone's on trial, that guy did it. The woman who previously wanted to be referred to as Prefect was charged with identity theft, along with the illegal tampering of records as a means of influencing the lawsuit against NXIVM. Prosecutors had found evidence, which Nancy admitted to, that she had altered voice recordings and removed damning portions in order to avoid turning them over to the prosecution in that lawsuit. Later that month, her daughter, Lauren Salzman, pleaded guilty to racketeering and racketeering conspiracy. Nancy was sentenced to 42 months in prison, while Lauren was sentenced to 5 years of probation and 300 hours of community service, as it was Lauren's testimony that helped convict Raniere, and therefore she got a lighter sentence. On April 8th of 2019, Allison Mack pleaded guilty to the same charges as Lauren Salzman, again the daughter who got the lighter sentence. This was after prosecutors dropped all of Mack's charges related to sex trafficking and forced labor. In court, according to the New York Times, quote, Mack sobbed as she admitted that she had lured women into DOS by saying they would be part of a female mentorship program. Officials said that Mack had instead recruited them into the society as slaves, where some women were required to have sex with Raniere. But again, because of the confession and naming Raniere, she was only sentenced to 3 years. On April 19th of 2019, Claire Bronfman pleaded guilty to 2 charges related to identity theft and immigration fraud. Kathy Russell also pleaded guilty to visa fraud on the same day, and Bronfman was sentenced to 81 months in prison. So that just leaves us with Raniere himself. The 6-week trial began on May 7th, 2019. Prosecutors presented a strong case, as you could imagine, against the NXIVM leader, as former members testified that, as the program's courses progressed, Raniere, quote, used psychological manipulation to indoctrinate his followers into obedience. Critics of NXIVM faced retaliation and lawsuits, creating an internal culture with no tolerance or dissent. However, the majority of the trial focused on DOS, the program which prosecutors said Raniere founded to provide himself a, quote, flow of submissive women, which, yeah, that's pretty accurate. After some intensely explicit and gruesome testimonies were given against Raniere, he was finally convicted on June 19th, 2019. Jurors deliberated less than half a day before they found Raniere guilty of all 7 counts: conspiracy, racketeering, sex trafficking, identity theft, forced labor, sexual exploitation of a child, and possession of child pornography. The last charge being since some of the collateral images he was given by new members were of women who were not 18. You see how terrible they are, and somehow they find ways to be worse. Raniere was sentenced to life in prison, thankfully. More than a dozen victims, providing hours of statements, contributed to his fall. Raniere responded by accusing the trial's judge of corruption, demanding a new trial, and the judge would deny this request. Raniere's reign of terror had finally come to an end, but the media's reign of terror was just beginning. In the HBO documentary series, The Vow, there's a scene where a new recruit meets Raniere for the first time. The lead up to the meeting is intimidating. Raniere's followers had described their leader to this new recruit as godlike, with a world record IQ. He was, according to them, a judo master and a piano virtuoso. There was nothing he couldn't do. But when Raniere finally reveals himself at a small gathering, the result is almost laughably underwhelming. Instead of a god, what stands before the recruit is a small man with, for lack of a better word, a really dweebish vibe. It's an intentionally comical moment, played for laughs, as the voiceover asks, "This is the dude?" But this is probably the best possible visual testament to the contradictory nature of the cult of personality. The way these men are described by their followers, hailed, defended, exalted, is rooted in the way these followers are made to feel about them, not a reflection of who they really are. Anyone outside the circle of influence can see that clear as day, but those inside the circle don't see a man, they see an idea. Raniere's almost flaccid appearance, contrasted with the weight of his influence and the severity of his crimes, is a phenomenon highlighted by the HBO documentary and the internet's memification of him. But in addition to his ability to influence, he had another weapon at his disposal, a female-focused trend by which he could cleverly disguise his true motives. As Vanity Fair wrote, quote, "Just as Manson capitalized on the imperfections of the free love movement, Raniere enticed women into believing he could take the 2010s empowerment smorgasbord, wellness, activism, feminism, to its highest, purest level. With NXIVM, Raniere fused a self-help company during a time when TED Talks were all the rage, with tech and Silicon Valley fads like biohacking. He used this mentality to coerce members to adopt extreme diets and deny their body's own desires. The Vow featured Sarah Edmondson and Mark Vicent as its primary subjects, both former members who worked their way up NXIVM's internal hierarchy, called its Stripe Path, and who helped recruit high-profile members and expand the organization across North America. They were also the key players in NXIVM's downfall, speaking out in the New York Times piece in 2017. Edmondson hopes that the documentary helps keep people from making the same mistakes she did. Quote from the LA Times, "When people look at things like this, their instinct is to say, that would never happen to me. Only stupid people fall for stuff like this." The documentary helped dispel the myth of how people get involved. After all, nobody joins a cult on purpose, just like nobody gets into an abusive relationship on purpose, which is how these things always work. Once you're in the pot, it's hard to tell that it's heating up. An important part of the healing process for Edmondson was getting her brand of Raniere's initials removed from her body. What's left on her is a 4-inch white line, a reminder of her strength and what she's gone through. A symbol that she says means she's a survivor. For Vicent, his experience with NXIVM, quote, broke his belief in goodness. When he left the group, his attitude towards personal growth was reactionary. He despised anything that had to do with human potential, unable to disassociate it from a scam led by psychopaths. Understandable, given all that he had been through in the name of self-improvement. As shown in the documentary, NXIVM was a cult built for the internet era. Members constantly filmed their activities and recorded conversations with each other and Raniere, which is why it's even more poetic he got by an Instagram post. Following the group's downfall, NXIVM has been re-examined through the same digital means. Jokes about NXIVM's a cappella group, which, yes, was a real thing, they called it Simply Human, because of course they did, spread online. And other tidbits about the group primed it for internet mockery. The fact that NXIVM, headquartered in suburban Albany, was once described by Raniere as, quote, the Rome of the modern world, and NXIVM's midnight volleyball practices with Raniere dressed in a certifiably insane outfit. This is the outfit, by the way. This is the guy that had a harem of women. All contributed to people making fun of it a lot, as they should. While we don't know if Raniere is petitioning for a volleyball court in prison, we do know that terror is being served to him. On July 25th, 2022, Raniere was assaulted by a fellow inmate, Maurice Withers, with a closed fist on Raniere's head and face. The former cult leader suffered, quote, a black eye, swelling, nausea, and dizziness for more than a week. his requests for ice packs to treat the swelling and pain were allegedly denied, which that's great. That's the best news I've heard all day. That's awesome. But isn't that like a human rights violation to have an inmate not help him? You know what else is a human rights violation? Rape. And he did that a lot more than not being an ice pack brought to him once. That's the wrong English altogether. But how did Ranieri's lack of magnetism enable him to make women fall for his spell? How did he amass so much power amidst his awkwardness and cringe-worthy conversations? These questions open up a much larger conversation on cults in general, because if history is doomed to repeat itself, it's only a matter of time before we see another Ranieri. And this one might be in your hometown. According to cult expert Steve Eichel, characteristics of a cult involve any kind of pressure to make a quick decision to become involved in an organization. This was the case for NXIVM, as its course application process pressured recruits to take advantage of a, quote, unique opportunity that might not come back around. One of the main reasons authorities have tremendous difficulty in prosecuting cult leaders is that members often say they're acting out of their own free will. And in many countries outside the US, it's difficult to bring cases of psychological manipulation to court simply due to an absence of laws on the subject. For example, some countries don't even have an agreed upon legal definition of a cult. In a May 2023 TED Talk called How to Spot a Cult, ex-NXIVM whistleblower Sarah Edmondson spoke about the red flags intended to help listeners distinguish a cult from a safe community. One of the main tactics she highlighted was love bombing, in which a special person or group of people use an excess of compliments to lull you into a false sense of security. Only after you've been manipulated do they reveal their true agenda. And of course, after they behave purely, they love bomb again, and the cycle continues. Former members speaking out against Ranieri and NXIVM, like Edmondson, as well as those depicted in The Vow, have been crucial in educating the public about the way these manipulative tactics are used in cults. Like I mentioned earlier, Allison Mack's podcast debuted on November 10th of this year, and it's a surprising move as she has largely stayed out of the public eye since her release after serving 2 years of her 3-year sentence. The podcast offers a critical look at how a group like NXIVM was allowed to flourish, but we already know the answer. It marketed itself as a self-improvement group to a vulnerable group of men and women who were desperate to make themselves better. NXIVM taught members that if they shared the most fragile parts of themselves with an audience, everyone could make sure they wouldn't fall back on their negative ways of thinking and acting. According to Business Insider, Ranieri weaponized the allure of personal growth and masked the brutality of his methods under the rigors of self-improvement to hide his abuse. And he employed the presence of celebrities like Mack to legitimize the organization and attract other members. For writer Sarah Berman, if Ranieri does leave a world-changing legacy, then it, quote, might be the way feds prosecute future sex trafficking cases. The use of racketeering legislation in such cases was rare when the Eastern District of New York first indicted Ranieri in 2018, but it's since been used in high-profile cases against offenders like Jeffrey Epstein and R. Kelly. So hey, if Ranieri didn't do it, maybe those cases wouldn't have gone as great as they have. They've gone great, right? I haven't checked the news, right guys? Right? In conclusion, NXIVM's downfall and public portrayal helped reshape how we discuss cults, the self-help industry, and psychological abuse in a time when society seems to be increasingly aware of psychological terminology. By building a belief system around the false promise of personal achievement, an oddly charismatic narcissist was, ironically, able to convince dozens of high-achieving individuals to work against their own best self-interests, surrounding them with people they trust and coaxing many of them to hand over compromising information on themselves. He was able to keep them there. So the next time you find yourself questioning if you are about to join a cult, whether it's an especially enthusiastic group fitness class or a book club that your one friend who's way too into astrology just invited you to, look around. See if they welcome questions. See if you're able to leave without resistance or drama. And like most things in life, see if it involves a healthy balance of commitment. If not, then you, my friends, may have just found yourself ankle deep in the next example of a modern cult. Or, hypothetically, it could also be some dorks who like exchanging books. I don't know. But to be safe, you should probably assume they're a cult. And that should do it for the rise and fall of the NXIVM cult. And above all else, I just want to say, thank you for watching. Again, this is an interesting case that seems to be talked about more and more, and for good reason. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you to everyone for watching, and be sure to thank all the team members in the description who made this video possible. Again, get the redacted collection while you can at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop. New content on the way. That should do it for now. But before I go, we just want to say thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye. Also, I know the reference I used at the beginning of the video, the whole frog and boiling water metaphor. I know that's not actually how it works. That came from an experiment where they like lobotomized frogs, and then lo and behold, they don't jump out of boiling water. Who could have guessed? And also, I probably missed a couple, so just to be safe, just bye. On August the 21st of 1992, federal agents would get into a gunfight on a mountaintop known as Ruby Ridge in northern Idaho. What would follow this gunfight is an 11-day standoff that left 3 people dead, including a federal agent. The events that transpired over those 11 days would lead to one of the messiest trials and media controversies in federal history. And at the heart of it all was a several-year-long conflict between the federal government and a family tucked away in the mountains of northern Idaho, simply known as the Weavers. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the siege, standoff, controversy, and conspiracy of the Ruby Ridge incident. Now, those of you that have been around the channel for a while or just know American history are probably already familiar with this event. Because of the teams involved and the incident itself, it shares a lot of similarities to the Waco siege of 1993, as well as other tragedies in American history like the Oklahoma City bombing. And if you are familiar with this case, then you probably know how messy it can get. For those on the side of the Weavers, the narrative is that a group of good people who never asked for any trouble were simply attacked and murdered by federal agents. While those in support of the state's actions say that a group of dangerous radicals started a needless gunfight and killed a federal agent in the course of his duties. And I believe that, as with most things, the truth is somewhere in the middle. While I've been familiar with Ruby Ridge for several years at this point, in preparation for this video, I watched a lot of interviews and read a lot of excerpts with people on either side of the conflict. And it's apparent to me that there's a lot of information that adds up and a lot of information that doesn't. So what I want to do is take you on a series of events and go through a timeline of when this all began to digging through the messy controversy of who's to blame. Because some parties in this event are certainly innocent and others are certainly guilty. So if all of that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we talk about one of the most controversial events in American federal history. But before we do that, you want to talk about something that isn't controversial? Like how cool the new merch drop is. Thanks to...
No. Stop that. Stop your siege drops. There we go.
Love their product. And just like HelloFresh, Factors...
Okay. Okay. It's gonna be crazy. Wish Poltergeist had a new video. Maybe we'll have a new video tomorrow. It's a Friday. I don't think so, though. Because he didn't have a new members video, and it got released probably, like... Yeah, I don't think so.
It's
thought was.
If only that were all, then the rest of this nightmare wouldn't be so painful. We can some of that pain in Jess's voice as she attempts to comfort her son, and we can also see it in Tommy's eyes while the confusion of what is happening surrounds him.
Bad dreams make you think you've seen things that you haven't.
But they often leave you with feelings that are hard to wash away, clinging to your thoughts like the leftover paint staining Tommy's fingers. Though even when removed, it still takes time for you to fully convince yourself that it really is all gone, a lingering omen that is best dealt with by closing your eyes and thinking of something better.
Like being here with you.
While this moment is at the center of Triangle, this is not the beginning. All we are seeing here is one side, one moment from somewhere in the middle of an infinity of them, with each side beginning and ending with 3 major twists within the film, all of which have stuck with me for many years, but that I didn't fully understand until now. I already knew that this was a really good movie with a pretty good twist, but it's so much more than that now that I might just be willing to call these twists perfect.
I feel like I know this place. I feel like I know this place. Like I know this place.
Everything is back to being normal within the house, with Tommy painting at the kitchen table while Jess is taking care of the laundry because they need to leave here shortly. But she still has a moment to pick up Tommy's overturned sailboat toy from the kiddie pool and clean up the spilt paint water that is now on the kitchen floor before. Only there doesn't seem to be anyone at the door, and Jess even asked her neighbor Jack if he saw anyone, but he hasn't.
Okay, this must be his ad. He's doing the ad read. Some of the boss fights in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are pretty challenging, even on normal difficulty. Like, you gotta be maybe a level or 2 above. What is occurring right now? Okay. A bunch of muffled audio, and there was no, This is a confusing ad. I'm gonna go ahead and just...
Everything is cleaned up, packed loaded.
It's exactly the way it was before. Just close your eyes.
Everything is cleaned up, packed, loaded, and ready just in time for them to leave, and for Jess to make it to the harbor at 8:30 to meet with Greg at his sailboat, the Triangle, where everyone has arrived just before her, with Downey and his wife Sally, who have also brought along a single friend of theirs named Heather, who they hope to see hit it off with Greg. Though it is right in the middle of their introductions that Greg just steps away to greet Jess instead, passing his new roommate Victor, played by young Liam Hemsworth, just before seeing that something is wrong with Jess. Victor also picked up on this, but when asked what was the matter, Jess just hugs Greg and says,
"I'm sorry. You got nothing to apologize for."
She's just tired is all, but even with the offer from Greg to reschedule their little trip, she declines and instead chooses to just take a nap on the boat. It's the feeling of a wave crashing onto her feet that jolts her awake, and thankfully it did too, as it's been a couple hours, and she tells Heather that she had an awful nightmare, though she can't seem to remember it now. Just like how when Victor first saw her at the harbor, he was under the impression that she was supposed to bring her son along, but when asked where he was, she couldn't remember.
She stared into space for like 20 seconds, and then she said he's at school.
On a Saturday. When no schools are open, Victor clearly is concerned, but Greg assures him everything's okay because Tommy attends a special needs school that is open every day. And then he just reminds Victor to be nice to Jess, who is now topside and has a moment to spend with Greg. While Heather and Sally spend some time together talking about Greg and Jess, and her autistic son that Sally doesn't seem to care for in the slightest.
So things okay with Tommy?
The same.
But Greg does, and every word that he speaks in this scene just reveals that he not only cares about Tommy, but about Jess and all of his other friends there on the boat. Jess's words, however, seem off. When Greg mentions yesterday and how it was different when he came into the diner that Jess works at, he tells her that he wasn't there to eat, but instead his sole purpose was to invite her out sailing. She has this odd look, almost as if she had forgotten and was now being reminded of this sweet moment they shared. And now with being asked about Tommy, Greg picks up on Jess's distance as she explains that with Tommy, everything always needs to be the same.
If I do one thing differently, I lose him.
Greg just comes out with it and asks what is wrong, but Jess isn't sure. She guesses that she just feels guilty for not being with Tommy. He sees this as a sign of her being a good mother, just as they're interrupted by Heather, which also makes for the perfect moment for me to interrupt this story and just express my admiration for this writing. And there's so many good stories that I've covered on the channel, but this, every single scene, every single line is so good. It had been years since I had seen this film, and that first rewatch was a lot of fun, but it's the next few going back and remembering what happened and seeing it happen again and again that everything is just, it's so intentional. It's so amazing. From the dialogue to the way the scenes are shot to even the looks that Jess gives during those scenes, all of it seems to have this surface level meaning and a deeper meaning underneath. And it's just all phenomenal. And I have no idea why more people don't constantly talk about this film. Just like how everyone on board the Triangle has no idea why the wind just disappeared all of a sudden. Only that this appears to be the calm before the storm, a very big and fast-moving storm that even the Coast Guard doesn't seem to be picking up on their radars.
Looks like an electrical storm, over.
Greg can hear them, but they don't seem to be able to hear him back, though it may be because they're in a hurry, since we know that someone there is now killing everyone. Whatever that means. No time to think about it though, as the signal is lost and now the storm is here. Waves crashing down and the harsh rain pelting Greg as he does his best to steer, and Victor attempts to cut away the sail with everyone else safe under the deck for the moment. But the storm proves too strong, bashing holes into the deck, flipping the boat and scattering everyone under the water. Though when they surface, they find that the storm has left just as quickly as it started, and that Heather is no longer with them. The 5 remaining passengers of the Triangle sit on the capsized vessel, wondering what their next step should be. But it seems they won't have to wait long as they spot a large cruise liner headed straight for them. They both see and are seen by someone on the ship, but when they try to call out, they don't get a response. And regardless of the strangeness of not getting a greeting and the hesitancy of Jess, they all still get onto the Aeolus. This ship that so much of it had to be built practically was heavily inspired by the Overlook from The Shining. But again, I have no idea how more people don't talk about how incredible some of these scenes are. Already within the first minute of them being on the ship, there are 2 major moments that will come back up later that you wouldn't even realize something was happening unless you went back and watched it multiple times. But then there's also these weird little scenes where our crew enters in through door 6, they take a right, but we as the camera continue straight ahead. and then turn left, only for the group to somehow walk back in front of us from the left. It's such a good shot and so easily overlooked because of how smooth it is.
You all right?
I feel like I know this place.
And I feel like I've heard this before, but maybe it was just from somewhere else. Regardless, though, everything here within the ship does look the same, except for the neat little history corner that Downey and Victor have just found, where they can then read a little bit of the history of this ship from like the 20s and 30s and about its namesake, Aeolus. Now, in the film, Victor says Aeolus and Downey corrects him by saying Aeolus, and I've just never heard that before, and I've listened to Epic the Musical way more times than any person I have ever met. And they say the Greek god of the winds is Aeolus, so I will continue saying that for the rest of this video. But Aeolus was the father of Sisyphus, who was ultimately sentenced to the punishment of having to push a boulder up a big hill every day just for it to roll back down over and over again for all of eternity. And I tried to look up to see why Sisyphus got this punishment in the first place, and surprisingly, it just made it a lot more confusing. Simply put, Sisyphus had made Hades mad enough to send Thanatos, who is the embodiment of death, to kill Sisyphus because Sisyphus continually killed his own house guest. But instead of dying, Sisyphus somehow tricked Thanatos into chaining himself up to where there was no more death throughout the world, which got the attention of all the other gods who showed up to release Thanatos and to then take Sisyphus to Hades. But Sisyphus had a plan for this, because before going to the underworld, he told his wife not to do the funeral rites for him, so that was the excuse that he then used with Hades to be like, hey man, I need to go back so I can go through and have all of my funeral rites done on Earth, and then I will definitely come back to the underworld and just be here. He didn't come back. He just lived out the rest of his life in the world until he died of old age. And it is at that point that he finally received his punishment. And all of that is extremely important to this story because...
Can we just keep on moving, please?
Greg and Victor don't find anyone, but they do find Jess's keys.
Exactly.
The only thing that makes sense is that...
Can we just keep on moving, please?
Greg and Victor don't find anyone, but they do find Jess's keys. The only thing that makes sense is that Heather must have grabbed Jess's keys before the storm came, somehow survived, made it onto the Aeolus, and then was standing down the hallway where she dropped them and just ran away without saying anything to them. Obviously, with no other answers as to what is happening, they stumble their way into the dining hall, which is full of fresh food, prepped dining tables, and a place for a live band to play. Hey, yo! That'll make sense at the end. According to Greg's watch, only about 3 hours has passed since their trip first started at 8:30, but Jess's watch has stopped at 8:17, the same time that the ship's clock is set to on the wall. All this weird stuff with no one seemingly on board, no answers and no responses from Heather as Sally continues to yell for her, has Greg taking charge of the group, calming everyone down and telling them the plan that they will make their way up to the bridge and
then we'll go home.
I saw someone. Wait!
Victor runs after the mystery person. Greg tells Downey and Sally to stay there and wait for Victor as he leaves to go and find the skipper, with Jess following close behind, confessing to him that she believes that Victor is in danger, and she's not sure why, but every single time she turns around, she keeps having deja vu because she feels like she knows this place. Greg tries to tell her to stop, that none of it's true, that she doesn't know this place. It's clear that he's already irritated from Victor running off, hardly anyone listening to him, and Jess continuing to act weird, but also like she's hiding something. All of it leading to him snapping at her, telling her that she is in shock, but when she denies it, He just flat out asks if it's about Tommy.
Is it guilt? Is that what it is? Do you feel guilty?
The only response is the sound of running water coming from suite 237 down the hall. Greg slowly enters the room with Jess right behind him, and as she comes in, she is greeted by reflections of herself, the same way that all of them were when they first entered into the dining hall. But it's the mirror above the bathroom sink that catches their attention, where a note is left for them, written in blood, telling them to go to the theater. Victor keeps looking for anyone else on the ship while Greg tries to explain the plan to Jess after finding a map of the ship, meaning that he is just completely ignoring the message that was left for them in blood. His reasoning is that he has known a lot of people that have worked on ships like this, and sometimes they just like to play jokes. Jess isn't having it. She doesn't have any theories about what is going on here. All she knows is that she isn't in shock, as she then turns to go back to the dining room. It's here that Greg calls after her, attempting to get Jess to understand that all of these weird feelings that she is having are just in her head. Ships like this don't just appear out of nowhere. They have crews that keep them running, but who knows? Maybe in her world, right now, they don't.
My world? He's waiting outside school for his mother to pick him up and talk to me about my world.
Greg knows he messed up, but it's too late for apologies, as Jess leaves him behind to walk down one of the ship's endless hallways. And instead of chasing after her, he sticks with his plan to go and find the crew of the ship. But so far, the only ones finding anything are Downey and Sally, as they come across a trail of blood on their way to the theater. And while they find the theater, they don't find where the trail came from. Instead, Jess does, as she returns to the dining hall, where she only has a moment to wonder why all of the food is now rotten, as Victor enters, covered in blood, and attacks her, wrapping his hands around her throat, forcing her to the ground and attempting to take her life here and now. But Jess can't let that happen. Her world is still waiting for her, and Victor is already wounded. Reaching out, she finds where the beginning of the blood trail started and jams her finger into the hole in his skull. Victor falls away. She tries to check on him, but then hears a gunshot from somewhere else on the ship and then runs for the theater. More chaos and death await her as Downey and Sally are panicking over Greg's body, who immediately begin blaming her for this because they claim that Greg's last words were that she shot him.
I did it.
Why did you tell us to come to the theater?
Jess doesn't have an answer. She doesn't know what they're talking about, as Sally then stands and begins screaming that she is some kind of schizo, and then is shot in the chest by someone wearing a mask up on the balcony. Downey is then shot, the shooter reloads, and the echo of the gunshot is overtaken by screaming. Another slug slams into the seat that Jess is hiding behind, barely missing her. The second shot is sent into Downey, putting him out of his misery. Jess knows that this is her chance to save Sally, but they aren't quick enough. Sally is killed, leaving just a moment for Jess to run out of the theater, avoiding another blast. And it's here that we have an interesting problem with this whole story, and also the reason that I feel like I need to cover everything in so much detail. Since even these little moments of Jess grabbing a knife and hiding down in the bowels of the ship will be important later. Not so much right now, but as part of the overall story, it's huge. At least to me, someone who has put way too much thought into this film. And if only Jess wouldn't have put any thought to the sound of someone running on the deck above her, she may have seen the masked killer before getting knocked to the ground. A moment of hesitation saves her life, and a rather impressive parkour maneuver allows her to get to the deck below them and out of sight. At least for the moment, as two more missed shots are sent at Jess, but before she can get away, the masked maniac pulls a Blair and throws the gun, making perfect contact, sending her crashing onto the top deck, giving her time to arm herself with an axe, throw a distraction, and begin the fight with this hooded fiend. Honestly, the fight doesn't last long as Jess quickly gets the upper hand, but instead of swinging to kill, she begins hurling questions at her assailant. The only answer she gets, though, are muffled, something about the only way for her to get home is to kill them. kill them all. It seems like Jess understands, as she decides to start with the one right in front of her. But as she swings the axe, the mysterious killer with answers falls backwards, avoiding the blow and disappearing below the waves. Catching her breath after the exhausting battle and all of the insanity, Jess is drawn into one of the cabins nearby by the sound of an old looping record. She resets it and then takes a moment to look at herself in the mirror, but then hears cries for help from outside. All of them sound so familiar, and it's as she steps out of the room that we pass through the mirror to the other side of the ship, the left side, where all of her friends are standing on the upside down triangle right next to another version of her. This is twist number one, and obviously if you've seen the movie or seen my video on time crimes, you already knew that. But did you catch the difference? When Jess and the crew originally got there, they also saw someone look over the side of the ship at them and not say anything, but it was the right side. This crew showed up from the left side of the ship. And at this point, I hope that you know to trust me on all of these minor observations that everyone else would just shrug off like, oh, whoops, they messed up when they were trying to put this into the film. It's here for a reason. Why are you questioning me? This Jess and this group is not the same as our Jess and our group that we showed up with at the start of this weird cycle. They don't even call out for help the same way that ours did, but our Jess doesn't pick up on this right away. All she knows in this moment is that something is even more wrong than what she originally believed when she first boarded the Aeolus. Stumbling back into the cabin again, she bumps back into the record player, causing it to begin skipping once more. As the music bleeds over into this twisted reality and even has herself skipping multiple times on her way out of this room. She then follows the voices of her friends until she can't handle it anymore and runs deeper into the twisting maze of the ship's hallways.
You alright?
I feel like I know this place.
Our Jess said the same thing, but it is hearing herself and the same conversation about Aeolus and Sisyphus that has her melting down the side of the wall only a couple of corners away from her friends. This is how she dropped her keys, the keys that her crew found earlier and that this crew finds now. She, of course, doesn't stick around for their discovery, disappearing down endless corridors until she knows that she is safe, or at least believes that she is. Because again, in Suite 237, the bloody message is still there on the mirror. But we don't have time to think about that, as it's in a different mirror outside of the dining hall that Jess number 2 sees our Jess, leading to this Victor going on a chase after the mystery mirror person, while our Jess makes it out to the outside deck of the ship. She just needs a moment, a long moment, to process what is happening, why this is happening, why the body of the first Downey is now floating past the ship and is no longer in the theater, but Victor doesn't give her any time to think about it, because he has a lot of questions of his own, mainly, how in the world did she get up here so fast, and where is Greg?
Downstairs, right now, is a copy of myself.
Really does sound like crazy talk when you say it out loud like this, but maybe the very real body of Downey that was there with all of the birds on it, she tries her hardest to explain that Downey's body was there and that there's bodies all over the ship, and even Victor's body is down there right now with a hole in the back of his head. Victor attempts to help her, first promising that he's not going to tell anyone about her insane ramblings, and then just simply asking logical questions. Problem is that Jess doesn't have any real answers, only warnings of what is to it was an accident. She was just trying to get him to understand that he is in danger, and she was right. As of right now, a piece of metal that is protruding out of the ship has lodged itself into the base of Victor's skull, all because Jess was trying to get him to listen, to get him to understand that this was going to happen. The second she sees the blood spray across the wall, she takes off, leaving Victor behind. In her frantic state, she's almost spotted by the other version of herself and Greg as they exit room 237, again hearing the same argument that led to them splitting up. This time the words of Greg echoing in her mind as she tries to grasp what is happening. The way this whole scene is shot is so good. The different angles, the distant words of Greg and herself, the switch between static and handheld shots, all of it is exactly what I would want from a scene like this. Either this or what they did in Bring Her Back with the different anxiety attack moments would fit so well. Almost as well as how Jess's handwriting fits the same exact handwriting that is on all of the notes that are piled up here in this room. Has she been here before? No, we know that answer, but how many times has she already done this? The beginning of that answer lies at the bottom of the vent, along with all of her lockets that have fallen off of her neck through all the other times that she has sat here and realized that this is not the first, with the other piece of this answer being at the other end of a loaded shotgun. Now, at first you would think, oh, Jess found the trail of blood from Victor and now forces him at gunpoint to go into the dining hall to then attack the other version of herself, like what happened before, just now we are getting the other side of what happened. She steps out from her hiding spot, holding the other version of herself at gunpoint, waving the other version of Victor back. This isn't a loop. All of it can be changed, and she just proved that as she tries to remind Victor of what happened last time and how it is all different now. But the other version of herself, Jess number 2, still needs to be dealt with. But she can't pull the trigger, allowing herself to go free and giving her a moment to check on the still bleeding Victor.
Hey, you gotta be strong. I'm gonna get the others, okay?
Greg has been shot again, but this time, our Jess is ready to fight back. Running in, forcing Downey and Sally out of the line of fire, avoiding a slug, and firing one back, removing the top of the mask with it. They exit the theater, all of them still alive, with Jess just jabbering away about how they can change it, and if they can change it, they can survive, and if they can survive, they can all make it off of this boat alive. Well, almost all of them. But the only way for the rest of them to survive is for Sally to shut her mouth, for both of them to listen, take this gun, to wait here and shoot anyone that comes their way. Doesn't matter how confused Downey and Sally are, because Jess needs to go and check on Victor. But all she finds is a trail of blood leading from the dining hall where she left him, right off the side of the boat. Now is not the time for her to mourn, though, as she hears another gunshot from somewhere else in the ship. It's Downey demanding that whoever is at the end of this hallway to step out and reveal themselves.
I said, who is it?
It's Jess, another Jess, and another twist. Now, this is not the same Jess that our Jess had at gunpoint in the dining hall with Victor a while ago. This is a completely different Jess that has been here longer than our Jess even has, but is not the same masked version of the Jess that originally shot our crew in the theater earlier. I know all of this makes like a lot of sense to me, and I just hope that me saying it out loud makes sense to you as well. Remember back when our Jess first walked into room 237 and she's greeted by her reflection? There was 3 of them, and that was intentional because it is telling us that at any given time, there is always 3 versions of herself either on or about to get on to the Aeolus. So technically, our Jess is now the second or the middle Jess, and the one that just pulled the bag off of her head is the third or the final Jess, and the one that didn't get shot in the dining hall by our Jess earlier is the first Jess. That probably just made it more confusing. But of course, Downey and Sally don't know any of this, but they are still hesitant to trust this Jess when she comes walking up. The problem is, this Jess knows more than anyone else on the ship, and she simply tells them that if they want to live, they will follow her, which they do. If only our Jess was a little faster, or if Downey and Sally knew even a little bit of what is happening, they would have at least stopped for a moment longer to listen to the shouted warnings of our Jess. Instead, they choose to trust the one and only Jess that they can see that is right in front of them.
So, what are we doing in here?
Our Jess was right. They were in danger, and it's the screams from room 237 that tell her exactly that. Downey isn't making it out of this room, but Sally is able to crawl into the hallway after being stabbed in the stomach. Though she doesn't crawl for long, as she knows that running is the only real choice that she can make if she wants to survive. And it's the cries from our Jess that makes her choice so much easier. And it's actually her running that leads her to finding the emergency radio system down in the bowels of the ship, where she then makes a call that we have already heard. It's the same desperate cry for help that interrupted Greg's communications with the Coast Guard. And we also find out why she doesn't respond when Greg does reply, since she only has a moment before she is found by our Jess. So she makes a break for it before it's too late. But this also means that the other crew, the crew that this Sally showed up with, never received this call from herself, because that version of her that would have called died in the theater. Obviously, it isn't like it would have helped very much or even at all, but it is just another interesting point of where the story is filling in gaps, but also creating more holes all at the same time. With one of the holes being, did this other Greg hear our Jess call out for him over the radio? Because we know that our Jess has been able to change things up until this point, but the static will leave this question hanging over us. But what happens next, however, will both give us a lot of answers and a lot of questions as Jess finally catches up with Sally. Jess was able to change what happened, but even this change has happened many times before. Over 30 by my count, but between all of the different versions of Sally's that are stacked up on top of each other, the different wounds that they all seem to have, and the varying degrees that each one of them has been eaten by the seagulls, it's really hard to tell. And speaking of the seagulls, there has been at least one around since the very start, with there even being a moment when they first set sail where Greg points out the seagull that is following them, saying that that bird has mistaken their boat for a fishing boat, and then saying that he's going to go hungry. But it's clear that Greg was wrong. But while the birds will come back up again, the now unmasked version of Jess that stabs Sally will not, since she was just beaten to death and thrown overboard by the other version of Jess. Jess number 1, if you will. Or I guess it would actually be Jess number 2, as when Sally passes away, the next crew and the next version of Jess show up. Meaning that the new Jess that just showed up to the Aeolus is now Jess number 1, the Jess that is down there on the deck that just killed the masked version of Jess is now Jess number 2, and our Jess is now Jess number 3. Not confusing at all. It's really not confusing when you also realize that this crew and version of Jess arrived from the right side of the Aeolus. Just like what our Jess did, but not like the Jess number 2 did, meaning that it swamps back and forth each time with each different arrival. Don't worry, because all of this weird stuff that's going on with all the different versions of Jess will come back up later, just like how I told you when our Jess first boarded the Aeolus, there were multiple shots that would come back up later, which is now, because the shots that we see then are from the perspective of our Jess now, watching a different version of herself from up the stairs and also looking out the back of the ship to watch the triangle float away. Understand that it was another Jess that did that, but it is now our Jess that is doing this. Our Jess, who with the death of Sally has fully realized that it takes all of them dying for the next versions to show up. But before following through with what she knows needs to be done, she does what she can to stop the ship. And at first I was thinking there was absolutely no way for the ship to be stopped, but honestly, there could be. She's already been able to change so much that the idea of her being able to affect the ship is not out of the realm of possibility. Her real issue here would be how much time would it take for her to get the ship to slow down or stop completely, presumably with no prior knowledge to how the ship works, but really, even if she did get it to shut down, what would it change? Because the second version of Jess has already had such a different experience than our Jess has, yet we still find her explaining to Victor everything that has happened up to this point.
She had blood on one side of her face, and then I killed her.
It's so interesting how similar these two moments are, yet very different. Our Jess saw the body of Downey floating by the ship,
right.
and this Jess didn't. Our
Fuck. Okay, I gotta see this. Crowder was on Peter. Let me get this going. Oh, fuck yeah. I totally missed this.
Then you said fuck Israel.
Fuck Israel, fuck the genocide going on.
Okay, where's the Okay, good.
A lot of hot air has again been expended this week on Hassan Piker's fondness for Chairman Mao and the rise of socialism in America. Not to be left out, Stephen Crowder recently responded from the right with a segment entitled The Case for Fascism. And he's not alone. Commentators like Jack Posobiec reacted to the Spanish migrant crisis at the Moroccan border by cheering for the fascist dictator General Franco, who, it should be said, used a Moroccan army to defeat Republicans in the Spanish Civil War. So has the plot finally been lost on both sides of the aisle, or have we been blinded by heat stroke to a bit of sizzling summer sarcasm? Well, Stephen Crowder, host of Louder with Crowder, joins me now. Stephen, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you very much. By the way, I checked up your tea recipes. This is 4 bags of Yorkshire Gold, and that's too much.
Yes. No, you know what? You need to have it in a pot. You don't put it, obviously, 4 bags in a cup. You need a pot, a big teapot, and it's 4 bags. It's 4.
Yeah,
4
I'm
bags.
not even. I have
Americans.
All right. Fascism.
Americans always make their tea too weak, which is strange because you like to portray yourselves as the strongest country in the world, weakest tea. I'm trying to help.
Here's the
I'm trying to help you.
Is when you go to a place like a coffee shop and then you say, hey, I want some tea, and they say, what size? And you say small, medium, large. They just give you 1 bag, which I think is a crime and they should be executed, which brings us back to fascism.
Now, I can't work out if you're basically doing a massive troll with this fascism thing, or there is a legitimately, a legitimate point you're making as an antidote to the rising support for socialism / communism that you genuinely believe we'd be better off with fascism. So just outline for me simply what your premise is.
Yeah, so the premise of and just to be clear, in that segment, I said, I am not advocating for fascism, by the way. And the problem with fascism is, unlike socialism, right, which is basically, it stems from Marxism, it's tough to define, and certainly the way that the left defines it. They say Donald Trump is a fascist. When I was in college, we spent a whole month on Pinochet. And then when I left, I'm going, wait, hold on a second. We never learned what preceded it. And so what I was discussing there was, once you reach communism, socialism, you can't vote your way out. And so it's really easy to point to fascism using the left's definition, which is pretty much every time people do things that they don't like to prevent communism from subverting a nation, and not acknowledge what preceded it. Pinochet's a good example. Again, not saying I'm all in on Pinochet, but we never talk about Allende, what preceded it. And so fascism is immoral, by the way. It is immoral, because anytime you basically enslave the person to the state, that's immoral. But fascism, we have to acknowledge, economically, can yield some results. So it's immoral, but sometimes it works. Socialism is equally immoral, and it never works. And so that's the reason that you see the response. And so the radical push towards socialism, Marxism, will necessitate what the left fears most, the strong man, what they view as fascism. No, I'm not a fascist.
like you mentioned Pinochet there. So we had a little look at Pinochet, because I'm broadly aware of what happened on his watch. But you said, sure, some communists went for helicopter rides and they were never seen again. But if you weren't a communist, you weren't a great threat. Now, the official reports compiled after the return to democracy, such as the Rettig report and the Vallet report, demonstrate that the regime cast a very wide net, not just communists. Victims were chosen based on perceived dissent or simple association rather than actual political status. They included labor union leaders, academics, artists, Christian Democrats. And according to the official Chilean human rights records, over 150 children and teenagers under the age of 18 were killed or forcibly disappeared by the secret police. So to simply say that Pinochet only went after the commies is not accurate.
Well, I didn't say he only. I said primarily, and I stand by that. He did primarily, and again, if you talk about labor unions, we talked about this later in the week, McCarthy, and looking at those who were active members of the Communist Party in labor unions, including the screenwriters unions, they were one and the same in many ways. And if you look at the media and you look at Allende and the silencing and the execution of dissent, it went both ways. Only one had economic yield, and one was subjugating the entire population. Both are immoral. The point is, I only learned about Pinochet. I didn't learn about Allende. And we can go through other examples, whether it's Franco or Banzer. And we did that in the show. I'm not a fascist. I don't think fascism works. I don't think that it's moral. And socialism is certainly immoral and doesn't work. The difference is, in this country right now, we are facing one threat that openly extols, brags about the platform of socialism, the DSA and these candidates who want to basically take over the largest corporations. They want public ownership. They want to seize the means of production, distribution. I mean, I have their policy right in front of me, and it's absolutely not just absurd, incredibly dangerous, and it has support from a lot of younger people. Socialism no longer has the same stigma as fascism does. That's why I think it's important. I mean, literally, the DSA says, establish public ownership of the largest corporations, essential industries to ensure democratic control. How do you enforce it? Accountability to the people, enact aggressive wealth taxes on the richest individuals and corporations to spend on public goods and infrastructure. Okay, anyone want to name me a successful example? Venezuela, oil, Cuba, everything, Allende, Chile. If you can name me one country that nationalized their largest industries and became more prosperous, or the people benefited from more economic freedoms or any personal freedoms, great, let me know. We can go to, you want to go to DSA
The
immigration?
overarching... No, I agree with you. I don't think socialism works, full stop, nor do I think communism or fascism work. Sure. You started your contentious video by saying even the bad fascists were a mistaken response to equally bad Marxism. Some have said that qualification, even the bad fascists, implies there might be good fascists. So just for the record, are all fascists bad?
All actual fascists are bad. Is Donald Trump bad because he's a fascist because the left says that he is? No. And they do that with a lot of people. Bukele, you're talking about, Afuera in Argentina. Sorry, his name just escaped me. This is how they label anyone with whom they disagree. Whereas we can look all across South America and we can see the dangers. And we have to understand, too, with South America, most of these countries are third world countries. Your choice is either a communist coup or a guerrilla sort of military fascist coup. And if you look historically, people have fared better under what people would declare more extreme right wing. Both are wrong, but we need to understand it's not like here in the United States, and it hasn't worked there. Now we have people trying to bring the failed policies here in the United States, and it's not the fascists. That's the issue, whether it's immigration, whether it's healthcare, whether it's nationalizing the means of production, distribution, whether it's more free crap, gender affirming care. I can go through the list. It's unbelievable. And you have mainstream politicians who they wouldn't exist if not for the DSA platform. This is the left today. You will keep the woke, and you'll have economic turmoil as well.
I mean, I've argued for a long time that the more extreme woke left behave exactly like the fascists they profess to hate most. The whole essence of cancel culture, of groupthink, of if you deviate, you get abused or you get threatened, or, in some cases, people get killed. Charlie Kirk killed for his beliefs, and so on. There's a fascist streak running through woke leftism, isn't there? So on. There's a killed, Charlie Kirk killed for his beliefs, and so on. There's a fascist streak running through woke leftism, isn't there?
Yeah, there absolutely is. If we're talking about a streak where you have to fall in how most people perceive fascism, right? And it's changed historically, but if you have to fall in line or be excluded or eliminated, you certainly see that from the left. Like a big problem you see from the right, good example there is Charlie Kirk. I mean, right now you see these fractures that are taking place because of people like Candace and because of people like Tucker Carlson. But outside of that, we have a pretty big tent. You have libertarians, you have more traditional conservatives, you have people who are America first. You don't really have that on the left. You have to follow lockstep because it is an ideology that requires seizing control over everything, or it doesn't work. I mean, have you spent time like on the DSA, on their actual platform? Because when you talk about woke, a lot of people like AOC try to say, yeah, woke 1 was a little bit of a disaster. That means woke 2.0 is coming. They're just going to try and be more covert about it. Like they just tell people at the DSA, you have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord because comfortable housing is a human right. Your retirement is publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They also guarantee universal health care, including complete access to gender-affirming care. All of this stuff, and they're going to reduce hours by 20% while increasing wages. Okay, who's going to pay for it? Also, you can have an open border or you can have a giant welfare state. Pick one. They want all of it. And these people are running for and achieving office. That's the reason that's okay, historically. Does this lead to some kind of response that we also don't want? Fascism. And the answer is yes, don't want that either.
So my only quibble with that is that in your recent video, it was entitled The Case for Fascism, and the thumbnail said, we need fascism. What you're saying to me now, it seems to me, is slightly different. What you're saying is fascism is often an inevitable consequence of extreme communism or whatever it may be, but that's slightly different to saying we need it. You know, you're implying by saying that you see fascism as the only kind of antidote to extreme left ideology. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it is. It is. It is in South. Okay. Answer me this. South America. How do you vote your way out of communism, socialism, Marxism? How do you vote your way out of Cuba? How do you vote your way out of Venezuela? So in those cases, you need, by definition, someone who would be a fascist, someone who's willing to engage in a military coup, someone who's willing to use the full strengths that they have at their disposal. Yeah, in those cases, otherwise you just live with economic ruin forever. Yeah, I'm not saying we need it here in the United States, but when you look at the historical context, it was the only way to deal with the plight and the torture and the subjugation. Yeah, it's terrible, but it's an economic reality and a human rights reality.
But, you know, you look at Pinochet and what happened after he left office, that would be an example where you didn't, you know, that's a clear example of the opposite of what you're saying.
You're right. No, that's a good example. He's not a fascist, even though the left labels him one. He willingly left office. So that's why I use him as an example.
Right, but, you know, he was a fascist in most people's eyes. And he was replaced by, you know, good old-fashioned democracy. I think my contentious point about you is it's not the threat. To me, it's not about saying that communism is not a terrible threat. It is. The DSA, as you rightly picked them up on. I interviewed Breonna Taylor-Joy the other day, who just eventually, after staring around for about 10 minutes, eventually admitted she would like to get rid of the Pentagon, the police, and prisons, which is obviously completely insane. And so there are certainly large swathes. Yeah, there are large swathes of these democratic socialists emerging on the sort of national stage, which are completely bonkers. I think my quibble with your argument is that fascism is the only way you can end up countering this if it seizes power.
Well, answer my question. How do you vote your way out of communism, Marxism, socialism? You don't. Maybe that's why the Chileans supported Pinochet's reforms and they kept his constitution after he willingly left power. And again, I never learned any of this in college. It doesn't justify the killing of any innocent people. But like we did a segment on McCarthy was right about a lot. He was wrong in how he executed it. The idea that there wasn't a Red Scare, that they don't seek to subvert your institutions. If you believe that, they way out of socialism, Marxism. It is inevitable. You can't point me to any example throughout human history where you have Marxism, communism, socialism, where either it's never-ending economic ruin or there's a quote-unquote fascist response by using the left's definition in order to correct it. That's the only way it goes.
I mean, we'll put it all together. But when you say Pinochet left office of his own volition, which fascists don't normally do, the reality is he lost a national vote in October 1988. Nearly 56% of Chileans cast their ballots against him, officially ending his mandate. And on the night of the vote, as it became clear he was losing, Pinochet called other military leaders to his office. According to declassified US documents, Pinochet wanted extraordinary powers to declare a state of emergency, invalidate the vote, and use the military to keep control of the country. Other top generals in the military junta refused to back his plan. They publicly accepted the democratic vote had gone against him and forced him to accept defeat. It's a bit different to left of his own volition.
All right. If I have to choose Governor Mamdani or Pinochet, I'll go Pinochet. I don't like either. Does that make it clear enough? When it's the party right now in this country.
You would choose Pinochet over Mamdani?
Absolutely would. If it's AOC or Pinochet, I would choose neither. Maybe I'd blow my head off, you know. Maybe I'd do that, or maybe I'd just declare myself to be a woman and some kind of enemy of this time suicide rate, which gets no better, by the way, under socialized healthcare, gender-affirming care. So they're going away from that in Europe, but the DSA here wants to continue with that. I'm looking at a party right now in this country that wants to nationalize all the biggest businesses, that wants to completely defund the police and replace them with social workers. And by the way, it's not like this is an unknown. Right, the 2020 experiment really produced the single largest crime spike, specifically homicide in modern American history, disproportionately harming Black Americans. So if police are the primary threat to Black lives, why do the cities that most aggressively defunded them see the unbelievably sharp rise in Black homicide victims? You look at them wanting to socialize healthcare. By the way, they also just add to it feminism and queer body shit. They have like socialist feminism fights for queer liberation and the freedoms of all working class women. No idea what that means. Stop gender violence and end policies that oppress bodily autonomy and intimate life, including patriarchal restrictions on. Point is, they want a bunch of free crap. You're going to pay for it, but they have no way to tell you how the bill is footed. Also, you cannot separate. I know you know this, Pierce. Woke, the culture of censorship, and Marxism, socialism. It's the only way that this makes sense. When people say, well, how do you see people with a rainbow and LGBTQ flag right next to Palestine where they'd throw you off a roof for speaking with a lisp? It's because they view the world as Marxist. They just view it as oppressed and oppressor. When you go, well, hold on a second, how does any of this make sense where they claim that they want to be pro-workers, but really they want to silence people and they don't want to have, they want to have card checks so that you have to vote and the unions know exactly where you don't have your own privacy there, but you do in these other areas, they don't want voter ID because it's Marxist. The worker is the oppressed and the guy who starts a business is the oppressor. Take any situation that we have seen socially in the last decade, and that is how they view it. It's nonsensical. There's nothing logically consistent outside of Marxism, and now they are espousing the same economic solutions. That's what we're facing in this country. And I know that young people, I understand it. I understand why young people, they feel as though we've seen absolutely unsatisfactory results. They're not thrilled with the Trump administration. They weren't thrilled with Biden. I get it. And so it's easy to promise them a wish list. The wish list comes with shackles. Ask anyone who's lived it.
Yes, I agree with that, and about the dangers of socialism and communism and Marxism. Absolutely, you've got me there. Where you lose me, though, is where you look down the barrel of the camera and say you would rather have General Pinochet than AOC or Mamdani. Do you want to think about that statement again?
I did, and I do. I don't want either, to be clear. If I had to pick between Bernie Sanders and, Jeb Bush, I'd pick Jeb Bush.
Fuck. These cars are trying to run me over.
What about Hitler?
Nah, I'd just kill myself.
I mean,
that's because he's also
it's interesting that you don't think... you don't really get into Hitler. And my other quibble, though, was you talk about how communism is... hang on, you talk about communism costing a lot more lives than fascism, but you completely remove Hitler from that summary, the accounting summary, if you like. Because many would argue that Hitler obviously prompted World War II, but the total death toll of World War II would take the death toll from fascism above the total death toll of communism in the last century. So why would you keep Hitler out of it? I mean, He was responsible for World War II and all who died in it. For World War II and all who died in it.
Well, no, I didn't. What I talked about was communism because we weren't addressing Hitler. We've done entire segments on Hitler, National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, and the left tries to say, well, they aren't really socialists, and they try to they hope that you don't remember that they were kind of allies with the Russians until it was a family spat. So give me the Holocaust and the death count from Hitler, because we're not doing the whole Holocaust denial thing, right? Like some people do. What's the number? Would we agree the Holocaust anywhere from 5 to 10 million, 6 million seems to be the agreed upon number-ish?
Yeah, about 6 million Jews and 12 million people in total were killed by Nazis. Yeah. Yeah.
How many killed under communism in the 20th century alone? And then name me one communist who's ever willingly left.
No, but my argument about that argument. Yeah, but
this real quickly. Okay, so next level. I'm playing Decimate Drive. If you've never played it, it's a really cool game where cars... Oh, God. Try to run you over.
The argument is that you're slightly giving Hitler and his death toll a pass by focusing purely on the Holocaust. I would say that actually, because Hitler was solely responsible for the start of World War II, everyone that then died in that war over 6 years has died as a consequence of fascism. And so if you were being fair about the comparison between the overall death toll from the effects of communism or fascism, I would throw in that fascism ultimately in the 20th century killed more people than communism, because I would lay every single death in World War II at the feet of Adolf Hitler.
It's silly. By the way, he was also a socialist, but let's do that. It still isn't. By that, just a direct line, 100 million under communism. And here's the issue. And you can agree with me on this, I never learned about the death toll from Stalin. I never learned about the death toll from Mao. I never learned about the death toll from Pol Pot. I never learned about the death toll all across South America. I saw people with T-shirts with Che Guevara on, by the way, who was a coward, who got caught like a little bitch in Bolivia with a fully loaded rifle because he never fought a day in his life. I didn't learn about those things. Everyone knows that Hitler is bad, but there's this other ideology that has killed far more people, even using your most broad sweeping definition. Hitler, bad. Communism kills absolutely more. And it is the one being praised right now. Mao, right? The DSA. When you look at this, when you look at Lenin, when you look at Marx. In other words, there's no mainstream American political party, assuming that Hitler isn't a socialist at all and it was just in the name and it's some kind of wordplay. Okay, fine. Let's just give you that. He's only a fascist, not a socialist. Okay. There's no mainstream conservative right now, a Republican, holding up Mein Kampf. There are people on the left holding up the Red Book. They're doing TikTok videos about how great it is. They're talking about how Mao has inspired, how he's one of the greatest thinkers of the last 2 centuries. This is what we are actually facing right now. And so, yeah, Hitler bad. I think everyone knows Hitler bad. But when I hear people who are either running for office or endorsing people, campaigning with people running for office, going, oh man, Mao is one of the greatest figures of the 20th century, I go, holy shit, are you kidding me? Just as I would if any American politician said Hitler anything other than bad. Is that fair? That makes sense, right?
I ran into the...
Well, you certainly won't get me trying to defend Mao versus Hitler or Hitler versus Mao. To me, they're the two biggest genocidal monsters. No. But I do think it's for historical record and for the purposes of your thesis that fascism ultimately is worse than communism. I'm not completely convinced statistically that is the case. However, it's an interesting thesis. Let's just move on to a couple of things
One final thing.
Yeah.
If I use your standard, because I'm just using the standard of the death toll under the Mao regime, under the Stalin regime. So if I use your standard, and that's, by the way, still more than all of World War II if you blame every single death on Hitler, okay? Still more, over 100 million to about 80-something million. If I use your standard, you'd have to add all deaths from the Korean War, all deaths from the Vietnam War, all deaths from the Chinese Civil War. That would be a more comparable number, right? It'd be like double. So it still doesn't hold water. And we should, by the way, reject and fear both. Only one is being embraced. That's the point. Let's please go on. I love you, Pierce.
I hear your point, and well rebutted. Let's turn to Hunter Biden, because you've called him Hunter Leiden in your latest video. What's interesting is the way he's being embraced by a lot of people on the conservative right. Like just on a big sit down with Tucker Carlson. what's going on here? There's a real split, particularly amongst the MAGA right in America. But when Hunter is sitting there with Tucker for a couple of hours, what is happening here, do you think?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what my issue is with it. And by the way, I will tell you something. I want to give you some credit here because, you know, people always bitch about don't platform somebody. And you hosted Nick Fuentes, and so have I. Yeah. And I think that you and I both have to respect that he's the only one who showed up and will defend them, whether you agree with him or not. He's always been very respectful. But you have some people say you can't platform. I have no problem with these people platforming Hunter Biden, by the way. The problem that I have is the double standard and its net results. So give me a moment if I can. Hunter Biden, the way he lied on Tucker Carlson, by the way, they're very good friends. They're old friends. He asked Hunter to do him a favor to get his son into Georgetown. I mean, he didn't drop off the laptop. He just said, it goes completely unchecked. Well, he signed for the repair. Lawyers never denied it. He was talking about how Ukraine was shopping a laptop store to Giuliani in 2018. That's absolutely not true. He said that there was a GRU agent, Andrei Derkach, in 2018. He wasn't a GRU agent, and he didn't meet him until 2019. He said that Israel started, Tucker said that Israel started this underage sex conspiracy. There's zero evidence that was provided whatsoever, a claim without any evidence. And you look at the things that weren't asked, like about his niece, about the Ashley Biden diary, about the 10% for the big guy, about Burisma, about all of the economic things. None of those asked. That's a standard that I guess is only held for Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee, who, by the way, should be held to that standard, but so should Hunter Biden. And here's my...
This game is hard. This game is brutal. What the hell? This game is so stressful. Notice to public. Bus service at this stop is permanently discontinued. We apologize for any inconvenience. Date January 28, 1997. I'm trying to figure out what the greater story is in this game, because it's definitely got a story that is trying to, like, lead me through. Live music Saturday at the Dead End every Saturday. Oh, God. All for the love of you. I wonder if this is some sort of, why isn't he... I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. I wonder if they're trying to imply that this is like something else. Because that song is the first song that was ever played by a computer. So it's kind of like a famous... This song is... Ah! There's more than one car. Fuck! Anytime I go over here, I end up on, like, it's a freaking... Bam, 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 bam. Ah, shit! Oh, my God, I'm gonna have a heart attack. Fucking game gives me a heart attack. Oh, you fucker. Oh my God. Stressful fucking game. Well made. I think it's just made by one dude. It's called Decimate Drive. It's like playing a creepypasta. You're just... It's like playing Maximum Overdrive if it was a game. It's very cool like that. Oh shit! Almost got me, motherfucker. You have to complete the level or you restart from the beginning. So it becomes very nightmarish. Ha! The cars are actually pretty good at driving, which... Oh, next level beaten. Okay. Nice. Keep this going. Oh, shit!
The implication that the Hunter Biden laptop story was actually just, planted by Israel. And then we also look, so combine that with Candace Owens, right? We have Tyler Robinson. There was a moment of unity. I remember being on this show. Tyler Robinson, a trans radicalized LGBTQ far-left activist, assassinated. One of the best among us, certainly one of the most prominent voices. And that's been thrown. So actually, no, that was Israel. It was the Jews. And actually, no, Hunter Biden, which is the clearest example that we have of three-letter agencies, including the FBI, colluding with big tech and media, wrongfully labeling a story Russian disinformation, which we know would have affected the outcome of the election. No, actually, the single biggest proof that we have of censorship from the left systemically, it's the Jews. And no, the single biggest example that we have of political violence, as per a multiple time confession, no, it's the Jews. And I can say this because AIPAC can go screw themselves with a wire brush. And I do think we need to eliminate foreign influence. And I think that Israel needs to foot their own bill. But we need to say the same about China. We need to say the same thing about Qatar. And we certainly need to apply the standard equally. Because if you were to look at these interviews, if you were to look at these premises and say, okay, left's not a threat as far as political violence, and the left's not a threat as far as culture of censorship, hey, there's no reason to fear the left. They're of no concern whatsoever. Vote for anyone you want. It's all the same. That's what bothers me.
No! Oh, God.
Do you think that Candace Owens believes what she says about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Or, as Andrew Wilson is going to sit down with her, I think on Friday, isn't it? Their big debate hosted by Patrick Bet-David.
Yes, sir.
That she's just doing this to make money. That it's just a running thing she can go with, and she doesn't care about Erica Kirk and her feelings or anything. She just wants to get the numbers and get the money.
Let me answer two things. The only through line that you would see with Candace's career is a lifelong liberal, by the way, liberal activist. People can search social autopsy and see how anti-free speech she was for a very long time, let alone suing, filing lawsuits, being represented by the NAACP. The only thing that seems to be a consistent through line is whatever's expedient financially. But then to the other question, you said, do you think that Candace believes what she says? I would love to know what it is that she says. Are we talking about the Egyptian planes, by the way? And I've noticed she's backed away from very specific facts because she got the time zones wrong. She said there were 73 overlaps and 68% of them were completely wrong. I think it was 60% of them had no physical, emotional, temporal connection to Charlie Kirk whatsoever. Are we talking about the French Legion? Because she said that Tyler Robinson at one point, he's now a patsy and he wasn't on campus at all. He trained with the French Legion, right, with the 13th Brigade, the Gendarmerie, but she walked away from that because that was disproven. The idea that Robinson was never present on campus whatsoever, you can say that we don't have footage yet of him pulling that trigger. You can talk about caliber. You can't say that there's no evidence of him on campus. So I've noticed that she's backed away from claims that have been immediately refuted to, I don't know, I'm just asking questions. That seems to be what the conversation will be about, in my opinion, is if you're going to make claims like that, and if you're going to put people in the crosshairs, figuratively, and we know quite literally as it relates to the Kirks, you better do your due diligence. You better have the information right. So when you say, does Candace believe what she's saying? I don't know what she's saying right now. It changes all the time.
It does. Yeah, I completely agree. Stephen, it's great to talk to you. Just finally, let's go crystal ball time. Let's go to 2028. What type of candidate is likely to be a Democratic general election candidate? Will it be somebody from the socialist left, you think, who are the rising force in the party, or will they pivot for the general election to a more moderate candidate? And conversely, who are the Republicans going to go for? Who is the leader of the Republican movement post
car driving away? That was peculiar. I don't get it. Damn, So I'm confused. What did my character do?
Oof. Boy, well, I hate making political predictions because Charles Krauthammer might have been one of the most brilliant political minds, God rest his soul. And he was wrong like 50% of the time. So me sitting on my couch, eating a bag of don't really have a shot. But I will say this. Let me take a stab at it. I think that you will see someone economically very left, someone who promises a lot of free crap on the Democrat side. So very much leaning towards socialism. And you see, people like AOC trying to act as though they weren't woke, as though they didn't use the term Latinx. They're going to try and distance themselves from woke gender politics, all of the, patriarchy, the oppression Olympics. Don't believe it for a second, because they still are tied to the platform that necessitates it, right? It's a platform based on equity, not equality. So it'll be someone economically very far left, and it'll be someone who tries to hide their social views or appear more moderate. On the right, I think you're probably going to see someone who presents themselves as economically far more populist. So that would be probably more center in quite a few ways, and still acting as a vanguard against woke. Because the one thing that we know for sure is, that we already have the verdict. We know, we have the results. People don't want the progressive social justice crap. And the left has to hide from it, and the right still wants to fight it. Because the left now wants to gaslight all of us and say, why have you turned this into an issue? It's a non-issue, men and women's sports. I don't know, maybe because I watched someone win a gold medal at the Olympics beat the shit out of a woman. Maybe because 1,000 medals are lost. Maybe because kids can be taken away from their parents if they don't affirm their transition when they're young. So I don't want them to be allowed to distance themselves from who they are and what they actually want. You can read it on the DSA website. Everyone is going to veer. You see this when the economy is not doing very well and there's uncertainty. They're going to veer toward economic populism, and the left is going to have to hide their social policy. So it'll be someone who fits in those parameters, unless, of course, sorry, I forgot this. The Democrat Party does what it does and acts completely undemocratic and rig it like they did against Bernie, or have no primary like they did with Kamala, or what they just did with Francesca Hong, where clearly there's foul play. So I don't know. It's anyone's guess. We may end up with Hillary Clinton again. Crazy, man.
Well, Polymarket currently has AOC rising to third favorite to be the next president on 10.7%, behind J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. I could see, ultimately, if I was a betting man right now, I could see an AOC v. Rubio showdown.
No, he got me.
I think Rubio is probably been the most impressive.
My character turned around. I looked right ahead of me afterwards, and there was a car in front of me. This game's fucking intense. Fucking awesome. Go ahead and put this on the list. But we are coming towards the end of the stream anyways.
Performer in the Trump administration, and that J.D. Vance may find himself too attached to Trumpism to extricate himself successfully, and it may be that getting yourself away from Trumpism is a good thing. We'll see. It depends on the timing.
Well, let me add something to that, too. I think that J.D. Vance, not so much Trumpism. I think his challenge is going to be the ties to Palantir. And, of course, AI is a very important issue, big tech right now. And rightfully so he's going to have to answer for that. Marco Rubio is going to have the albatross around his neck of being part of the Gang of Eight, though he is certainly MVP, the best communicator in this administration. AOC, if she becomes president, the moment she unfreezes her eggs, Skynet falls and the world ends.
Stephen Crowder, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Okay.
This is the worst horror movie ever made, and I know this scene doesn't make any sense to you right now, but don't worry, because I've seen the movie and it still doesn't make sense to me. All I know is I couldn't start this video the same way they started the movie, or else literally nobody would watch it. Because the movie opens with a minute and a half of scrolling text attempting to explain what the movie is about. Because the movie is so confusing that test audiences didn't even know what it was about after they watched it, that they had to go back and add this in. Doesn't make any sense. So I'm just gonna have to do my best and hold your hand and walk through this nightmare with you.
Come with me if you want to live.
As soon as we learn about the Upcani people and the gold mine and 713 and just everything else, we cut to some kid running through the woods away from what looks like police, and then it quickly cuts over to a nun talking to a scientist who is trying to convince her that it's okay that he's experimenting on the orphans in her orphanage, but she feels bad, of course, because they're like her orphans.
Anyway.
But apparently one of the kids has run away, which was the kid that we saw at the beginning, who is now hiding in some kind of transformer or an electrical box. Even being an electrician, I have no idea what this is supposed to be, but it's got electricity in it. That's all we need to know. And then we cut to the cops showing up again and talking to the nun, and
This
of course
game
she's
is
playing it
stressful
off
as
like,
fuck.
I don't know, I went to look for the orphans and they're just not there. Who knows where they went? We don't know either, because the only orphan that we've seen and that we're going to see is this one, who is looking at alien dogs of some kind. And then it just cuts to Christian Slater waking up on an airplane next to the most annoying kid that you could ever sit by.
My mommy says that cheese gives you nightmares.
I guess since he is annoying, he decides to traumatize him. Then the movie just cuts to an old guy on a boat who decides to take a phone call and tells them that they need to kill Edward Carnaby, which is the character that Christian Slater is playing in this movie. But Slater sounds way better to me than Carnaby, so I'm going to call him Slater for the rest of this. Slater walks up to a taxi, gets in, and they start going, and he talks about his job and gives this vague explanation of what that means.
I hunt and track down the strange and unusual.
Then quickly tells him that we're being followed by somebody, and as the cool taxi driver that he is, he says, "You want me to lose him?" And then we get this mediocre chase scene. I just don't understand why you would follow somebody in the first place if you're trying to be sneaky in a yellow taxi. The vehicle that is made to stand out for people to see. The crazy guy ends up catching up with them, slams into him, and I'm assuming that Discount Rupert Grint dies and Slater is able to jump out of the way, but now Crazy Man is just gone. Crazy guy is actually Ed Anders, who has worked on a ton of huge movies doing stunts and being a stunt coordinator, so it's kind of crazy they got him for this, but they did waste $20 million on it. But Ed decides to show off his stunt skills and his movie.
If you die, you have to start from the beginning of the level. Okay, is this another story level? Holy cow. There are so many cars. Oh my god. And a frozen lake? Okay, run, run, run. Holy shit. And my character's got blurry vision. This is fucking awesome. Come on, come on, come on. The lighting is pretty good. When you see a car's headlights, it lights up the whole room. And you're like, oh shit. You have to make it from phone booth to phone booth. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh, it's a lighthouse in the distance, isn't it? Screw you. These fucking cars. Oh, fuck. This is awesome. I haven't beaten a horror game since, I think, like, January when I played the Cabin Factory. Woo! Fuck you. Oh, shit! This game is fucking awesome. Okay, where's the next light? Okay, there it is. Fuck. Get near trees. Get near a rock. Oh, fuck. Okay. Woo! My blood pumping. Okay. Come on. You son of a bitch. Come on, come on, come on. No! Okay. Yes! How many levels are there? It just keeps going. Okay, is it? I can't. I'm so tired. Okay, so this is a story level. Song, Andrea, listen to it all the time. It says. Confused. Okay, let's keep going. Go to the next phone book. Or, I mean, phone booth. Phone book. I do not understand. I'm so confused about what's going on in this game's story. ability is back, so I guess it's another level. Here we go. I think that might be a car. Oh shit, son! I think the cars take so much damage when they get hit. Like real-time destruction.
And does a sneak attack. And they fight, and they run, and they fight, and Ed shows that he's the bad guy by kicking down a door and pushing an old man. And then they're fighting again, and Ed tries to grab this thing out of Slater's pocket, which is apparently important for the movie. Slater shows his own superpowers by somehow jumping and kicking off of the ground and gets his little artifact thing back and takes off running again, and then just steals a cop's gun and proceeds to shoot Ed from super far away. But Ed is unfazed, so Slater runs a little bit farther and then does this. Makes me wonder where the first bullet went. It didn't just evaporate or disappear because it went through ice. But either way, it hits Ed in the chest, and he is still unfazed and runs over and grabs Slater and is fixing to, I guess, roll him into a barrel of dead fish. Slater somehow gets the upper hand and throws Ed over the top of him, where he lands on a dead fish hook spear thing. What a crazy way to start off, because it's still just all downhill from here. And then we have Tara Reid at a museum who is actually playing Aline, how do you say her name?
This is Aileen Cedric.
Dumb. Aline. I think I'm going to call her Aline. We get this explanation of who Aline is.
She's the assistant curator.
And who the Upconnie people are.
It's an ancient Native American civilization.
Just a whole exposition dump from a security guard of all people.
Let's move it along.
All the way down to the fact that Aline's
Oh, you
boyfriend
fucker!
has been missing
Got me.
for months on end now.
Her
All right, that's enough.
For the last 3 months.
Like, who is this guy, and why does he think he has to tell everybody
That was awesome.
everything that he knows?
I shouldn't have said that.
Because we actually need him to figure out that the old man on the boat is the Dr. Hudgens that they were talking about from the museum. And on that boat, they've found some kind of big chest, which he tries to explain what it is, but we're just going to move on because it doesn't matter. Just like this scene in an alleyway with Slater that makes it seem like he's being followed, but there's literally nothing. And he just goes into his apartment, he pulls out this weird-looking jewel thing that Ed earlier tried to steal from him, and probably the most important thing that actually happens is he checks his voicemail.
John, it's the nightmares. They've started again. I need to know if it's just me.
But he doesn't even care about that, so why should we? Because right now, Dr. Hudgens is on this boat with this chest, which is made out of solid gold. Apparently that doesn't matter because Slater is still looking at this weird jewel thing and is using his computer to computerize it. But that's too boring because there's gold. And the guys on the boat decide that they're going to lock up Dr. Hudgens and take the gold for themselves. Just as they open it, it just cuts back to Slater again, where the weird jewel thing starts to glow and he gets a headache. And if it wasn't confusing enough, now we're adding in extra people that are also just waking up in the middle of the night and leaving their houses. And then we see Dr. Hudgens locked inside of this room where I guess he's safe because there's a bunch of stuff going on outside. But that's too much out of our budget, so we just go back to the people and them walking down the street. And once everything is calmed down on the boat, we get one of the funniest things because the captions literally say that there's no gunfire or screaming. Like, these are captions. These are to tell me what sounds are on screen, not what sounds aren't on screen. Then Dr. Hudgens steps out of the room and it's a total massacre. It seems like everybody on the boat has been killed by something. And looking into this chest that Dr. Hudgens has never seen before in his life, he knows exactly where the secret lever is, pulls it, and grabs something else out of the bottom of it and runs away. If you're like me, you have a lot of questions already with all of the random people that are involved in this movie, but don't worry, there's more. Because now we just have two random guys that are talking about paranormal readings being over 50. And luckily, some text on screen tells us that this is Bureau 713, which we were told about in the opening credits of the movie. The commander, played by Stephen Dorff, and we don't know his name until much later in the movie.
Electromagnetic Magnetics off the scale, Commander.
But what we do know is that they have some accurate readings of some electromagnetics, and it's bad. Their faces tell me that it must be bad, because I have no idea what that means. And then for some reason, back at the museum, they have to show us a line getting a call from Dr. Hudgens. And even in my own notes, it says dumb. Finally, we get to spend some actual time with the main character, where he is still on the floor and having, I guess, flashbacks of his childhood. And he wakes up to a phone call from the lady of one of the people that we saw get up and leave their house, which this is Linda, who is actually married to John, that he just didn't care about. But now we're supposed to care about him and his family, I guess. And then Slater leaves and he drives and talks about the Abkhani or whatever.
According to Abkhani legend.
And he says,
that would explain the man who tried to kill me this morning.
which makes me question a lot of stuff, because if everything has been going in order, this should be the next day whenever he wakes up. So it would be the previous day when he was attacked. And I know that sounds trivial, but because I had to figure out where everything happens, because they don't tell you, and I had to figure out when everything happens, because they don't tell you, this kind of stuff just made it way more confusing, because even the movie doesn't know. And then Slater meets with Linda, and we find out that him and John have known each other since they were kids, and he makes a promise to her that he will find him. And I mean, I know what happens, and I mean, technically he carries through with that promise. And then Slater calls the best character in the movie, whose name is Fish, and he still works for 713.
Let me check.
And the other person that he goes to get some information on John is actually the same nun from the beginning of the movie, who is now older, and he asks for all the info, not just on John, but all the other orphans, because he wants to get back in contact with all of them. And then Slater tells us some boring stuff about how he was recruited to 713 whenever he was 20.
I was recruited into Bureau 713 when I was 20.
But every time he found like an Abkhani artifact, he got shut down.
Every time I uncovered a new Abkhani artifact, it immediately got classified.
And so he left 713. But he never tells us why he's looking for Abkhani artifacts or anything. We're supposed to assume it's important. And then after leaving the orphanage, Slater goes and meets with Fish and gets some info on not just John, but all of the other orphans. And apparently all of them have gone missing except for Slater, which is, of course, weird, but he is the main character, and he's got a main character. Later on that day, he actually goes to the museum to see a line. Yes, I'm going to keep calling her that. And it turns out that he is the missing boyfriend.
I thought you were dead.
And to make her not so upset with him, he shows her the jewel thing, and she scans and computerizes it. And of course, the jewel thing is
It's Abkhani.
whatever that means. But before they can actually talk about the pieces that are all together now, all of the lights start dimming up and down. They think something's clearly wrong, so they get up to go and just walk around the museum. Even the security guard is just walking around the museum like he's expecting to find something. But instead, he gets found by this weird alien thing. Don't you get your hopes up. It's still all downhill from here. Later in a line, they find the security guard laying on the ground. They go, Rob. They just don't sound concerned at all about this guy that they knew that they just found dead. And they end up hiding in this room, and we see, of course, the little alien guy chasing after them. And the room that they picked to hide in has a window, so you can look, of course, in and out, because it's a window. And you would figure that they would hide to where you couldn't be seen through the window. But no, Slater just stands where you clearly can see him from the hallway. Of course, the alien thing tries to attack. Slater shoots at it a couple times and it runs away. And then we get a bunch of guys jumping through a window in the ceiling of the museum with guns, and it turns out that it's 713. They shoot at, and I'm assuming miss, the monster thing, because it just runs off and disappears, and whenever they scan it, it's no longer anywhere nearby.
Scanner's clear. Scanner's
clear.
All right, I'll be
Guess
back.
Who's here? The
You finish
commander
off
guy.
this stream.
And he actually knows Slater.
And a bong.
But Slater, being an idiot, decides that he's going to just demand information from a secret government organization.
I want to know what 713 knows.
Burke says, no, you're not a part of 713. You don't get any information.
That information's classified. Thank you. I don't need your help.
And then Burke tells somebody to get Slater out of there, and Slater says that he asked nicely.
I asked very nicely.
And just attacks Burke. And I just don't understand, because Slater's supposed to be the main character. Like, he's supposed to be likable. And so far, I don't like him at all. He clearly doesn't care about his friends, but he leaves his girlfriend for months on end. Then, of course, here he just comes off as mean and unlikable. And, like, I would guess that they're going for kind of the loose cannon kind of thing with him, but they're not. I've seen this movie. That's not what they're going for. Turns out that Slater was actually attacking Burke to lift his security badge thing, and then he meets with the line outside, and she says that she's actually going to go back inside to get her stuff from her office.
I have to get my stuff.
No, wait, that was the lie that she told whenever she goes back inside. She actually is going back in to study artifacts.
I need to study this artifact.
But if you'll remember, just moments ago, there was a weird alien creature that attacked them in the museum. And now 713 is here and has locked down the building.
This place is locked down. No one gets in here.
And somehow they still just let her go to her office.
If you see anything, you let me know immediately.
713 sucks. And I can say that with confidence because Slater has now shown up at the 713 headquarters to talk to Fish. And then we actually get some information about the guy that attacked Slater in the beginning of the movie, and it turns out that he is ex-713 who went missing 20 years ago. But the most important thing is that he has this weird centipede, like, in his spine.
What?
And even after Fish removes it from his spine, the scanner apparently is still going off for whatever reason, and he holds it up to Slater. Yes, Fish is still the best part of this movie. And Hudgens is probably the worst part of this movie, and he just showed up to the locked down museum to talk to a line.
This place is locked down. No one gets in here.
And says that he would like to actually study all of these artifacts and that he's going to. It's not a question. And luckily the 713 soldier comes walking back in and she breaks everything up. Then we cut back over to Fish and Slater talking about the weird centipede thing that he has in his spine. And he just randomly brings up that he was electrocuted as a kid.
I was electrocuted when I was a kid. I must have killed it.
First off, two things. One, why did we not see that? That would have been a pretty important part to put into the movie. And second off, to be electrocuted is to be killed by electric shock. I know this because once more, I am a literal master electrician. I have met people, however, that have been electrocuted and then brought back because the shock restarted their heart. Maybe that happened to him, or maybe the writer is just an idiot. I think you know which one I'm going to lean towards. To further back up my point that not only the writer is an idiot, but everybody involved in this movie is an idiot, the next scene, we see Hudgens walking into his office. There seems to be a monster alien creature thing in a cage, and he gets a big syringe, he sticks it, he draws it out, I guess he gets its blood, and then like a junkie, he shoots himself up with it. Movie sucks. The time span of what is happening in this movie, it seems like he didn't walk very far. So I'm assuming that he just walked to his office. But if that happened, 713 should have scanned that there was this alien thing in the museum.
Scanner's clear.
So I don't really know where he is, but I guess it doesn't matter. All that matters is what we see, and that's that he is a monster blood junkie. Finally, Fish is the one that actually tells us that they call them Xenos. And that is way too close to Xenomorph, so I'm going to call them Zeros. I think you know why. Apparently the Zeros have been around for the last 2 years and they've been 713's biggest priority. Where are they coming from? How are they tied to the Obkani? How are they tied to these weird artifacts? And even if I were to explain to you the lore behind the movie, it still wouldn't make sense. So there's no point. The biggest thing that you need to know is what Fish says. They have the ability to mess with electric fields, that certain elements will mess with their ability to mess with electrical fields.
Osmium, iridium, platinum, and gold.
But don't worry, flashlights still work around them. Fish gives a reason for this, but it doesn't matter. And that sunlight can kill them.
Sunlight is lethal in large doses.
And so they've made these sunlight bullets.
Cuts right through.
Which are bullets coated in photon accelerated luminescent resin. Whatever that means.
I need a lot of these.
And just after this, we see Slater coming into his apartment at daytime, where he has a big chest. I'm assuming that it has all of the sunlight bullets and some extra guns in it. And then he decides that he needs a nap. Since he's not talking to anybody in this scene, there is a voiceover that's going on where he's saying that the Obkani, these monsters, and the missing orphans, he believes are all connected.
Can't be a coincidence.
But don't think about any of that. Just think on this completely random scene where Miles talks to Antonio, whoever this guy is, asking for some kind of list. It's the random stupid scenes like this that are in the movie that just make it that much worse. Because the only thing that we needed to know from any of this is that Miles here is getting Fish and telling him to go talk to Burke. And since it's still daytime, they cut back over to a line, making it to Slater's apartment where she has the box of the Connie artifacts and sits down to computer them again. Then it's back over to Burke and Fish where they talk, and for some reason Fish has to walk around Burke before he can speak to him. Apparently Burke is mad at Fish because he's been talking to Slater and he makes it this big thing about there being sides and he's having to figure out which side Fish is on, and even threatens to fire him. And after this flex of power, Fish actually delivers what is probably the best line in the entire movie.
What is it you need from me?
Burke just asked for all of the intel that he has on Slater since he's the one that has been talking to Slater. Dumb. We get some more time with Fish whenever he goes home and somebody rings his doorbell and his wife goes to check the door. Some weird sounds happen. He gets up to go and find his wife, and of course, everything is really eerie. Hudgens is there. And then we have the worst character in the movie choking the best character in the movie, and then putting some weird worm thing down Fish's throat, and then his eyes turn white. Go with us. Told you it's all downhill from here. So now it's nighttime back over at Slater's apartment, where Aline and Slater are talking about the Connie artifacts, and apparently they're able to do something with location and the stars.
Pinpoint a geographical location.
And then she's surprised that they have something to do with location.
Edward, this is correct. I think the computer can pinpoint location.
I guess it doesn't matter because it does not get brought back up in the movie. Then all of the lamps in the apartment start to flicker, and he grabs a gun, gives it to her, runs over and grabs another gun. They sort of stumble around. John shows up. John chokes him a little bit. He shoots him, which sucks, but at the same time, he did fulfill his promise to Linda that he would find John.
I just killed John.
I had no choice.
And then there's some other people running around inside of Slater's apartment that they start to shoot at until one of the Zeros shows up, and then they're running away. The only two things that I'm thinking during this entire time is, who has this many lamps in their house? And the other thing is, how big is this apartment? Here's a strobe warning for anybody that's sensitive because it's fixing to get crazy. You can skip over to this time code. But then we get the weirdest thing. It's like a metal music video with guns, where they're shooting at a ton of these Zeros, so much so that 713 comes crashing through another window. They're shooting at them too. But then it looks like all of the Zeros just run away, because this is what it looks like whenever one dies from the sunlight bullets. During this entire thing, that doesn't happen again. So it makes me wonder if 713 is actually even using the sunlight bullets, or if they're just using regular bullets. But I guess it doesn't matter, because Burke shows up where he's just mad at Slater for being in Slater's own apartment. And Slater tells us the #1 rule of 713.
First rule they teach at 713, huh? Trust your instincts, right?
Before Burke is able to make up his mind on whether or not to take them in, somebody makes a weird noise and literally everybody just starts shooting. That allows them to actually run away. Burke looks back, for some reason surprised. I have no idea why he's surprised, because these lamps are literally everywhere. Then they're actually fighting the orphans, is what it turns out that it is. And Slater saves Burke, and now they're going to be homies for the rest of the movie. It's dumb. So for the next while, it's just these people fighting the monster orphans. And then the movie will just randomly have two characters that we don't know go off and do something. And it makes you think that they're important or something crazy is going to happen, and then it just doesn't return to them because they're not important. They're extras, and it doesn't matter, just like the rest of this movie. But I had to suffer through it like 8 times, and so now you're going to suffer through it at least this once. So now that they've killed all of the monster orphans, yeah, they just killed them dead instead of trying to capture them and help them out or remove the thing. They just kill them all. Apparently orphans don't matter in this movie. Hear the radio coming through from headquarters at 713 saying there's a big spike in signals going on over at some abandoned gold mine.
All available agents are being rerouted to an abandoned gold mine in your sector.
And since Slater and Burke are now buddies again, they all load up into a helicopter and fly over there. We get some explanation about why the gold mine has been shut down for like 20-something years, and we get a little hint that it's close by where Slater actually grew up.
Go up in that area. Why are we going there?
The only real information that we get out of any of this is 713 for some reason came in and investigated.
The agents in charge of the investigation were Dr. Lionel Hudgens and James Pinkerton.
That's it. It just cuts off. Like, we're supposed to connect all of the pieces ourselves. But I will point out this one cool thing is that it's actual helicopters that they land in. And so they all get out and they're headed towards the gold mine. And then we have the second best character in the movie, Turner, here, who is working on the generator. Even though, if you were paying attention, you would see that some of the lights outside were already on and working. Oh no, you mean to tell me they made a mistake in this movie? Yeah, later gets, I guess, this weird feeling and just starts to walk away from everybody else over towards the gold mine, where he just vaguely says, that's where we need to go.
This is where we need to go.
And then he says one of the stupidest lines in this movie.
They're all coming here for a reason. Until we know what that is, we're not going to be able to stop them.
You can absolutely stop them. Set up and just shoot them with the sunlight bullets. It clearly didn't take you very much. It took like 4 shots. But instead of listening to me, everybody decides to listen to him, because once more, he is the main character. And so they all head into the mine. And that's not good, because everybody else that is outside is literally an extra, and they're spending time with a guy that has maybe 2 minutes screen time. And I'll let you guess what that means for all of their fates. So we see them complaining that the generator's not up and they really need those lights, even though it's really bright just everywhere. Inside the mine with our main team, they're all just walking. And yes, they do have a couple side soldiers with them as well. And luckily, Turner finally gets the generator up and running and is able to turn all of the lights on for people to set up the rest of the way. As for our main team, they come to what seems to be kind of the end of the mine corridor, and they're not really sure where to go. And for no reason at all, this guy decides to get down on the ground and do this on the floor. And then he falls to his death.
I think I found some.
Marco!
Before they can actually climb down, we cut back to the outside where 2 extras are talking about how there's still 4 more hours until sunrise. And then we see Hudgens just standing there, apparently controlling the zeros and sending them to kill 713. And then it cuts back to Turner, who's closing up everything on the generator, and then Fish is there. Fish grabs him, pulls the pin on the grenade, and blows both of the best characters in this movie to smithereens, along with the generator. So I think you know what happens next is all of the zeros show up and completely massacre all of the extras. I guess they're not using the sunlight bullets. I don't know, but they don't kill any of them. Now back to our main team, who's actually climbing down the hold so that way they can get the body of their fallen comrade. And somehow a line slips and Slater can grab her. Logically doesn't make any sense, but he saves her. But I guess don't think about that, as well as don't think about what happens here whenever they all make it down there and the one side soldier gets hit in the leg by something and falls down like she's dying. Just know that for some reason her leg is now hurt. The movie, I guess, is also trying to confuse us because it keeps showing us the extras over and over again, like we're supposed to actually care about any of them. And I mean, it should be pretty clear what is going to happen to literally all of them whenever 1-0 takes out both helicopters with one jump, completely by itself. And it's after that that they kind of realize we need to fall back because we're all going to die. Speaking of die, there's actually this weird sandworm thing that pops up next to our side character soldier who has the hurt leg, and literally nobody does anything about it, and it looks around at all of them and then bites her. Why nobody shot or why nobody reacted? I don't know. I guess they got to kill her off somehow. But after it goes away, some more of them come out. They fight all of those off and keep everybody else from dying. And then I guess it has venom or something. We are not told, but then she ends up dying. At least I think she dies. We do see her try to get up off of the ground. I guess because she thought the scene was over. I'm going to run through the next few scenes because they literally cut back and forth. It's nauseating. So up top, we see some random guy die, and then we see Miles and this other chick. They're talking for a second. He tells her that they need to find higher ground. He's going to stay where he is. Like this is some kind of Scooby-Doo adventure, and they have to split up. So she leaves. He stays where she's at, and he realizes that He's probably a side character. And then down below, the main team finds some random brick wall that they need to blow up. And back up top, Miles tries to reassure himself that he's more than an extra whenever he kills one of the Zeros. There's only 2 of them that die in this movie, and this guy killed one of them. Surely he must be important. And back down below, we have the main team actually putting the bomb on there and blowing up the wall. And back up top, we have Miles going to look for Finstra after they split up for some reason, and he goes up the weirdest looking stairs. Back down below, we have the main team who are just walking somewhere. And once more back up top, we have Miles walking up, finding Finstra dead on the ground, and then 2 of the Zeros attack him and kill him. Why did we spend all of this time with any of these characters when they just ended up dying anyway? What a waste! So now, with our main team being the only ones left, we have 4 of them walking into what seems to be some sort of lab. Whenever Burke actually walks over and he sees Slater's name on a nameplate, calls him over, and then they quickly all realize that 713 were the ones that implanted everybody with the weird bug creatures and caused all of this in the first place.
They've been trying to stop something they created the whole time.
I still wonder how in the world Slater has one of these bugs in him in the first place. Whenever he ran away at the beginning of the movie, like, it made it sound like he got away before he was implanted with the bug. It just doesn't make any sense, and even Burke agrees.
It doesn't make any sense.
And then our last side character soldier over here sees a switch on the wall where he grabs it and pulls it down, and a door opens up, and they all go, "Oh, wow, an Obcani door." I just have one question, because this is a literal electrical disconnect switch. Is there electricity down here? Because they're way underground at the end of a gold mine, and we can see perfectly fine. But that's not the question to think about. The question to think about is all of these Obcani pieces that we've been carrying around because we said they were important at the beginning of the movie, now all fit together to make a key to this door that is hidden underneath ground, where all of these pieces have been scattered across the entire world and have now been brought back together to open this door that has been locked for over 10,000 years. Should we open it, yes or no? This is whenever the side character soldier number 3 gets shot in the back of the head. And it's because Dr. Hudgens is here, and he's very serious about them giving him that key. See how serious he is? And so instead of trying to fight him, they lay down their guns, and then Hudgens goes on about how Slater has caused all of these problems in his life. Doesn't make any sense, but he's just a crazy old man with a gun. That's all you need to know. He demands the key because, once more, he is a crazy old man with a gun.
Now get over there!
So he gets the key. He adds one more piece to it that they didn't know that they needed or that even existed. He opens the door. And just as he does open the door, he gets stabbed whenever Burke throws his knife across the room, perfectly placed into Hudgens' heart. Hudgens falls over dead, and the door opens up to reveal millions and millions of Zeros. I don't know if this is just underground somewhere or if this is actually in a different dimension. None of that's ever explained. All they know is they need to get the door shut. Instead of trying to grab the door and pull it down and shut it, what do they decide to do? They're just going to blow it up. So Burke throws down his bag full of all of the explosives that they have. They shut the door and they take off running. And then once more, we see that all of the extras up top are dead. And then it shows 713 headquarters, where they all look up because of barking. What? Biggest thing that you need to know is that it's still dark outside. So our main team takes off running. They find a ladder. Hopefully they'll be able to take it, end up outside somewhere. Burke realizes that the remote is actually not working. So in a hero move, he actually runs back and leaves Slater in a line to go up the ladder. Going back. Come on! He shoots at the Zeros, who for some reason still haven't made it to the door. He grabs all of the explosives, and for some reason, he sets the bomb to 5 seconds and takes off running. And then it cuts to Slater shooting through some sort of lock on a metal door, but whenever we see the lock on the outside,
taken care of.
It's daylight.
What did he say? 1 second ago, let me see him closing that door, because he said another dimension.
Blow it up. So Burke throws down, and that's ever explained, all they know Zeros. William gets stabbed whenever Burke throws his knife across the room, perfectly placed into Hudgens' heart. Hudgens falls over dead, and the door opens up to reveal millions and millions of zeros. I don't know if this is just underground somewhere or if this is actually in a different dimension. None of that's ever explained. All they know is they need to get the door shut. Instead of trying to grab the door and pull it down and shut it, what do they decide to do? They're just going to blow it up. So Burke throws down his
I just want to see
to the door. He grabs all of the explosives and for some reason still haven't made it to the door.
There we go.
He grabs all of the explosives, and for some reason, he sets the bomb to 5 seconds and takes off running. And then it cuts to Slater shooting through some sort of lock on a metal door, but whenever we see the lock on the outside, it's daylight. Excuse me? And then Burke jumps and he lands on the ground. This huge explosion happens just as Slater and Align are actually making their way out of the door. Huge fireball comes up, and surely Burke is dead. Right? Nope, doesn't appear that he's dead because he actually coughs a little bit and rolls over. But he might as well be dead because that's the last time we see him in this movie. Because I guess the only ones that are still important are Slater and Align, who are outside in the daytime next to his old orphanage, where they then go inside and actually find the nun that raised him, and she has offed herself because I guess she feels bad for everything that has happened. And in the final scene of this movie, we see the cityscape again, and it's completely empty. And with some text on the screen, the movie actually tells us that the city has been evacuated and is now 8:45 a.m. And I still have questions because there's like a literal stroller that's just left out here, and there's cars in the middle of the street. Like, people heard it on the radio saying they need to evacuate, stopped, parked their car, flung the door open, and took off running out of the city. That's the stupidest thing. We even see the 713 headquarters is now abandoned, and I wonder, what? Weren't they the ones that called for the evacuation of the city? Did they also just up and leave? And then we get some voiceover from Slater, who talks about the Okani people again, saying that because they messed with dark forces, they were wiped off the face of the earth.
Looks like it's happening all over again.
Does that mean that the people were evacuated out of the city, or they were wiped off the face of the earth? It can't be both. That doesn't make any sense. But you want to know what really doesn't make any sense? Is directly after this, it shows us some more of the cityscape. Then we hear some zero sounds again, where apparently one of them runs up and attacks Slater and Align in the middle of the street, in broad daylight.
Sunlight is lethal in large doses.
And then we get credits. And that's the movie, directed by Hugh Boll, who's also created some more of the worst horror movies ever put out there, based on an Atari video game by the same name, which they're actually recreating this year on October 25th with David Harbour. And I just...
It's really bad. Okay. Let's get this stream finished. Oh, God. We've got, let's see, 5 hours till the debate. Be able to get a nap in. Bam, 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 bam. Here we go. I have an idea. We'll just do this. We'll use this. I love the blown out bass effect on this. Got that time machine. Well, folks, I think that's all there is for tonight. But I'll see you later. Enjoy the debate. I know I will.